Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Luolan, how do you know these things? After hearing what happened a year ago, Tina had a strange look on her face. It's really, even if these things are true. But how did Luolan know? The Intelligence Department investigated it not long ago. Intelligence Department? Yes, just talking about Donghai. The Intelligence Department of our Branch 157 is very good, okay? Luolan boasted seriously. Fortunately, Ian didn't come with him this time, otherwise he would have complained like crazy. No, our Intelligence Department is really not that good. I don't even know about this thing about Crow. Colonel, am I taking the blame for you every day, right? Tina still doesn't understand a little bit. Since Monka is useless, and after the Crow incident, he only promoted Ensign in an exceptional way, then how did he get promoted from Ensign to Colonel in less than a year? Here, he has been promoted to 5 levels in a row. Yes, the biggest problem is here. Obviously, before the Crow incident, he was still a seaman recruit, even if you get an exceptional promotion to Ensign level. But how could he climb to the rank of Colonel in less than a year? From Ensign to Colonel, the amount of military merit required in the process is quite a lot. Actually, I don't understand this either. Luolan shook his head. Although according to the original book, it was because he kept making great contributions and then quickly rose from Ensign to Colonel. But this is obviously very illogical. After all, this guy's basic strength lies there. How can a Marine perform meritorious service if he has no strength? Is it possible to convince the pirates to surrender by talking? There is something you don't know. Tina is shocked. I really don't know, but I have a guess. Do you want to listen? What guess? Tina became interested instantly. Even Luolan didn't know it clearly. It was rare to see things that required guessing. If I were Crow, and Ziliobu village was within the jurisdiction of Branch 153, plus Zhang Yao's hypnosis. Believe me, I will definitely squeeze all the value out of Manka. On the one hand, I asked Zhang Yao to give him the content of hypnosis, including trying to become stronger and fighting for the position of branch leader of Branch 153. On the other hand, I asked him to add the hint that he has complete control over Branch 153, that is, he is the king of Branch 153. In this way, even if there are any problems with my future plans, I can still threaten Manka and get him to cooperate. Isn't Crow himself the biggest handle on Manka? Hiss. Tina couldn't help but take a deep breath. Fine. Fortunately, this guy is from Marine, but according to what Luolan said, Crow might actually have such a plan. Sure enough, the smarter the person, the heart becomes dirtier. I understand. I will handle the follow-up matters. In addition, the 3 people you want are treating their wounds in the 153 branch. Let's go to Ziliobu village first and pick them up when we come back. I heard Tina say this. Luolan also nodded and did not object. Grand Line, Marine Headquarters. Malinvando, Fleet Admiral Office. Dong dong dong. Come in. Fleet Admiral. After receiving permission, a sailor holding a folder walked into the office. What's up? This is a report just sent by Colonel Tina. It was originally supposed to be handed over to Lieutenant General Val, but now Lieutenant General Val has been withdrawn, so, well, just put it on my desk. Yes, Warring States. The Marine saluted. Then, take a step forward, put down the documents, turn around, and leave. Didn't Tina go to Branch 157? What else could happen? After the sailors leave, Warring States also picked up the document and read it carefully. About a few minutes later, bam! A loud noise came from the office. The sailors outside the door were so frightened that they trembled. In the office, Warring States was absolutely furious. Before the matter in Branch 16 was completely over, something happened again in Branch 153. CLO, I remember this guy. He said that this guy was too smart and might be a threat to Marine in the future, so he wanted to send someone from the headquarters to solve it, but then he was captured by the Marines of Branch 153. At the time, I thought he was exaggerating, but now it seems. Everyone was deceived by him. Think of this. Sengoku picked up the phone book. Blue brew brew. I am Sengoku. Immediately convey the order to Tina and let her take full responsibility for Crow's matter. If you want to see the person alive or die, you will see the corpse. Also, didn't Garp go back to Donghai for a vacation? When he comes back, he should drop by the 153 branch and bring Munka back. Picking up the phone, Warring States didn't even give the person on the other end a chance to speak, and just issued an order directly. Then hung up the phone book. Silab Village. At the coast, Crow was wearing a black butler uniform. He raised his right hand and used his wrist to prop up his glasses as a habit. It has been more than half a year since Kaya's parents got rid of her. If it weren't for the fact that 3 members of a family died in a row within a year, it was so eye-catching. Now I have 10,000 ways to make Kaya die without anyone noticing. But to be on the safe side, it's better to wait another 2 or 3 years to start. As for Branch 153, the original plan was also very smooth. Next, we just have to wait for Munka to control everyone with absolute terror. Then, your plan will be completely completed. A quiet, yet respectable life. Already waving to myself. Krabaddle. At this moment, a female voice came from behind. From the sound of her voice, the girl seemed to be in very poor health, and she sounded like she had little strength. Crow slowly turned his head. The cold and stern face just now has disappeared, replaced by a kind face. Miss, you're not in good health. How can you come here? Krabaddle, give it. Arriving in front of Crow, Kaya took out her hands hidden behind her back. It was a box wrapped in gift paper, very beautiful. Miss this. Have you forgotten? Today is your birthday. My birthday? Miss. Crow's eyes became slightly moist. Let's go back quickly. I asked Meili to prepare a birthday dinner. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Halfway through Kaya's words, she suddenly started coughing violently. Crow quickly carried her behind him and walked towards the village. It's just that at this moment, Kaya can no longer see the worried expression on Crow's face just now. Now it has become a little twisted. In the villa, Meili saw Kaya being carried back by Crow with a pale face, also extremely anxious. Quickly, he and Crow helped Kaya to the bed. Mary, how could you let the young lady go out alone? Do you know how dangerous it is? Sorry, Krabatar, it's my fault. Just now he was in the kitchen, preparing the cake for the evening. Only then did he not notice that his young lady actually slipped out. However, a mistake is a mistake, and Meili bowed his head to admit his mistake. Forget it. You have to pay more attention in the future. After all, the young lady's body cannot withstand any exertion and needs to rest for a long time. I see. When Crow was talking to Meili, Usopp and 3 little ones were playing house on the coast, playing the so-called Usopp Pirates game. Remember, from today on, you have to call me Captain, remember? Ouch! At this moment, it is 2 years earlier than the original work. And those kids, I don't even understand anything. It's really just a game of house. But no matter what, the 3 little ones still had a great time. Until one of the children raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Captain Marine is here. So, into the drama. Usopp was stunned for a moment after hearing what Carrot had said. But immediately he didn't think much and just opened his mouth and shouted, What are you afraid of? We have 8,000 subordinates. We don't have to worry about just a few C. As he spoke, Usopp turned his head in the direction pointed by Carrot Head. As a result, before the words were finished, the whole person was stunned. On the other side of the beach, 3 strange boats that were not wooden boats had washed up, and there were about 10 sailors on each boat. Among them, there are even 2 people wearing marine justice coats. Although Usopp is not yet 17 years old in the original work, he is already 15 years old. I already know a lot about Marine. Of course, you know that Marines with such cloaks are all high-ranking officials. But no, here in the East Asia Sea, the colonel is indeed a high official. He immediately turned around and ran towards the village. You guys hide, I'll give you a warning. Hearing this, the 3 little ones looked at Usopp's back and all tilted their heads. Why does the captain want us to hide? I don't know. Is a Marine a good person? My parents said so. That's what my family said too. Usopp ran wildly. Finally, we returned to Ziluobu village 3 minutes later. When you open your mouth, you shout. The pirates are coming. Ah, the Marine is coming. Marine is here. However, this kid, because we haven't had any reaction recently, so he changes lines? That's not right. Even if you change the lines, what the hell is Marine doing here? How about we respond a little bit? Otherwise, this kid will be able to scream for a long time. It makes sense, but now Marine is here. How should we react? As soon as these words came out, several villagers nearby were stunned. If Usopp was calling the pirates, they could pretend to hide in the house and close all the windows. But here comes Marine. How should you react? Really not. Just when the villagers were confused. Located in the center of Silop village, in a luxurious villa. However, Crow used his wrist to hold up his glasses out of habit. Marine is here? I didn't hear that Branch 153 will come to inspect today. Is this another prank by that kid? But that's not right. If it was a prank, why did you call Marine? Crow was a little confused, but just to be on the safe side, he still made full preparations. He took out a long suitcase from under the bed in his room. Luo-Lan and Tina. At this moment, the two men were walking in front, followed by 30 sailors. And everyone changed back to Marine uniforms. After a while, we entered Ziliobu village. All the villagers were stunned. Emotions, that boy Usopp didn't pull any pranks this time. Both Marine officers. I am the village chief of Ziliobu village. You're here this time. The village chief looks to be in his 50s. Not long after Luo-Lan and others entered the village, they came up to them. He spoke carefully. It could be seen that he is very afraid of Marine. This is not a good sign. You know, Luo-Lan grew up under the red flag in her previous life, and soldiers have always been called the cutest people. How can you be afraid? Village chief, where is Kaya's home? Kaya? She is a good child. She will never. Don't worry. We are not here to arrest anyone. If anything, we are actually here to help her. Luo-Lan interrupted the village chief and said. After hearing this, the village chief seemed to feel relieved. Everyone, please come with me. Luo-Lan left a group of Marine soldiers to guard the entrance of the village, and then led the others to follow the village chief and walked inside. About 6 or 7 minutes later, the group of people arrived at the center of the village and saw a villa. Dong dong dong. The village chief stepped forward and knocked on the fence gate outside. Soon, the door to the villa inside opened, and a man wearing a black butler's uniform and a bunch of horns on his head came out. Mary, these Marines said they want to see Miss Kaya for something. The village chief greeted directly. Melly came over and opened the fence door on the outer wall, with confusion written on his face. Excuse me, do you have any business with our young lady? Luo-Lan, is it him? Before Luo-Lan could answer, Tina's voice came from the side. I saw her looking up at the window on the second floor of the villa. There was a man with glasses looking down through the window. Luo-Lan, who had read the original work, immediately recognized his identity. Who else could it be if it wasn't Crow? I immediately felt it with the color of seeing and hearing. Sure enough, there were 2 people in the villa, and besides Crow, there was one on the 3rd floor. It must be Kaya. I'll leave the above to you, and I'll ensure the safety of the little girl on the 3rd floor. Good. Tina nodded. There are even 2 whooshing sounds. The 2 of them disappeared in front of everyone, and almost at the same time, 2 sounds of glass breaking were also heard. Only then did everyone react. When they looked up, they saw that all the windows on the 2nd and 3rd floors had burst. Moreover, violent collisions continued to be heard on the 2nd floor. As for the more than 20 sailors outside the villa, they immediately dispersed. Although they did not carry Rhodes 1518 rifles, they all assumed fighting postures. This scene immediately stunned Meili and the village chief. The 3rd floor of the villa. Luo-Lan sat beside Kaya's bed. Who are you? Where are Krabatar and Mary? Kaya was a little panicked, but she still managed to stay calm. Even though she is only 15 years old, she is indeed a strong girl. Don't worry, it will all be over soon. He reached out his hand and rubbed Kaya's head. Luo-Lan stood up and took out a black jackal. Aim it at the ground and activate the sight color at the same time. The next second, boom, the 2nd floor of the villa. Cold sweat broke out on Crow's head. After just a few exchanges, he was convinced that this woman, very dangerous, especially that weird ability. If you weren't fast enough, you would be hit accidentally. It should be the ability of the devil fruit, right? Crow is not an ordinary person. According to the original book, before he faked his death and escaped, he was pursued by the world government, bounty hunters, and Marine. Every day, he is either assassinated by people from the world government or surrounded by Marines and bounty hunters. But even so, for a long time, no one could do anything to him. In addition to being very smart, he is also equally powerful. As for being defeated by Luffy, if we really want to say the reason, it can only be the plot. After all, Oda himself said that Crow's IQ is second only to Beckman, and the speed of his self-created dipping is comparable to that of the six-style shaving. Was such a person really something Luffy could defeat at that time? Obviously, there is no other reason other than plot killing. It is precisely because of this that after the fight, Tina did not complete the quick kill, and the two of them ended up in a tie. Speaking of which, Crow really beats the threshold fruit because his speed is too fast. It takes time to activate the threshold fruit, and more time is needed to completely restrain the enemy. But if the opponent is fast enough, he can dodge before he is restrained. Therefore, until Tina develops more uses for the threshold fruit, the few tricks she currently knows are really useless against Crow. You can only rely on pure physical skills to suppress it. So, although it seems to be a tie, but the situation is somewhat unfavorable for Crow. After all, he created his own dipping. In such a small space, it cannot be deployed at all. What was used before was also the basic silent step. Must leave the room as soon as possible and go outside. Making up his mind, Crow directly launched the silent step and rushed towards the broken window in an instant. This sudden change, coupled with Crow's speed, so that Tina didn't react for a while. However, just as Crow had arrived at the broken window, he was about to run out. A dull gunshot suddenly sounded. The 13 caliber armor-piercing projectile shattered the ground on the third floor and struck directly at Crow. The next moment, Crow jumped out of the window, but at the same time, he also used his left arm, left at the second-floor window, outside the villa. Seeing Crow jump from the second floor, he tightly covered his left arm with his right hand. At the same time, large amounts of blood continued to flow. Melly immediately ran to Crow's side, his face full of worry. The more than 20 sailors who stayed outside also rushed over and surrounded the two men. Crobuttle, what on earth is going on? The captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Baiji Kelluo, with a bounty of 16 million Baileys, escaped by faking his own death and came to Shalobu village a year ago. He killed Kaya's parents a year ago and pretended that they died of illness. The ultimate plan is to kill Kaya and seize all her property. Crow said nothing, but Luolan and Tina arrived here at some point. After hearing what Luolan said, Melly was shocked. Captain Crow, hasn't he been caught and sentenced to 1 year in prison? Yes, Crow is very famous in the East Asia Sea for being too cruel. Therefore, the fact that he was captured and executed was widely publicized at the beginning, and few people didn't know about it. The one who died before was just a guy who was affected by Crow hypnosis and thought he was Crow, and the real him came here quietly. No, this is impossible. Melly's face was filled with shock, and she stepped back step by step. Crow, on the other hand, was still covering his left arm with a sinister look on his face. I made a big mistake this time. In addition to the woman, the man is not simple either. Although I don't know what kind of weapon he just used, it was able to hit me accurately through a layer of ground. In addition, the bullet that penetrated the ground could still break my left arm. Where did these two people come from? Looking at Luo Lan's empty hands, Crow thought to himself. Not far away, Tina held her right hand, and a black javelin-like thing condensed in an instant. After casually playing a gun in flowers, he aimed at Crow, although Luo Lan did not take action. But he is also ready and can draw his gun and attack at any time. As for Chloe, he is also ready to fight to the death, although the lack of an arm will reduce the attack range of the die. But it's not that it can't be used. Stop! Just then, the door of the villa was opened. Kaya ran from the third floor to the first floor at some point and shouted. Immediately, he kept panting. For her, running down at such a speed was quite taxing on her body. Crobble, you told me yourself that they are all lying, right? You didn't kill my parents, right? You're not some scheming guy, right? Tell me. The last sentence, Kaya totally shouted out. For her, Krabatar and Melly were the two people she was closest to after her parents passed away. But suddenly one day, someone told him that Krabatal was actually a pirate, and he was the one who killed his own parents. How was she going to accept this? Moreover, if she was asked to choose one person to believe between Krabatal and Luo Lan, a stranger, then she will definitely choose Krabatar. As long as Krabatar says it himself, everything the sailor said is false and lies. That's enough. However, Kaya didn't get the answer she was expecting. Crow suddenly sneered. Kaya, why are you still so naive? Yes, I am Baiji Crow, and I came here, as they said, after getting rid of my identity as a pirate and preparing to seize your family's property. From now on, I can live in peace and respect. Boom! Crow's words were like thunder, exploding in Kaya's mind instantly. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible, Dai. A low drink. Crow's figure disappeared instantly. Everyone spread out. A man stood in front of Kaya. Tina, on the other hand, stood in front of Melly. The rest of the Marines also quickly dispersed. Luolan also had a headache from this move of dipping to death. It's okay for the silent step, because it's a controlled move and it's very easy to capture the sight. But it sucks. It's really hard to capture what you see and hear. Because this move was completely out of control, even Crow himself. I don't even know who I'm attacking. However, just like Crow's speed can restrain the threshold fruit. On the other hand, the sill fruit can also defeat the death ladle move. Sister Tina. Tina understands. Xiaoyu threshold formation. A ring of huge fence-like iron branches was released. They were not gathered up as usual, but were all firmly planted in the ground, surrounding the entire front yard. The next moment, Crow, I hit the iron fence hard, was forced to stop. Luolan had told Tina before. The best way to deal with Crow in an open area is to add obstacles to him, because once his death dipping is activated, even he himself cannot control it, let alone hinder it. Tina's threshold fruit is really suitable. First, use Xiaoyu sill to surround the outside. Then make some thick iron bars and check some around the circle. In this way, Crow's death-dipping move was directly blocked. At this moment, Tina did exactly this. After completing the first step, he quickly jumped into the air, continuously creating black iron bars as thick as wooden stakes and smashing them downwards. Soon, dozens of iron bars have been erected in the fence made by Xiaoyu sill. CLO. His whole face turned dark. This is simply disgusting, isn't it? I surrender. With his remaining arm raised, Crow surrendered decisively. My greatest advantage is that I am smart enough, and this is also my value. Well, great value. Therefore, as long as he surrenders and submits, it may not be easy for Marine to say, but the world government will definitely not kill him. On the contrary, of the two people in front of me, the woman has devil fruit abilities and can defeat her own strongest method. As for the man, he is also very mysterious. I still don't understand how he broke his arm just now. In this state, it is almost impossible to escape from these two people. In this case, the only feasible option left is to surrender. If you really want to talk about it, there is nothing wrong with Crow's logic. After all, he is a smart person whom Oda calls his IQ second only to Beckman. If he is really willing to do things for the world government, the five elders will definitely not refuse. But it's a pity. The one who takes him down now is Luo Lan. Send a very smart person to the world government? Stop joking. Take it. Yes, Colonel. Luo Lan waved his hand, and the sailors rushed forward. Crow didn't resist at all and allowed these sailors to use all the handcuffs and anklets on him. Today you caught me, but tomorrow you will stand in front of me and salute? Ha ha ha. Although his whole body was restrained, Crow was not worried at all. He even laughed wildly. But the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. Yeah, executed on the spot. The sailors from Branch 157 did not hesitate, and two of them immediately drew their swords and stepped forward. After all, Luolan has long said that anyone who kills civilians and sailors is not even qualified to enter prison. These words are firmly engraved in the hearts of every sailor. No, you can't execute me privately. I still have a price. Phew. The two swords pierced Crow's body almost at the same time. One penetrated the heart, and the other penetrated Crow's neck. Life was cut off instantly. You can't die anymore. Next, Tina was responsible for leading a group of sailors and began to appease the villagers. Luolan came to Kaya's house and sat face to face with Kaya in the living room. Melly quickly served a cup of tea. Luolan did not speak to Kaya directly, but, "Mary, I heard that your dream is to design a ship yourself?" Hearing this, Melly was stunned. "I really dream of designing a ship myself, but after all, my job is as the lady's housekeeper, so the progress is very slow, and I don't know when I can actually do it. But even the young lady doesn't know about these things. How did the Marine Colonel know about it? Mary, is this true?" Even Kaya raised her head at this time. There was a hint of curiosity on his face. "Miss Buman, I do have such a dream, but it's a pity that I haven't learned how to design ships professionally, and I don't have much time, so it's hard to say whether I will have the chance to realize this dream in this life." These words surprised Luolan. Mary has never learned how to build a boat, so he is a complete amateur, but it was such an amateur who, 2 years later, relied on self-study to build the Mary, and it still had a ship spirit? Good guy. How terrifying is your shipbuilding talent? No, this guy has to take himself. Then he was sent to the shipbuilding department of the Marine Academy for some in-depth training. You know, in Marine Academy, the textbooks and books for every subject are the pinnacle in the world. Not to mention sailing ships, even armored battleships are also taught. Otherwise, how can a building that is not extraordinary be called S-class? Mary, if I told you that there's an academy in this world that most people don't know about, and that in it you can systematically learn all the knowledge from designing to building a ship, would you want to go? Don't go. Melly shook her head decisively. Why? Isn't that your dream? What will Miss do if I leave? So I can't go. There was no struggle visible in Melly's eyes. Even Luolan had a sigh. This guy's loyalty to Kaya's family, it has definitely reached full value. However, this was already expected and Luolan was not worried. It's a pity. There's the most advanced medical technology in the world there, which is enough to cure Kaya's disease. I originally thought that if you go together, you can... Hey, forget it. I'll arrange for others to take care of Kaya then. Luolan looked regretful, but Meili and Kaya were dumbfounded. Colonel, where can Mrs. Illness really be cured? That's right. Then I'll go with the lady, Melly said excitedly. Luolan looked at Kaya. What about Kaya? Do you want to come with me? Then can I still come back? Unlike Melly, Kaya asked a question, a very critical question. After all, Luolan just said that it is a place that most people in the world don't know. Obviously, this is not a public place. So, after going there, even if the disease is cured, can I still come out? Kaya, I won't lie to you. It could be 1 or 2 years, or 3 or 5 years. You definitely can't leave at will. But, just like Mary went to learn shipbuilding, there are hundreds of subjects there, all of which can learn the world's top knowledge. You can also choose to study on your own after the treatment. So, time will not be wasted. Luolan didn't lie to Kaya because she didn't need to and didn't bother to do so. If you really don't want to come, don't force yourself. Okay, I'll go. After thinking for a moment, Kaya nodded. Although I can't come back in a few years, I can heal my body and learn the best knowledge in the world. I couldn't find any reason to refuse. At this moment, a certain episode from before flashed through Kaya's mind. That was in the bedroom on the 3rd floor. Don't worry, it will all be over soon. Luolan touched Kaya's little head and said, I don't know why. Kaya feels like, believe him. Arrangements for the aftermath of Ziluobu village have been completed. Luolan picked up Kaya on the boat. To be honest, I don't think Kaya will have great achievements in the future. It's just that this strong girl left a deep impression on him in the original work. So, now that I'm here, what if I can help? At this moment, Luo Lan didn't realize what a huge surprise this small favor he had given him would bring to him in the future. As for Mary, he will start again in half a month because he has to help Kaya handle the property. After all, I don't know when I can return to Ziluobu village, and I don't know where I want to go. So, except for the house that remains, the rest of the property needs to be converted into Baileys and taken away. Who knows if life in Luo Lan costs money? Of course, when you get to the 157 branch, you need a room and food. Where will money be spent? But Luo Lan didn't explain much, and she might as well take the property away. Otherwise, if you stay here and no one takes care of you, who knows if you will still be there in a few years. So I asked the intelligence department to take over in half a month and then send him to Rhode Island. Anyway, the S-Class Supermarine Academy will take about 20 days to be completed, right? Even if I go now, I can't start studying. Inside the Tana ship, Luo Lan's room. Blue brew brew. The phone suddenly rang. This had to make Luo Lan sigh. Sometimes the phone bug is really a super black technology. Obviously, Tana is sailing 500 meters underwater, but it does not hinder the connection between the two groups of phone bugs at all. If this were placed in the previous life, wouldn't it be a proper strategic level equipment? When I get Enel myself later, I can really try it and throw the phone bug to the moon. See if you can still get through. Okay, I thought too much. Luo Lan picked up the phone. I am Luo Lan. Colonel, I'm Ian. What? Is there something going on here in Rhode Island? Luo Lan frowned slightly and then asked. He knows his little follower very well. As soon as he heard the tone of the words, he knew that there must be an emergency. Yes, our patrol submarine discovered a ship that passed through the windless zone and just arrived in the East Asia Sea. Currently, the ship has bypassed Rhode Island and headed towards the East Asia Sea Prosperity Circle. Based on our tracking and observation, we can initially determine that this is a human trafficker's ship. Human trafficker? Or from the Grand Line? Continue to keep track and activate the intelligence network. I want to know whether this ship is here to buy or sell, and its identity. Clear. Luo Lan put down the phone. On the wall touchscreen, tap a few times. Soon, the screen lights up. Tina's face appeared. Sister Tina, tell Tana to stop immediately. We won't go back for the time being. Something happened? Tina frowned. Yes, a human smuggler ship has just crossed the windless zone and arrived in the East Asia Sea. The number 2 submarine from the branch is currently following it, and Ian is also checking the details of the other party. Luo Lan, the human trafficker from the Grand Line, you have to be careful in your actions. After all, there are only a few of them, and none of them can be dealt with by us now. Tina advised. What the prospect for Branch 157? It will definitely be very strong in the future, and may even be strong enough to compete with the world government. But now, not really strong. There are only 2 colonels with a power value in the thousands, a few subordinates with a power value in the hundreds, and more than 200 sailors with a power value in the hundreds. This strength, if placed in the East Asia Sea, would definitely go sideways, but if placed on the Grand Route, it's really not enough. And Tina, who has been performing missions on the Grand Route all year round, naturally has a good understanding of the forces there. Someone who is in the business of being a human trafficker, 80% of the market is controlled by Shichibukai da Flamingo, and the remaining 20% is either controlled by an underground giant or some big pirates. In short, among this group of people, Branch 157 cannot deal with any of them yet. That's why Tina opened her mouth to persuade. It's okay. Use your identity as King Lin to take action, and put the other party in the prosperity circle before taking action. No one will doubt us in a short time. Of course, after the intelligence department first determines the identity of the opponent. If there are really strong people who we can't deal with, I won't rush in and die. Luo Lan shook his head. This reassured Tina a lot, but she didn't hear a murmur in Luo Lan's heart. That's right, I won't go up there and die. But there are always ways to kill the other party, either mentally or unintentionally. So, Tana stopped moving forward. Just stop there and wait for news from Ian. As for the human smuggler's ship, there's no rush. After all, it would take at least 10 days for an ordinary sailing ship to travel from Rhode Island to the Prosperity Circle. Once the intelligence agencies take full action, that speed is also quite fast. Just 3 days. Ian has already investigated the situation clearly and reported it. In Tana's tactical conference room, Luo Lan started a conference call directly. What, you asked how to hold a conference call in one piece? This is not simple. After you take a phone and make a call, you could just leave it aside. Speaking of which, Luo Lan had tried doing this before, which was very interesting. When different people in the conference room speak, the phone bug will instantly imitate the faces and voices of different people. And when several people talk at the same time, the phone bug behaves. That really amazed Luo Lan to this day. Colonel, according to what we have found, 2 Tianlong people will arrive in the kingdom of Goa recently. In order to please, a group of nobles from the kingdom of Goa united and ordered a batch of various slaves as gifts. It is said that the total cost was even more than 1 billion belly, and the ship we found should be here to deliver the goods. To please the celestial dragons? That's right, what these guys like most is slaves. Especially those non-human race slaves and beautiful female slaves. And these are not available in the East Asia Sea. Do you know which organization they were looking for to purchase? The Quixote family. Sure enough, it was them. From the beginning, Luo Lan had such a premonition. This time I'm afraid it has something to do with Doflamingo, but it turned out to be him. Well, after all, it was a billion-belly business, and it was indeed worthy of him arranging a special trip to the East Asia Sea. Only, Ian, do you know which member of the Don Quixote family is on board? Our people overheard a code name when those nobles were talking to each other. Code name? Yes, it seems to be Baby 5. I checked all the bounties his family had placed on him, but I couldn't find anyone I could match, so no need to look for it. I already know who it is. Luo Lan interrupted Ian. Nonsense. Baby 5 has never been offered a bounty in the first place. If we investigate this aspect, there will naturally be no results. However, this woman has no record of burning, killing, and looting. Never even received a bounty from Marine. Although I don't like her very much, but Ian, let me ask you something. Colonel, tell me. Speaking of which, you are old enough. Do you want me to get you a wife? What? Ian, who was in Rhode Island, looked confused at the moment. Is Baby 5 beautiful? Quite beautiful. Are you in good shape? That's pretty good too. But Luo Lan didn't catch a cold very much because this woman was too clingy. However, in order not to waste beauty resources, I decided to digest it internally after taking it. Therefore, Ian became the first choice. After all, he has been his loyal follower for so many years, so he must be given priority. For Ian, I was really worried. After ending the meeting and hanging up the phone, Luo Lan gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. Luo Lan, it will take them 8 days to enter the prosperity circle. We can't just stay here forever, right? At this moment, Tina asked. Of course I won't waste time here. Let's take advantage of this time to go to this area. Luo Lan shook her head and immediately drew a circle on the navigation chart. Is there something here? The intelligence department has made a report before, but the exact location has not been determined yet. I just happened to go take a look this time. Maybe I can actually encounter it. Please explain it clearly to Tina. He glared at Luo Lan directly. Tina was angry. This guy always speaks in a way that others can't understand. It must be intentional. Okay, there's a remnant of the Roger pirates in this area. If you can come across it, let's catch him by the way. What? People from the Roger pirates? Tina was shocked instantly. Which one of the Roger pirates can you and I defeat today? Don't be kidding. The remnant of the old era on that ship. Even if he is a ship's doctor, I'm afraid a general will have to take action. Okay? And take it back, by the way. Your tone is getting louder and louder now. Catch the head. Don't worry, this guy is not strong. He was just an intern back then. Luo Lan knew what Tina was thinking and explained. But it's okay not to explain, but Tina immediately exploded when she explained. Intern, don't you know that the most powerful person on that ship now is the intern? If someone just stares, it's over for the two of us, okay? Tina thought the intern Luo Lan was talking about was the one from New World. He immediately lost his composure. That person is only possible if the 3 generals attack him together, okay? What is the difference between the two of us and committing suicide? Well, after all, when it comes to the interns of the Roger Pirates, basically all Marines only know Shanks. As for Buggy, it was not recognized until the war broke out. Otherwise, Marine would have sent people to the East Asia Sea to encircle and suppress them. This is why, after Tina heard about the intern, she immediately thought about Shanks without considering other possible reasons. Calm down, Sister Tina. No, Tina can't calm down. The intern I'm talking about is not Shanks. No matter who that is, Tina will never allow you to go. Wait, Tina didn't hear clearly just now. What did you say? Let me tell you, there's not only Shanks as an intern in the Roger Pirates, but there's also another one named Buggy. How powerful is he? That's really awesome. Luo Lan smiled bitterly and shook his head, then explained, Didn't you lie to Tina? No, that guy's fruit is very good, but he can't develop it. In addition, he is all about treasure hunting and doesn't practice much at ordinary times. His strength is really amazing. Luo Lan nodded quickly. Then he explained, although many people had suspected it in his previous life, Buggy was hiding his strength and pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. In fact, there are many unreasonable things in this statement. No matter what happens in 2 years, but 2 years ago, that's really not possible. But no matter what, Buggy's devil fruit can not only affect himself, but also other people or things. This alone, it is already a super abnormal fruit. Moreover, such characteristics can also unleash unlimited imagination. So, while this guy is still very weak, arrest him and put him in underwater prison. When you are ready in the future, kill him directly and seize the fruit. Is there really such a person? Tina still expressed doubts. Luo Lan didn't bother to explain. After finding the person, Tina would naturally know. At Tana's speed, it didn't even take a day to reach the target area. In the bridge, Tina, as the captain, is directing a group of bridge team members to search for the target. At this time, Luo Lan also walked in. Sister Tina, how are you? It's not that easy. Do you know how many ships are nearby? How many? There are more than 5,000 ships within 100 nautical miles, and this does not include those that cannot be detected by the island owner. Tina said angrily. After surfacing, radar is indeed a good thing. However, although it can detect all ships within hundreds of nautical miles, except for some special circumstances, there is no way to determine which ship belongs to the Buggy Pirates. We can only release the drones and approach them one by one for confirmation. Not to mention those ships that are blocked by radar and cannot be scanned. You know, this is a prosperous area in the East Asia Sea with numerous islands, large and small. This is not an easy job. You don't need to be limited to the Buggy Pirates. As long as you find a pirate group, you can attack as a King's Landing organization. Everything has happened, so let's just spend a few days cleaning it up completely. In fact, Luo Lan didn't care whether he would be able to find Buggy this time, simply because since you have to wait for many days, don't waste it. At the same time, even if Buggy is not found, you can still use these days to clean up all the pirates in this area. Then, the pirates in this sea area immediately suffered. The people of Junlin usually have a Taoist power value of over 100. How can these East Asia Sea pirates fight against them? Even if some pirates with tens of millions of bounties appear occasionally, they are definitely no match for Tina. Even Nami is very busy. After all, after every pirate group is killed, someone has to count the Baileys and treasures on the ship and put them into storage, right? In this regard, Nami did his part and took over this important task directly. Even if I was so busy that I didn't even have time to sleep, I didn't complain at all. Luo Lan couldn't help but sigh. Nami is such a good comrade. Until one time, when Luo Lan wanted to go into the warehouse to persuade Nami to take a rest, this ant acted like she was guarding against thieves. Kicked him out. The day after Luo Lan and Tina wiped out the pirates, a sailing ship more than 100 meters long slowly docked at the military port of Branch 153. Garp walked down the gangway while picking his nose. Lieutenant General, nearly 100 sailors stood up straight in an instant and shouted loudly. That was Lieutenant General Garp of the headquarters. He is the Marine hero who went out from our East Asia Sea to capture Roger One Piece with his own hands. The sailors of Branch 153 were all so excited that they were trembling all over. Well, where are the people? Damn the Warring States period. I finally took a vacation and went back to see my grandson, but you immediately arranged things for me. What is Shundao? If you come here and go around for a while, you'll lose at least 3 days of vacation. No, I must tell that old guy later that the holiday has been extended and I will return to the headquarters 3 days later. Garp complained in his heart and then asked. After a while, Munka, whose hands and feet were shackled and even his mouth was sealed, was escorted by several sailors. Do you need a locket like this? Lieutenant General Garp, Munka is extremely dangerous. If you're not careful. Okay, let's get rid of those burdens and just keep a pair of handcuffs. That's okay. The Marines of Branch 153 were hesitant at first, but when I turned around and thought about it, that was Lieutenant General Garp. He could even defeat One Piece Roger, let alone Monka. Then I did as Garp said. Lieutenant General Garp. Lieutenant General Garp? After getting everything done, the Marine is ready to report to Garp. But after calling several times, there was no response. So I looked at it carefully. Good guy. Lieutenant General Garp fell asleep. All the sailors had confusion written all over their faces at this moment. No one noticed. Munka, who had just been relieved of most of his restraints, had a fierce light in his eyes at this moment. Arm. Veins bulged. Axe King Minka becomes famous today as someone who has been hypnosis. Munka has no fear of Garp. In addition, when he saw Garp sleeping, he immediately exerted force. I don't know if there is a problem with the quality of the handcuffs, or, for some reason, the handcuffs actually broke. He rushed forward and swung the axe down. For a moment, bright red blood was spilled. As the Marine hero Garp, he just fell down. This scene shocked all the sailors present, so that no one reacted for a long time. When someone finally came to his senses, there was a pop and Munka had already rushed to the beach and jumped down. Dozens of sailors with rifles rushed to where Munka jumped into the sea and fired wildly at the sea. If Luo Lan saw this scene, I guess I'm going to complain about their lack of common sense again. In short, after a burst of commotion and gunshots, everyone was at a loss. Lieutenant General Garp was killed and his life and death are unknown. In addition, Munka escaped again. How should I explain this to the headquarters? And at the warship gangway, 2 military doctors, one with sweat dripping from his head, took out gauze and prepared to bandage Garp. But the next second, the sailors who had just recovered a little were furious again. Garp, who seemed to them unaware of his life or death, suddenly sat up. I accidentally fell asleep again. Sorry, I haven't been getting enough sleep lately. Hey, some of you made a prank by painting red graffiti on me while I was sleeping. By the way, where are the people who the Warring States period asked me to escort? Why did I bring them here? Everyone's jaws hit the ground at this moment. Should I be called a Marine hero? In a way, it's really awesome. Everyone couldn't help but complain in their hearts. At this time, no one knew that, not long after, today's scene would be traveled through time and space. So that, in the end, Munka, who had disappeared for a long time, was actually named the Axe King Munka. Even Morgans wrote a piece of 8 trigrams news himself, comparing Monka, the Axe Emperor, with 4 emperors. Call it the hidden 5th emperor of the sea. Some people even say that he is the first of the 5 emperors. After all, if you can kill Garp with one move, just ask the other 4 sea emperors, who can do it? Luo Lan didn't know about the episode that happened in Branch 153. At this moment, they are continuously sweeping away pirates in the entire sea area. Inside the bridge of Tana, Tina is speechless. What's the situation with the pirates in the East Asia Sea? Fitness pirates. Dancing pirates. And what's the name of that pirate group that loves to sleep? Each one is simply weirder than the last. Tina was speechless, although there are many strange pirate groups on the Grand Line. But compared to what she saw in the past 3 days, it pales into insignificance. It feels like many of them don't really want to be pirates. They just randomly give them names and then go out to sea with a pirate flag. In short, just play. No wonder the East Dashasi Marine is so bad and there are so many pirates, but the entire prosperous area it can still become one of the richest pockets of the world government. What is this about feelings? Speaking of this, Roland was quite speechless. If you really want to say it, apart from those pirate groups with bounties on their heads, there are really many others who are of this type. In the eyes of many people, men should go to sea when they reach adulthood, and pirates represent freedom. It's not why this kind of thinking is quite popular in the East Asia Sea. As a result, various weird pirate groups were born. Take that fitness pirate group as an example. They just arrested everyone and interrogated them. Result: that a group of fitness coaches who occasionally go out to sea for a few days under the name of the fitness pirates to go fishing and so on. It was indeed quite speechless. In the past 3 days, King's Landing has attacked more than 50 pirate groups, including more than a dozen like this. No wonder Tina rolled her eyes. Captain, no one has discovered another pirate group, but at this moment, the sailor operating the drone on the bridge team suddenly made a report. But what? I'll transfer the drone footage to the home screen. You'd better watch it yourself on the ship. The next moment, the main screen in front of the bridge changed. It's an overhead shot with no one around. Just by looking at the sails, you can tell that it is a pirate ship. At this moment, there was some excitement on the boat. It's not that the pirates are having a party or that they're robbing other people. Instead, there was a guy holding knives in both hands and holding a third knife in his mouth, slashing at others. Is this an inside bar? Tina turned to Luo Lan and asked. And when he turned his head, he happened to see Luo Lan's facial expression. Excited? No, it's excitement. No. Is this guy so excited when he sees the pirates fighting among themselves? Tina was very puzzled. Indeed, just as Tina guessed, Luo Lan is indeed a little excited now, because he has already recognized who the 3 sword style guy is. Pirate Hunter, Roronoa Zoro. That's right, with the aura of a major supporting role, the man will definitely become the world's greatest swordsman in the future. Although Zoro is not the protagonist, he is also not a supporting character, but main supporting role. Remember, there are 2 words important. How could Luo Lan let such a talent go? No. He must be allowed to join Branch 157. If you agree, that's it. If you don't agree, just knock him out and take him back with you. Luo Lan's heart was extremely hot. Tina, I will go here personally, and you can continue to screen other ships in this sea area. Are you going? Is this person special? Yes, not only is he not a pirate, but he will definitely take over the position of Hawkeye in the future. Do you think he is special or not? What? Tina's eyes widened. Who is Hawkeye? He is the world's greatest swordsman, and he is also the world's greatest swordsman who is far superior to other great swordsmen. Its strength is rumored to be even comparable to that of the 4 emperors or marine generals. And the guy in the unphotographed frame, Luo Lan, actually said that he would definitely take over the position of Hawkeye in the future. Isn't this outrageous? This is totally outrageous, okay? After being stunned for a while, he wanted to ask Luo Lan carefully, but found this guy had already left the bridge at some point. On a pirate ship, Zoro chopped down the last pirate. After taking back the 3 knives, he took out a stack of wanted posters. Checked it carefully. This captain is actually worth 2 million Baileys. I don't know what Marine is thinking, but he is offering a price of 2 million for such strength. Zoro shook his head. No matter what the reason is, as a bounty hunter, I just need to collect the money. After all, I haven't opened this place for a long time, and I'm starving to death. But he didn't notice that at the bottom of the wanted poster, it didn't say dead or alive, but only live. Zoro searched the entire ship front and back, but only 50,000 belly were found. I have to say that this pirate group is really poor. But it doesn't matter, as long as you give the captain's body to Marine, you can get 2 million belly. It's enough to save you from having to worry about money for a long time. At this moment, Zoro was in a good mood. However, I said, isn't it bad if you just kill that guy like this? The sudden sound behind him startled Zoro. He suddenly stood up and pulled out the word Wado. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is, haven't you read the reward notice carefully? Pointing to the reward order that was thrown aside on the deck when Zoro stood up. The corners of Luo Lan's mouth raised slightly. Immediately, he also fell down and stood in front of Zoro. Is there anything wrong with the reward order? Question. That's a big deal. Look at the bottom of the person's photo. What's written on it? I'm not blind. The name and the bounty are written on it. No, you are really a bit blind. Between the name of the prisoner with the reward and the mission photo, there's a line of text. Can you take a look again? Luo Lan spread her hands. Zoro picked up the reward notice and read it carefully. Sure enough, there is indeed a line between the name and the photo above. Only live? Turning around, he looked at the corpse of the pirate captain not far away. Zoro was immediately dumbfounded. Just live? Then wouldn't he have done it in vain again? Why say again? Ever since Zoro left Shimatsuki village and started working as a bounty hunter to make ends meet, this kind of similar situation can always happen again and again. Basically 9 out of 10 times, you will not get the bounty in the end. And the reasons get weirder every time. The most terrible thing is that even if there is no problem a few times, those who finally get the bounty are some criminals with very low bounties, such as 100,000, 200,000, or even several thousand belly. This guy, really not suitable for being a bounty hunter. Who are you anyway? After being depressed for a few seconds, Zoro recovered. The word harmony in his hand pointed directly at Luo Lan. This guy is really weird. It was obviously on the sea, and there were no other ships around. How did he get on the ship? And his clothes are somewhat similar to Marine's, but different. Especially the color. Compared to Marine's white, he uses black as the main tone. My name is Luo Lan, and I'm here to recruit you. I've never heard of you being a pirate. Zoro shook his head and asked. These days, there are basically 3 types of people in the sea. Marine, pirates, and more. Since it's not marine, then pirates are naturally the easiest to guess. It doesn't matter what force I am. What's important is that I can help you quickly enter the realm of swordsman. Otherwise, as you are now, even in a few years, you will still be just a third-rate swordsman, and it is impossible to become a swordsman. Besides that, there are 3 swords on your body. Except for Dao Yuan, the other 2 are just like garbage. And I can provide you with a better knife, even better than the 12 skills of the supreme fast knife. Only in this way can you hope to challenge and defeat Hawkeye in the future, and seize the throne of the world's greatest swordsman from his hands. Who is he? Why do you even know exactly what you want to do? But I have to say that it has been 2 years since I left Shimatsuki village. Although he has gone through a lot of fighting, the pace of progress has become slower and slower, and recently it has even completely stagnated. Does he really have a way to help me solve the problems I am encountering now? If it is true, don't say he is not a pirate. Even if he is a pirate, at worst, I will become a pirate from now on. So what does that mean? You know, Zoro hunts pirates not because of any sense of justice, but I simply think that by doing this, I can accumulate fighting experience and make money to make a living. Can you really do this? Certainly. Okay, I can join, but you must fulfill at least part of your promise within a year. Otherwise, I will leave. No problem. Luo Lan agreed directly. After the Supermarine Academy is built, send Zoro directly to the Kendo department to study. At the same time, after completing the sword-making workshop, you can also customize several swords specifically for Zoro. Although S-level swordsmiths can't afford it for the time being, L-level ones, you can still get one. Luo Lan didn't believe that with the system architecture and powerful architectural characteristics, coupled with an A-level swordsmith, the final sword would be inferior. By the way, what if I refuse just now? If you refuse, then I'll knock you out and take you back first. Hearing this, Zoro's head turned black. In the past 2 years, I have become somewhat famous. He considers himself to be quite capable. Did you say that you can knock someone out if you knock them out? What? You don't believe it? After jumping on Zoro's small raft, Luo Lan turned around and asked with a smile. Immediately, a whip kicked the pirate ship. It exploded. It was like a fatal hit from a high-yield artillery shell. It fell apart directly. Countless pieces of sawdust were flying all over the sky. Then it fell like rain. At this moment, Zoro's chin hit the small raft hard. After all, at this time, his vision was still very limited. When had he ever seen such a scene? Although that pirate ship is not big, it is just a small sailing ship, and the materials used are not very good, but anyway, it's more than 30 meters long, okay? Is this thing something that can explode with a kick? All right, this guy can really knock himself out. So, you are Marine? Entering between Tana. Zoro's jaw dropped to the ground on average every 10 steps. Of course, it's not his fault. Except for Luo Lan, even Tina couldn't escape a similar fate for the first time. After all, it's like traveling from one world to another. I simply cannot understand how this monster could exist. After settling in, Zoro heard about his origins from Luo Lan. Marine Branch 157. So, these people in this ship, are they all from Marine? Yes, we are indeed Marine. No, to be precise. We are a group of forgotten Marines. The headquarters will not care about us, and what we do will not be reported to the headquarters. Well, it doesn't matter where you come from. I only care about one thing. Zoro spread his hands. Indeed, Zoro doesn't care whether it's a Marine or a pirate. I know, Kendo, right? That's right. Then let me ask you first. How much did Koshiro tell you about the realm of Kendo? From apprentice to swordsman, and then to swordsman. Wait, do you know my master? Reacts suddenly. Zoro's eyes widened. Do you still know my master? Zoro's eyes widened. But it was obvious that he was overthinking this. No, I just know him, but I haven't seen him. That's it. Okay. As for the swordsman queen, has Koshiro told you? No. Zoro shook his head. Not to mention after the swordsman, even the swordsman, my teacher only mentioned it briefly, without going into too much detail. That's it. Then let me tell you briefly. First the apprentice, then the swordsman, you already know these, and after the swordsman. Is the swordsman. In the apprenticeship stage, you basically practice the basics. After passing this stage, you can start to learn various derivative sword moves. As for swordsman, there is a rigid standard, and that is to cut iron. When you can do this, you will have half a foot in the realm of swordsman. And if you want to completely enter the realm of swordsman, you also need to control the sword energy and be able to use the sword energy as the basis to release flying slashes. Only by doing this can you be considered a true swordsman. Flying slash. It was a term Zoro had never heard of before. However, he recalled that, when he was a child, he happened to see the sword that his master and Shiro made in the woods late at night. A white light flashed past and spread in a fan shape in front of it. All the trees in the area of dozens of meters were cut off. Now that I think about it, is this the flying slash that Luo Lan mentioned? What about Queen Swordsman? Zoro has become interested. After all, these were things he had never heard of before. After the swordsman, you are the great swordsman, and your target, Hawkeye, is to be a great swordsman, and at the same time, he is at the top of all the great swordsmen. As for the difference between a great swordsman and a great swordsman, it actually involves sword intent. To give a simple example, the swordsman's flying slash is just a slash, while the great swordsman's flying slash. Not only is the sword energy more condensed and more powerful, it can also be used to control the sword energy more perfectly through the sword's will. It can even transform the sword energy into shape. More specifically, when you go to my place, you will naturally have a place to learn. After all, I'm not a swordsman. That's all I know. Behind the swordsman, is there a great swordsman? Good guy, today is an eye-opener. A great swordsman. One day, I will achieve it. As for the position of Hawkeye, I will definitely take it. Zoro made another vow in his heart. Luo Lan stood up and patted his shoulder. Then, walked out of the room. Luo Lan could only say this much about the way of swordsmanship. No matter how many words there are, Luo Lan will not understand them, and will only mislead others. Let Zoro go to the Supermarine Academy to further his studies after returning to Branch 157. Kendo and martial arts. Which one is the strongest? Luo Lan didn't know, but he knew a little. No matter it is swordsmanship or martial arts, it cannot compare to the heat weapon. If a nuclear bomb is dropped on you, you will be killed whether you are 4 emperors or M. It's that simple. Of course, Luo Lan can't make this thing yet. As for whether it can be built with the help of the system in the future, Luo Lan is also unsure. But even if there are no nuclear bombs, it does not mean that other thermal weapons are garbage. On the contrary, a hot weapon that can kill the strongest men in the pirate world. There are just too many. Another few days passed. Although the buggy pirates were not found, the pirates in that sea area, what a bad luck, got cleaned up. Tana, the flagship of Branch 157, also came to the edge of the prosperous area again. And, at the same time, a medium-sized sailing ship also entered the prosperous circle of the East Dacia Sea from the desolate sea area. On the bow deck of the ship, a woman was lying on the side of the ship with a cigarette in her mouth. A gust of sea breeze blew by, and Baby Five's face was full of sadness. Just before she set off, her fiancé died again. Why say again? Because this is already her 58th fiancé. Like the previous 57, he was killed by Doflamingo less than a day after proposing to him. No, after returning this time, I must successfully assassinate Doflamingo. Baby Five couldn't help but make up his mind. At this moment, she didn't know that a dragnet had been laid less than 5 nautical miles ahead of her. Just wait for her to get in. At the same time, Tana had risen to the surface. The original ejection platform was filled with sailors wearing Black King's landing uniforms. Moreover, even Ian appeared here. Ian, do you remember what I said? No, Colonel, really do this? There was some hesitation on Ian's face. Why? You are asked to PR *SD *Uda, a long-legged beauty for nothing, and you still don't want to? That's not what I meant. It's just, she's a pirate after all. Don't worry. You have read the information. She has never committed any burning, killing, or looting. The most important thing is that when Baby Five reaches adulthood, Doflamingo will already be a Shichibukai. In other words, she has never had a fight with Marine. Luolan explained, if he really killed civilians or Marines, even beautiful women, Luolan would not show mercy. This can be regarded as Baby Five's good luck. When Doflamingo and Marine were hostile, Baby Five was just a little girl. Didn't get involved. When he grew up, Doflamingo became Shichibukai. There's no need to fight Marine. Okay, but wouldn't it be too despicable to use a weakness in character to get her? Oh, let me go. Luolan directly covered her forehead. I'm not going to go around Ian anymore. Let me ask you again. Do you want Baby Five to be your wife? If you want, just do as I say. If not, I'll kill her in a minute. Find you a beautiful wife and give me this and that. Did I give you face? The next moment, Ian's expression was a little awkward. Colonel, you said she has never killed civilians or sailors. Wouldn't it be a bad idea to just kill her? No. In order to save her, I am willing to sacrifice myself, even if lifetime. Hearing this, everyone around them rolled their eyes. All right, now Luolan could see clearly. This guy Ian is really both upright and upright. Then he ignored him. Sister Tina, after we get on the boat, give Baby Five to Ian, and we will lead people to quickly capture the entire ship. Tina understands, but is that guy really good? Tina showed a hint of disdain. It was actually Ian's performance just now that was a bit too much. Don't worry, I've already given him the killer line. Unless he remembers the lines wrong, there's no chance of failure. Luolan was very confident. Get started. Baby Five is so beautiful. You think if I propose marriage, will she agree? A pirate looked at the back of Baby Five on the bow of the ship, and his 2 eyeballs had completely turned into the shape of hearts. These words shocked the other pirate. You don't want a life. Do you know that anyone who proposes to Mr. Baby Five will not survive a day? No, you have to stay away from this guy. Otherwise, he will be easily affected. As he spoke, the pirate took 2 steps to the side. What are you afraid of? We are not a Dressrosa now. Even if we die, we can still be romantic for a few months. Hearing what his companion said, the pirate who was moving away couldn't help but extend his thumb. You. So cool. But he didn't have time to say anything. There was a pain in the back of his neck, and his whole body went limp. Fortunately, a strong arm caught him and placed him gently on the ground. It's not just him. Another pirate who dreamed of proposing to Baby Five met the same fate. All this, no one discovered. It's not that you can't attack by force, but Luo didn't want to give anyone on the ship a chance to contact the outside world. Ian, Sister Tina, and I will take people to the cabin next, and you'll stay here to guard it. Once there's a commotion down there and Baby 5 starts taking action, the next step will be your mission. You still remember that killer line, right? Hearing this, Ian nodded. Luo waved his hand, and together with Tina and others, they quietly entered the cabin. After everyone leaves, Ian hid on the side, looking straight at the back on the bow deck. A silly smile appeared. The operation in the cabin went smoothly. Except for the slave-holding cabin at the bottom, all other cabins have been cleared. Didn't cause any movement. But on Ian's side, the situation has changed. After Baby 5 had enough of the sea breeze, he turned around and walked towards the cabin. Seeing this, Ian also put away his silly smile and got down to business. He stood directly in front of Baby 5. Who are you? Why don't I remember that you were on the ship? Aye. Obviously, Luo had already told Ian the killer line, and it was just a few simple words. But unfortunately, at this moment, Ian was blushing and couldn't speak at all. If Luo were here right now, she would have to go up and kick him. What a shame. The next moment, a black sickle was placed on Ian's neck. When Ian came back to his senses, he discovered that the huge black scythe was actually transformed from Baby 5's right leg. And Baby 5 just kept the high-kicking posture. These legs of my future wife. It's really long. Ian even drooled. But soon, Baby 5's next words made him wake up completely. Don't tell me. Then it goes without saying. Immediately, the black sickle, transformed from Baby 5's right leg, was pointed towards Ian's neck. Get moving. I need you. What? At this moment, Baby 5 felt like someone had cast a body-holding spell. The body froze instantly, motionless. The black sickle is only 0.01 millimeters away from Ian's neck. You said, you need me? Yes, I need you. Please marry me. The black scythe placed on the neck slowly transformed into Baby 5's attractive long legs. Get married. When two blushes appeared directly on Baby 5's cheeks. Ian was stunned for a moment. Although Luo told herself that this was a surefire line. But is this effect actually that good? I have been single for more than 20 years, and I never knew that women were so easy to pursue. Wait for a while. Today, can't you? Ian was stunned for a moment. Are you in such a hurry? Sure. However, before Ian could reply, Luo's voice suddenly sounded. Only then did Ian and Baby 5 discover that Luo and Tina were walking out of the cabin. Today, right here, right now. Luo added again. At this moment, Baby 5 sees no other tasks. He didn't care at all who Luo was or how he came out of the cabin. She only cares about when she can get married to the man in front of her. On the other side, Tina was stunned, although he knew the tasks assigned to Ian by Luo. But I followed Ron down for a few minutes, and when I came back, Ian and Baby 5 are already talking about marriage. This is simply outrageous. Damn, it's outrageous. Gate of opening, is it so outrageous? Therefore, Luo, who had been prepared, immediately sent people back to the small submarine and sent the prepared things aboard. Under one pass arrangement. That jubilant atmosphere came out immediately. After a simple ceremony, the two were sent into the newly decorated bridal chamber. All things done, call it day. The next day, after transferring all the slaves to Tana and giving Ian a good beating, Luo and Tina began their return voyage. What, you ask? Why did you beat up Ian? Who told this guy to get up and take Baby 5 everywhere to show off his affection? Once the show started, it was endless and couldn't stop at all. The key is this guy's expression, not to mention how vulgar it is. Luo couldn't bear it, so she beat him up. Luo, if you pry away Doflamingo's people like this, I'm afraid he won't let it go. Tana Bridge. Tina was a little worried. However, Luo didn't care at all. First of all, it will probably take a few days until the news of the slave ship being hijacked reaches Doflamingo. Secondly, if he wants to arrange for someone to come over and investigate, it will take nearly a month. After all, from New World to the East Asia Sea, TSK Tisk. Not to mention, he won't be able to find us in a short time. Even if it is discovered in the future, I'm afraid it will take several months. We were afraid of Doflamingo then? Hearing this, Tina nodded. This is indeed the case, with their current strength increasing speed. After a few months, I really wasn't afraid of Doflamingo anymore. However, Doflamingo will definitely send people to the East Asia Sea to investigate next. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to continue taking action. It's okay. When we get back, we'll change the smoker and go out, to South Blue. Luo Lan waved her hand, still not caring. In his view, it's okay for you to come all the way to investigate the East Asia Sea. I'll stop here in the East Asia Sea and continue to do it if it's difficult. Wait until you track down South Blue. Sorry, South Blue is finished. Please check it slowly. Next we'll go to West Blue. After West Blue, go to North Blue. Well, there's also the Grand Line, which you can also go to. In short, relying on Tana's 50-knot speed, you will always be chasing behind you, or the kind that even death can't catch up with. Ian, do you still want to do this? If you don't want to do it, get out of here right now. Inside the office, Luo Lan roared loudly. It has been 3 days since I returned to the branch. Luo Lan already regretted it at this moment. You say okay, then go ahead and send a wife to this guy Ian. As a result, after having a wife, Ian immediately changed into a different person. Apart from sleeping, I spend 90% of the rest of my time hanging out with baby 5. No, even when sleeping, the two of them are stuck together. But now, it's even more than this. Even when he comes to the office to see him, it's just two people sticking together and coming together. Luo Lan raised her hand to cover her forehead, feeling a headache. No, this kid must be treated. Tomorrow Smoker will take the 2nd Brigade of King's Landing to sea. You go with him. Yes, Colonel. Well, baby 5 will stay and let her study with Silas for a while. No, X2. Bang. No, it has to be okay. That's it. Let's get out. A slap hit the table hard. Luo Lan shouted loudly. Speaking of which, if baby 5's fruit ability is matched with the training of Branch 157, it will definitely be ridiculously strong. After all, she usually transforms into cold weapons or some simple hot weapons. After all, I'm also suffering from lack of knowledge. After all, for the weapon she wants to conjure, she must first understand the structure of the weapon. If you can learn this from Silas. From now on, the left hand will be used for close-range defense, the right hand will be used to fire missiles, and there'll be a big Ivan on top of the head. Just ask who else. So, knowledge is a good thing. You can't learn to suffer losses or be fooled. Blue brew brew. Not long after Luo Lan kicked them out and closed the door, the phone bug thought about it. I am Luo Lan. Colonel, this is the intelligence department. The ship we arranged to pick up people in Ziliuobu village just now reported that the target wanted to take one more person with him. Bring one more person. Who? A 15-year-old child named Usopp. Our people have investigated his background in Sila village. His father's name is Jesus Boo. He went to sea very early and became a pirate. And we highly suspect that this Jesus Boo is the 4 Emperors, the red-haired chief sniper. No doubt it's him. Hiss. After hearing Luo Lan's confirmation, a gasp came from the phone. Obviously, this result still frightened the person on the opposite side. That involves the 4 Emperors. Colonel, that man. It's okay. Let's inform Ziliuobu village, and we can bring him back. Clear. Usopp. After hanging up the phone, Luo Lan leaned back in her chair. Speaking of which, when I went to Ziliuobu village, I really forgot about this guy. In fact, Luo Lan has never been able to understand these characters in the pirate world. Jesus abandoned his wife and son in order to become pirate. When his wife was seriously ill, this guy was probably having a party with Shanks and laughing nonstop. But the result? Usopp worships Jesus cloth without any brain. Good guy, Luo Lan really can't understand. So this person can use it, but before using it, you must first educate yourself. Otherwise, even if you come here, you will have to work as a handyman for the rest of your life. But then again, why would Mary suddenly want to take Usopp with him? If he guessed correctly, Usopp probably took the initiative to find Mary. Just what is the purpose of doing this? Kaya. Thinking of Kaya, Luo Lan also picked up the justice coat and walked out of the office. Branch 157, Marine Hospital. Although it is only a two-story building, it occupies a large area, coupled with powerful architectural features and more than 20 professional doctors from a system. The level of treatment here is not bad at all. A moment later, Luo Lan walked into a ward. Inside, the doctor was doing routine rounds, asking the girl on the bed some questions. Kaya, how are you today? Brother Luo Lan. Colonel, hear Luo Lan's voice. Kaya, and the doctor responded. I feel completely healed. What? It's completely healed? Luo Lan was stunned. It only takes 3 days to make a full plan. Although I haven't returned to the branch for more than 10 days and have been busy dealing with various things and spending the rest of my time practicing crazily, I haven't paid much attention to the situation on Kaya's side. But it was cured in 3 days? This shouldn't be possible. Kaya, don't be brave. You have to be well before you could be discharged from the hospital. Do you understand? Brother Luo Lan, I'm really fine. If you don't believe me, ask Dean Alson. Kaya's angry look is very cute. Luo Lan turned to look at Orson. Ozan, A-level talent. Loyalty, 100 permanently locked. Professional field, medical. Orson is not an ordinary doctor, but the director of Marine Hospital. Before I can afford S-level talents. Grade A, that's definitely the ceiling. Moreover, according to Luo Lan's judgment, A-level talents are already comparable to the top in this world. In other words, Orson's medical level is definitely at the ceiling level in the world of pirates. Of course, in some areas of the pirate world, there are talents who exceed the ceiling level, such as scientific research field. Vegapunk is in existence beyond the ceiling and is on the same level as Silas. Colonel, Miss Kaya's problem is actually caused by nature. First body, yes, and it's most likely due to premature birth. It's because premature birth leads to a congenitally weak constitution, general weakness, physical exhaustion, and vulnerability to illness, etc., right? We Luo Lan are also knowledgeable. Although I have never studied medicine, I have heard of congenital physical weakness caused by premature birth in my previous life. Yes, as the colonel said, it is actually not difficult to get treatment in this world, and there are several methods. First of all, the simplest and most direct way is to give Miss Kaya a devil fruit, preferably an animal type. Although other types are also possible, except for the animal type, other types will not directly enhance the body after being eaten. So if you want to achieve the best effect, the animal type is more suitable. Secondly, you can strengthen your body through physical exercise and slowly reverse the problem of innate weak constitution. This method is more troublesome. One is that it is extremely time-consuming, and the other is that a professional must be on hand to guide you. After all, given Ms. Kaya's previous situation, it is difficult for me to control the degree of exercise. The last method, which only our 157 branch can do, is don't do anything. No, what do you mean? The first two methods are quite serious, but when it comes to the third method, why did it become don't do anything? Colonel, have you forgotten what we eat in the cafeteria every day? Canteen, etc. Good guy. So what do you mean by not doing anything? That's right. What Kaya needs is to strengthen her body. But in branch 157, is it not easy to strengthen her body? Just like Orson said, don't do anything and just eat well every day. My body gradually increased. Before the increase completely expires, is still no problem for you to have a power value of about 200. You really don't have to do anything, although it was only 3 days. But Kaya's physical strength has been greatly enhanced, even far exceeding that of ordinary people. Naturally, all the problems that were there are no longer problems. When Luo Lan asked what Kaya wanted to learn in the future, the answer surprised him. According to her original thoughts, Kaya would most likely want to study medicine and become a doctor in the future. However, it may be that I have lost the experience of the next 2 years and know the root cause of my disease, so my thinking is slightly different. She wants to learn knowledge and understand the mysteries of the human body. Yes, although it still has some relationship with medicine, it is not the whole story. Rather, another profession is more suitable for her. That is, Luo Lan, I will fight with you. As soon as she walked out of the hospital, Luo Lan heard a scream. Well, you don't even have to look at it to know. This must be baby 5. After all, this woman is so awesome that I am attacked by her almost every day. The reason is also quite speechless. For example, it's already afternoon, and you still drag Ian to a meeting and don't let him go home. Another example, you actually asked Ian to work for more than 10 hours a day, which must be reduced to 1 hour a day in the future. In short, Baby 5 just doesn't like Luo Lan, and if they don't like it, they will come over and attack them. Although, it will fail every time. Explanation, why is it this time? After calmly dodging the blow, Luo Lan asked speechlessly, "You asked me why you forced a newlywed couple to stay apart for a month." Baby 5 continues to do it. Well, it turned out to be what happened in the morning. Luo Lan was completely speechless. "Let's do this. Tell me one thing, and I will promise you to go with Ian." Real. The six-barrel Gatling that the right hand had just transformed into, it changed back to its original form in less than a second. Looking at Luo Lan with surprise on his face. "Of course it's true. Okay, whatever you say, I will definitely do it. It's just a simple question. You don't have to do anything." Luo Lan shook his head. "Life paper. I know. Didn't you ask before coming here?" "I haven't." After hearing the words life paper, Baby 5 jumped in immediately. After all, before returning to branch 157, Luo Lan specifically asked her if she had ever made life paper. No, what I want to ask is, how is life paper made? Speaking of which, even if Luo Lan is a time traveler, she still doesn't know how to make this thing. After all, the pirate plot before time travel has not been mentioned. The only thing I know is that I have to use my own nails and other materials. This old lady knows. I heard that there's a very special tree growing on an island in the New World. This tree is used as material, plus the target person's nails, and mixed together to make paper. It's life paper. And the reason why I use nails instead of other parts of the body is because it will affect the manufacturing of paper. Good guy. Is this why you use fingernails? But it seems understandable. Just like making paper normally, if you throw a piece of meat into the material, you will definitely not be able to make paper in the end. But grinding your nails into powder and mixing it in will have little effect. If I understand it correctly, that's probably what it means. But if it's not difficult to make this thing, why do only the more powerful people in the New World have the paper of life? Luo Lan asked. After all, there's no one who has this thing who is not strong. The original book also said that you just need to bring your nails and go to a specialized shop to make them. In other words, there is no threshold for making life paper in the New World, and it should not be limited to the strong. Isn't it natural? Because the paper of life is essentially a lock on the same source of hockey. In other words, if you don't awaken the hockey, no one can help you make the paper of life. Domineering, so that's what it is. Hearing this, Luo Lan also understood. Why in the original work, everyone who has the paper of life is a strong man with a certain degree of strength. Isn't this nonsense? Who can awaken the domineering spirit and not be strong? And this is probably the reason why Baby 5 has no life paper. After all, she hasn't awakened her domineering energy. Let me confirm again, people who have not awakened their hockey will definitely not have life paper, right? Of course, it doesn't seem to be the case. Luo Lan was speechless. After talking for a long time, I have come to a conclusion. As a result, you told me that it doesn't seem to be the case. I heard Doflamingo say by chance before that if you pay a certain price, even people who are not domineering can actually make life paper. And this price cannot be afforded by ordinary people. It seems that it would cost at least 1 billion Baileys. As for whether it's true or not, and how it was done, I don't know. Luo Lan nodded. This news is important, but not that important. At least, I already know the normal method of making life paper. Well, if you want to make life paper, the difficulty is not the method, but the materials. That's right, it's that special tree in New World. But unfortunately, Baby 5 does not know where this tree is, and it seems to be a secret even in the entire New World. Therefore, only specialized shops can make life paper. Or there are very few materials that occasionally leak out on the black market at sky-high prices. There is no other way. If you want to ask why Luo Lan cares so much about life paper, in fact, the reason is very simple. Once this thing is used well, it will be a high-tech navigation device, or the kind of precision guidance. For example, find a way to get some of the target's nails, and then create a large number of missiles. No matter where you escape, just get on the missile. Well, the kind with zero error. Of course, these are just Luo Lan's conjectures. Whether they can be realized depends on Silas's research. However, if this kind of material cannot be obtained, then Silas will not be able to start researching it. Luo Lan, do you still have any questions? If not, can I go with Ian tomorrow? Go on, go on. It's better for you two to go to Smoker than to stay at the branch. Luo Lan waved her hand in disgust. But Baby 5 was really excited and jumped away. Although Baby 5 doesn't know where that kind of tree is, world government and Marine probably know a little bit about it. How about? He couldn't help but look up at the sky. Luo Lan was very confused. After a while, Luo Lan withdrew her eyes and shook her head helplessly. No, in a short time, it's still a bit unrealistic. Then he took out the phone bug. Blue brew brew. Here's the Crane. Aunt Crane. You brat, it's been a year. Do you finally know how to call me? Sorry, Aunt He. Luo Lan's attitude was sincere. Okay, what do you need this time? Aunt He, I want to... Stop it. I still don't know what you want to do. Hey, Aunt He knows me best. Luo Lan chuckled, remembering his days at the headquarters. Every time I take the initiative to find He, I basically ask her to help with something that is not easy to do through normal channels. Actually, I wanted to ask Aunt He if she could get some materials for making tissue paper. Life paper, what do you want this for? Crane was stunned for a moment. After all, Luo Lan was assigned to Branch 157. There are not many sailors there, and there are almost no pirates. So good, what do you need that thing for? It's nothing. I'm just bored here, and I want to do some research on that to pass the time. Are you sure you just want to kill time? Obviously. He didn't believe Luo Lan's remarks at all. Really, she knew this guy too well. I can get some stuff, but remember, you're Marine. No matter what you do, don't forget this, okay? Crane's meaningful words came from the phone. Luo Lan's heart pounded suddenly. Aunt He, could it be that he knew something? It shouldn't be possible. It's just that I'm overthinking. That's right, that's it. Aunt He, of course I remember. Don't worry. Okay, in a month at most, I'll ask Guillaume to bring you the things. Thank you, Aunt He. Luo Lan hung up the phone with satisfaction. But soon, his expression changed drastically. Guillaume-san is here to deliver the goods. I'll go. With her strength, once she gets to the island, won't she cover most of the island with her knowledge and S**X? This is really killing me. I'll make a call now and ask Aunt He to find someone else to deliver the goods. Is there any help? New World. Dressrosa. King's Heights. Dover, there was an accident on our ship to the East Asia Sea. What's going on? After hearing Torbel's words, Doflamingo's expression remained calm. As if this was an unrelated matter, he asked calmly. Baby 5 can no longer be contacted. Did someone go check it out? Our people in the East Asia Sea have been asked to check Baby 5's last contact location. The results should be available within the next few days. Toribol nodded. I'll tell you the results, Fufu. How brave you dare to touch the ship of our Don Quixote family. After Torbol left, Doflamingo showed a cold face. Murderous look, keep spreading out. 2 days later, the shipyard of Branch 157 was completed. Luo Lan purchased 1 A-level boatman, 2 B-level boatmen, 10 C-level boatmen, and 200 D-level boatmen. After spending nearly 20,000 points again, Luo Lan felt a twinge of pain. And that's not enough, because the 2 vacant characteristic slots must be plugged next. Unless you are extremely lucky, it will inevitably cost you a large amount of points. System, come out to work. Start extracting the building properties of the shipyard. Ding, extraction completed. Building feature 1, construction efficiency plus 80%. Building feature 2, finished product speed plus 80%. Construction efficiency and finished product speed? After reading the description, one is the speed of shipbuilding, and the other is the increase in speed after the finished product is built. To be honest, the second one is a bit outrageous. As for the first one, Luo Lan didn't feel much about it. I didn't see Ace Bagoo and Frankie building a medium-sized sailing ship from scratch, and also carried out fine decoration of the entire ship. Guess how long it took in total? 3 days. Only 3 days. This world, whether it is building a room or a ship, is so outrageous. The main reason is that the physical fitness of the indigenous people is too strong. Carrera's foremen are all capable of carrying the keel around. With this performance, what else can I say? Therefore, the construction speed is not very attractive to Luo Lan. System, retain building characteristics 2 and refresh building characteristics 1. Ding, 1,000 host points will be deducted, and building feature 1 has been refreshed. Building feature 1. Finished products impact resistance plus 70%. Brush again. Luo Lan refused without thinking. Defense? It would really be like being ed by a strong man in this world. Let alone a 70% increase. Even a 700% increase is useless. It just looks awesome and has a tasteless design. Ding, 1,000 host points will be deducted, and building feature 1 has been refreshed. Building feature 1. Arms carried by the finished product, range plus 100%. Range? You mean the naval gun? With this trace of doubt, Luo Lan began to check the description of the characteristics. Soon, there was a sudden light. According to the system instructions, that is, as long as the weapons launched from the ship can enjoy this bonus. Even if it's a rifle in the hands of a sailor. As long as this sailor has his feet on the deck. Good guy. I just heard Silas report. The latest sniper rifle has been developed and is ready for mass production. It uses 12.7 caliber bullets, and its accurate range can even reach more than 2 kilometers. If this was mounted on a warship, wouldn't it be possible to snipe accurately from a distance of more than 4 kilometers? Moreover, it's not that you can't hit if you're outside the precise range. It's just a test of your level. As for the maximum range, according to Silas, it can even reach more than 6 kilometers. TSK, this needs to be placed on the sea, plus a 100% range increase. That picture is so beautiful. I can't even imagine it. System, just these two, start engraving. Ding! Engraving is completed. Luo Lan nodded, with a satisfied look on his face. Next, Luo Lan brought A-level boatman Kalo to his office. Kylo, can you design a ship? It can be simple, but if it's too complicated, I can't do it. After all, I'm not good at design. Hearing this, Luo Lan also nodded. He had expected it. After all, there's a building like the Ship Design Bureau in the system. It's just that the buildings are lined up, and he hasn't built them yet. Then what if you were asked to build a ship that doesn't need to be too complicated, just big enough to hold it? If there are no other more requirements, this is quite simple. Okay, you lead everyone to build one first. How long will it take? 1 day. Kalo thought carefully, then draw conclusions based on the manpower you currently have. Luo Lan was dumbfounded. What? Luo Lan was stunned. But then I thought about it, and my requirement is that the boat is big enough, can be loaded inside, and can be driven. You don't even need to be fast. You don't even need to sail. Just install a few pairs of training wheels. Anyway, Rhode Island is only 3 nautical miles away from the windless zone, so we don't want to go anywhere else. Even if the speed is only 1 knot, it is acceptable. In this case, there are more than 200 shipwrights in the shipyard in 1 day. It seems to be enough. After all, in the original work, 2 people built a super complex boat in 3 days, and it also came with fine decoration. In comparison, the ship I requested couldn't be simpler. Colonel, there's only one question left. What's the problem? We don't have materials. Well, Luo Lan suddenly reacted. Indeed, if you don't have the materials to build such a big ship, how can you build it? There is such a big forest on the island. Can the wood in it be used? No, especially for the keel. If you use the wood from Rhode Island, both strength and toughness will not meet the requirements. If you insist on using it, the life of the ship will be greatly reduced, and it will not be able to withstand harsh sea conditions. Hearing this, Luo Lan sighed slightly. Matter. Trouble. But soon, he seemed to think of something again. Kylo, you said would affect lifespan. To what extent specifically? Well, according to my estimation, even if it is driven in a calm environment, its lifespan will only be about 1 year at most. 1 year? Do you need this boat to survive for a year? No need. Just build one first to make a transition, so that you can enter the windless zone to hunt Poseidons and bring back all their flesh and blood. Moreover, the port has the property of self-healing plus 1%. That is, it restores 1% of the ship's overall damage every day. In other words, if this ship will sink once it goes out, then it has an infinite lifespan, right? As for being unable to withstand harsh sea conditions, we are only 3 nautical miles away from the windless zone, and there is no wind in the windless zone, and there are no various bad sea conditions. Isn't this completely fine? Kalo, just use the trees on the island. You choose the right one and start cutting it down immediately. As for future needs, I'll figure out. All issues have been resolved. Luolan's heart was shattered and she ordered directly. Yes, Colonel. Luolan can indeed use this method to make some ships that are not very important. But the shipyard will manufacture warships in the future. Not to mention the steel battleship that Luolan expected. It was just a marine warship in this world. If he couldn't find suitable materials, it would be useless. The most terrible thing is that the world seems to have gone crazy. All the best materials, whether wood, ore, or otherwise, are concentrated in the Grand Line. There is nothing in the world. It is impossible for me to ask he for help with this kind of thing. After all, the amount required is too large, and it will become larger and larger in the future. How to solve it? Maybe that guy can help. After Luolan thought for a long time, she finally made up her mind. After all, although they have always relied on the black market to purchase various materials, this amount can only barely meet the previous consumption. If you want to build ships on a large scale or get some high-end materials, the previous method of purchasing from the black market secretly is no longer easy to use. After much deliberation, I could only cooperate with that person. One day later, on an uninhabited island in the East Dacia Sea, a familiar drama played out again. A news bird flying over the island was suddenly surrounded by a huge net shot from below. After falling to the ground, he was knocked unconscious before he had time to beg for mercy. After waking up, the giant net that captured him had disappeared. And on the ground, just one letter. It says, "Morgan's Kisses." The news bird immediately did not dare to slack off and flew back immediately. He had heard of it. Just 2 months ago, his colleague who was selling newspapers in the East Dacia Sea encountered a similar incident. Finally, the colleague received the award from President Morgan's. Could it be that this kind of good luck will finally fall on me? The 2 wings flapped wildly, so fast that they almost burned. At this moment, it just wants to fly back faster, even if it's just for a second. And half a day later, the letter did appear in Morgan's hands. Morgan's is very familiar with this note. I immediately rewarded him with a handful of news birds, and then I opened it and started reading. Me directly? Interesting. This is so interesting. Let me see who you really are. Another 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Sword forging workshop. It's also finished. This building is not big, and it only took 3 days to build. After giving the system the startup order from the Ship Design Bureau, Luolan began extracting architectural features. This time I was very lucky. I didn't need to refresh, and the engraving was completed directly. Building Feature 1. Finished product fit plus 50%. Building Feature 2. Finished product quality plus 80%. The first characteristic means that after the knife is forged, its compatibility with anyone will be increased by an additional 50%. As for the second one, it is simply a matter of quality improvement. In addition to the characteristics, Luolan also purchased 1A level, 3B level, and 20 apprentice level swordsmiths. Another more than 10,000 points. Luolan had to sigh again. The points were really worthless. If this continues, we will have no choice but to reach out to Nami again. After all, this little ant still has nearly 1 billion Baileys piled in her warehouse. Sato, what level of sword can you make now? Luolan asked Sato, the newly recruited A-level swordsmith. With the materials currently owned by the branch, It can only be made of ordinary quality. If you want a famous sword level, or even better, you must have better materials. Well, it's back to the material issue again. Luo Lan was also very helpless about this. Calculating the time, it's still until tomorrow when I make an appointment with Morgan's. I hope we can come to an agreement and resolve this issue by then, right? Let's do this. Sato, you first lead people to make ordinary sabers, ensuring that each of the frontline combat soldiers has one. As for better materials, I will solve it soon. Yes, Colonel. After responding, Sato immediately started F*********G with passion. That night, Tana returned to Rhode Island. Smoker started complaining as soon as he got off the boat. As soon as he arrived at South Blue, before he could do anything, Luo Lan called him back. Okay, stop scolding me there. I'm going to go to the Grand Line, and I'll get it tomorrow. I have no other choice but Tana. After I come back, you can start again. As he said this, he ignored Smoker, who was still cursing. Luo Lan entered Tana directly. A few minutes later, Tana, who just docked, is already off again. The Grand Line is only about 20 nautical miles away from the town of Magic Valley, and it deviated from the straight-line route between islands and relied on the recording pointer. A small sailing ship is parked here at the moment. It's almost time. Why haven't you come yet? On the deck, a birdman was pacing back and forth anxiously. Because he ate the bird fruit, the albatross-shaped devil fruit. Morgan's has the characteristics of an albatross all over his body. There is no better way to describe it than in one sentence, that is, albatross in human form. However, at this time, the ship rocked unnaturally, and Morgan's rushed to the side to take a look. I saw a monster-like, huge steel behemoth gradually emerging from the sea. What the hell is that? Damn it. Why didn't I bring a camera? After habitually digging into his clothes, Morgan's remembered that both parties had agreed not to bring anything that could be photographed, whether it's a camera or something like a surveillance phone bug. Otherwise, how could he not have it in his clothes when he carries a camera with him 24 hours a day? You guys, if something goes wrong, take me to the sky immediately. Do you understand? Not knowing whether it was friend or foe, Morgan's shouted orders. The 7 or 8 newsbirds on the side were also nodding their heads. Even though Morgan's looks like a bird, he actually can't fly at all. The pair of bird wings behind you. It's just like a decoration. Finally, when the metal monster completely surfaced, a hatch on its back was quickly opened. Hey, you're Morgan's, right? You are such a good person. A white suit with a black coat. The words Junlin are engraved on his back. If not Luo Lan, who else could it be? Of course, Luo Lan was wearing a mask at the moment, so Morgan's couldn't see his face. But for some reason, Mogos felt that this masked man seemed a little familiar. Are you the one who sent me the message? Yes, it's not convenient to talk here. I wonder if President Morgan's dares to come in with me. Luo Lan pointed below, at the open hatch. You really let me in? Then, I'm really here. There was no hesitation or fear at all. Morgan's was even a little impatient, with the words, "Let me in soon," written all over his face. Such a big metal thing. I have never heard of it. After entering for a while, you have to take a good look. The only pity is that I didn't bring my camera. Otherwise, I have to take pictures of this thing inside and out. The excited Morgans jumped directly onto Tana, and then followed Luo Lan into the ship. Hatch cover. It snapped shut. Tana began to dive. On the sailing ship, the sailors and newsbirds were all messed up in the wind. Follow Luo Lan all the way. Morgan's met a lot of people. All of these people were wearing the same uniform. The style is somewhat similar to Marine, but the color is black. In fact, if you really want to say it, the style of Luo Lan's Cloak of King's Landing is similar to Marine's Cloak of Justice. It's just that the colors are different, and one is Justice and the other is King. For a moment, Morgan's was a little suspicious. Was this secretly created by Marine? But soon, he rejected this idea, because this is impossible. Even Vegapunk couldn't build such a huge metal monster, especially along the way, the various installations in the aisles, and the glowing screens on the walls. It simply has nothing to do with this world. Finally, I walked inside the ship for almost 2 minutes. The two finally entered a conference room. Can you tell me who you are? Of course, if it's inconvenient, Just pretend it's okay with me. As soon as I sat down, Morgans couldn't help but speak immediately. There's nothing bad to say. Our organization is called King's Landing. King's Landing. Few people in the sea dare to shout these two words. Even the 4 sea emperors dare not say that they rule the sea. This organization called King's Landing has quite a lot of ambitions. Morgans thought to himself as he took out a small notebook and kept recording. Morgans, I don't want to waste time. Please read these 2 pieces of information first. The 2 information packets were pushed directly in front of Morgans. Morgans put down his notebook and pen, picked up one of the document bags, opened it, and looked at it. A few minutes later, picked up another document bag again. A few minutes later, Morgans suddenly raised his head, his face full of disbelief. Are these all true? Yes, are you interested? Interested. I'm very interested. How about I make an offer? Morgan's face was filled with excitement. For him, reporting news is the greatest joy in life. The 2 pieces of information given by Luo Lan were enough for him to speculate back and forth for a month. And it's the kind of content that's extremely popular. Don't worry, I still have a lot of information that is similar to these 2, or even more exciting. I can provide you with all these, but we still need to have a good discussion on how to cooperate. Luo Lan leaned on the back of the chair and crossed her legs. It seemed like there was no rush at all. How about I buy out all the news at twice the highest market price? Luo Lan shook his head. 3 times. Luo Lan still shook his head. 4 times? No, 5 times. No matter how high it is, forget it. The price was directly given to 5 times the highest price in the industry. But is this Bailey what Luo Lan wants? Definitely not. Morgans, the price can be as you said, but the payment method needs to be changed. How to change it, tell me. I don't want cash, I want these. With that said, Luo Lan pushed over another piece of information. Hundreds of materials are recorded on it, and the price of each material is noted. I want these things. After each transaction, I need to exchange the Part 1 deserve into the corresponding materials and then transport them to the place I designate. In addition to using raw materials instead of cash, if I have more needs, you will also have to help me purchase additional items. Of course, I will pay for the extra part. After finishing speaking, Luo Lan just looked at it. Let Morgans digest it slowly. Yes, but I have to take 30%. After all, I help you raise money from the black market, plus transportation, etc., all of which require money. And there is a lot of it. Well, 30%. I agree. Luo Lan nodded. You know, Branch 157 has been buying things on the black market or dealing with stolen goods for more than a year. So, I understand these very well. 30% is quite conscientious. Okay, now that the conditions have been negotiated, can you tell me how much information of this magnitude you have in hand? Is it this level? There should still be 1 or 200 copies. 1 or 200 copies. Morgans was stunned. Do you want to be that exaggerated? What is the concept of 1 or 200 copies? Morgans estimated that even if he produced 3 items every month, it would be enough to keep the world's hottest products popular for several years. His position in the press will no longer be shaken. Look at the 2 pieces of information in your hands. One is about a little-known pirate in the Whitebeard Pirates. But the information actually said that he could leave scars on the face of red-haired Shanks, and that the red-haired man was not careless at the time. More importantly, it was actually said that this guy had a special body structure and could eat 2 different devil fruits at the same time, becoming a dual fruit ability user. The other piece of information was even more exaggerated. He actually said that the red-haired man had been to the East Daxia Sea and then took advantage of Garp's absence to crazily teach his grandson about the pirate market. Even in order to achieve the best effect, the red hair did not hesitate to block an arm on it. Boy, every one of these news will break out, and it's still the kind that will continue to explode for a long time. And Luo Lan also said before that he has something more powerful than this level. Of course, I can't give you everything at once. For the first time, I will give you 10 pieces of information. With that said, Luo Lan handed over another stack of information packets, 8 in total. Adding the previous 2 servings, it is exactly 10 servings. Every month from now on, I will give you 3 copies. How to report, which one to report first. I will not interfere in these. Once I find out that you leak my information, the cooperation will be suspended immediately. After hearing this, Morgans nodded slightly. After all, even if it were all given to him at once, it would be impossible for the World Economic News to publish it all. It is most appropriate to use 2 or 3 servings per month. Furthermore, giving myself 10 copies for the first time means that I have a choice when using these messages. Rather than what the other party gives you every month, you can only reimburse yourself. So, no problem at all. Isn't it just to protect the informant's information? Don't tell me that I don't even know who you are, even if I do. I have never disclosed informant information, even if the world government puts pressure on me. Morgan said it very confidently. Luo Lan also believes this, not that he really won't betray her, but as long as the benefits he gives are large enough, Morgans will not betray him. So, what is the best interest for the Morgans? Naturally, there are all kinds of news that can make him write explosive news. And what Luo Lan can provide Morgans. It is this level of news, not just 1 or 2. Therefore, as long as Luo Lan still has information to provide, Morgans will never betray. As for helping Luo Lan raise various things, for Morgans, this is really not a problem. After all, this guy himself is one of the emperors of the underground world of the pirate world. The matter is over. Both parties are very satisfied. Morgans can't wait to return and go back to do some close-ups. Oh no, on the way back, this guy was already writing furiously in the cabin. 2 days later, Luo Lan returned to branch 157. After handing Tana to Smoker, he boarded another ship in the port. This is a very strange ship. There is no superstructure, not even sails. In the lower cabin, there are also no cabins for eating, sleeping, etc. Some are just empty warehouses one after another. The overall length is 183 meters and the width is 47 meters. In this era, Duo is a Big Mac. Set off. Following Luo Lan's order, 3 huge power wheels were deployed on both sides of the ship. It slowly turned. If you look inside the ship now, you will find dozens of sailors were divided into 6 groups, surrounding something similar to a millstone. Let's push forward together. Although this thing is super heavy to push. But for Luo Lan sailors, whose Tao power values all reached around 200, it really wasn't a problem. After a while, this strange ship without sails reached a speed of 5 knots. This speed is much better than what Luo Lan originally requested. About 3 hours later, the ship has penetrated nearly 10 nautical miles into the windless zone. Along the way, there were several Poseidon attacks, but without exception, they were either beaten away by Luo Lan or knocked unconscious. It's not that Luo Lan can't kill those Poseidons, but it's just that there's no need. After all, Poseidon species are such a precious resource and should be hunted in a controlled manner. Unless you want to target, you won't kill if you can. Keep it until it gets fattened up later. According to what Sister Tina said, after entering the windless zone for more than 10 or 20 nautical miles, the number of Poseidons above 500 meters gradually began to increase. Then let's take a look here first. Send the order, stop the ship. With a wave of his right hand, Luo Lan gave the order. Yes, Colonel. Soon, the 6 pairs of power wheels stopped rotating and were retracted. The speed of the ship also slowed down little by little and finally stopped completely. Luo Lan stood at the bow of the ship and started to activate his S*X act. Instantly, with oneself as the center, all spaces within a radius of 1 kilometer are perceived. Speaking of which, it is impossible to have such a wide range of sights and sounds just after awakening. But because of the relationship between Luo Lan and his 2 lives, Luo Lan's mental strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. Maybe this won't be helpful when using armed colors, but seeing and hearing colors. The increase is too great. Moreover, this range is still growing rapidly with Luo Lan's daily practice. And the growth rate is getting faster and faster. In Luo Lan's perception, another Poseidon has broken into its own perception circle. But Luolan was not very satisfied, because this Poseidon is too small. It's only about 200 meters long. But just when Luolan started to shake his head, another Poseidon broke into the perception circle. But it still doesn't meet the conditions, with a body size of just over 300 meters. The distance of 1 kilometer may be a bit far for humans. But for the Poseidon class, that doesn't count as distance at all, not even as long as some older Poseidons. Therefore, Luolan was already ready to take action, just waiting for the 2 Poseidons to jump out of the water in a few seconds. At that time, he would directly take action and knock him unconscious. But at this moment, the 2 Poseidons that were heading towards Luolan suddenly changed their direction, and he was accelerating like crazy. It was like running away with all his strength, as if he had encountered something terrible. About 10 seconds later, in Luolan's perception, a huge creature, suddenly he entered his own perception circle. This is good guy, although I can only sense part of it. It is at least 700 to 800 meters long. The prey is finally here. It was less than 100 meters away from the bow of the ship. A Poseidon bursts out of the sea. The part above the sea alone is almost 400 meters long. The total length is estimated to be between 800 to 900 meters. It was actually grown in ancient times. Luolan was slightly surprised when she saw this Poseidon clearly. Although many people know that there are ancient varieties of devil fruit, few people know about it. The strength of the Poseidon class is not only related to its size, but also related to its type. Basically, as long as there is a species that exists in this world or has existed in the past, you can find it from the Poseidon class. For example, common pigs, cows, sheep, rabbits, etc. Or relatively rare ones, such as tigers, lions, leopards, etc. Of course, there are even rarer ones. That is, they're extinct long ago and are only species that once existed. Just like this one in front of you. Saber-toothed tiger. That's right, those long fangs plus some tiger characteristics. It is undoubtedly the saber-toothed tiger. With the same body size, those Poseidons in the form of lions and tigers are definitely stronger than those of cattle and sheep. And those of the ancient type must be stronger than lions and tigers. In other words, this 800 to 900 meter Poseidon is definitely the most powerful Poseidon at this level. It may even be stronger than some Poseidons that are above the 1,000-meter level. Just because he is an ancient type, a Poseidon type in the form of a saber-toothed tiger. He took a look at the big ship below and the little ones on the ship. The Poseidon in the form of a saber-toothed tiger didn't take it seriously at all and pounced on it with its mouth wide open. However, the faster you come, the faster you go back. Luolan jumped up and whipped the big guy, kicking him out and slamming him into the sea. What, you're dead now? You said you were very strong? Luolan's eyes widened when she saw that Poseidon-like life could no longer be sensed. Well, the last time I came to hunt Poseidons, I only had a few hundred power points, and when I set out a few days ago, I had already measured more than 2,600. It is estimated to be almost 3,000 now. It seems reasonable to beat an 800 or 900 meter level Poseidon to death with one punch. Even the so-called ancient species. Don't be stunned. Start work soon. If it takes too long, dozens or hundreds of them might come to snatch the food. Luolan shouted, and the hundreds of sailors who were stunned on the deck immediately took action. One by one, they jumped onto the Poseidon class and started cutting. With a few swipes, a 1-meter square piece of flesh and blood was cut off. Then a sailor picked it up, tossed it, and threw it to the deck of a ship dozens of meters away. Afterwards, the sailors who stayed on the deck quickly sent it into the cargo warehouses on the lower level. The power value has increased to about 201 by 1, and the work becomes more efficient. This efficiency has improved at least 10 times compared to the last time. Looking at the heated scene, Luolan nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, keep the scope of the information wide open to prevent other Poseidon types from appearing to snatch the loot. An hour later, under the busy work of everyone, about a quarter of the flesh and blood of the Poseidon was loaded onto the ship. Not only the lower warehouse, but also the deck was full. At the same time, The two teeth, which were more than 30 meters long, were also lying on the deck at this moment, occupying a lot of space. Luolan had to sigh. This ship, still too small. As for the remaining flesh and blood, it can only be left here to save money for other Poseidon types. Anyway, now that the effects are limited, these should be enough for everyone. The effects of taking it completely wore off. Return. Yes, Colonel. The 6 auxiliary power wheels re-expanded and started to rotate slowly. With a boat full of loot, we started our return journey. Due to severe overloading, although it only took 3 hours to arrive, the return trip, but it took a full 7 hours. The speed is only a little over 2 knots. Even along the way, the hull continued to make overwhelming sounds, which really made Luolan sweat. Back at the port, a level boatman Kalo and a level swordsmith Sato were already waiting here after receiving the news. Kalo was simply stunned. Colonel, do you really dare to let this ship haul so many things? If I'm not wrong, the keel will probably be cracked. No one knows this ship better than Kalo. It definitely cannot withstand any big movements. It can only float on the water and then drive in a place without strong winds and waves. As a result, you filled the warehouse completely, and there were hills piled up on the deck. It's a miracle that it didn't sink. Luolan was also a little embarrassed when Kailuo saw her, so she raised her head and scratched her head. At that time, I completely forgot about this incident. But it's okay. The cracked keel problem can be repaired automatically at 1% per day when parked in the port. For other problems, just let Kailuo arrange for repairs. After arranging Kalo, Luolan looked at Sato. Sato, do you see those 2 Poseidon-like fangs above? Yes, Colonel. Well, I tried it before. It's harder than steel. Do you think it could be used to forge swords? It's hard to say. I have to take a look first. Good. Luolan nodded. I brought these 2 fangs back just to see if I could use them. If it doesn't work, that's okay. Soon, Sato came to one of the fangs. He used a magnifying glass to look at it, and then tapped it there a few times. What toss-up? Colonel, I did some preliminary research, and it should be possible. We still need to try it to know for sure. There was a hint of eagerness in Sato's eyes. Bai Luolan also smiled and nodded, letting him handle it by himself, and he left 30 sailors to be responsible for transporting it. 2 days later, early morning, on the school field, Ace and Zoro were arguing about who was stronger, martial arts or kendo. He was so stunned that he got into a fight. Outside the school grounds, there were hundreds of people watching the excitement. Some people are cheering for Zoro, while others are cheering for Ace. Luolan smiled bitterly and shook her head. Compared with current Zoro and Ace, the gap is really big. After all, Ace didn't participate in several operations. He has been hiding in the training center and practicing, and his power level has exceeded 1,500. And Zoro, I just came here not long ago and ate Poseidon meat for less than 10 days. The power value is about 500. Moreover, I haven't learned how to cut iron yet. Not to mention anything else. Zoro simply couldn't break the iron blocks that Ace learned. Result, it was doomed from the start. And this time, Sato ran over panting while holding a long box. Colonel, it turns out you are here. I finally found you. Look, this is the first knife we trial produced using that pair of fangs as material. Name, Bloodfawn, Bloody Teeth. Luolan opened the box. A knife lay quietly inside. The blood-red scabbard has a strange sense of beauty. Pick up the knife and slowly pull it out. At this moment, the strong blood energy suddenly dissipated. Even ordinary people can smell the smell of blood in the air at this moment. One can imagine how strong this blood energy is. The blade is overall silvery white, but there are several blood threads clinging to it, revealing a sense of enchantment. What surprised Luolan the most was that he was clearly not a swordsman and had never even learned swordsmanship. But holding this knife in his hand gave me a strange feeling. That's right, it's as if this knife has a deep connection with me, and it even feels like it's tailor-made for me. This is a very mysterious feeling. However, Luolan quickly understood why she felt like this. One of the architectural features of the sword forge. Finished product fit plus 50%. Good guy. It fits so well even when I hold it. Wouldn't it be even more awesome if it were given to that guy, Zoro? After all, that boy is surprisingly adaptable to all kinds of demon swords. And this bloody tooth, from what I have seen so far, it should be considered a type of demon sword, right? Sato, what is the level of this sword? Report to the colonel. This is what I am puzzled about. According to the quality of the material and the subsequent forging process, it is reasonable to say that it is at the highest level of a top-notch fast knife. However, after it was actually forged, it was found that it has reached the level of a great fast knife. Level. And it's still one of the better ones among the fast knives. There is a trace of confusion on Sato's face, but also a trace of excitement. As for Luo Lan, she naturally knows why this is the case. Isn't it caused by the second feature of the sword forging workshop? That's right, the quality of the finished product is plus 80%. The Blood Fong was directly increased from a peak-level good sharp knife to a top-level sharp sword. TSK. It just so happened that I felt a little bored during this competition. Zoro, Luo Lan shouted directly at the audience. The two of them had already set up their stances and were ready to fight at any time. As a result, Luo Lan had to stop after being shouted out like this. Luo Lan, what are you doing? Zoro shouted as he took the word Wado out of his mouth. His face was full of dissatisfaction. After all, it's rude to interrupt a duel. But Luo Lan doesn't care about this. Directly throw the blood tooth in his left hand, draw an arc in the air, spin at high speed, and fall toward Zoro. This knife is called Blood Fong, and it belongs to you. Zoro raised his left hand and caught the knife directly, then slowly pull out a small section of it. This feeling. If Luo Lan feels that she is somehow connected to herself when she holds a blood tooth, then Zoro felt that the knife was like a part of his body, without any feeling of holding a foreign object. It's a pity that Luo Lan couldn't directly see the compatibility data between Zoro and Blood Fong. Otherwise, he would definitely have found that the value started to rise crazily from the original 80% and finally stopped when it reached 130%. Come on, Ace. Let's compare who is stronger in your martial arts. Or, my sword is sharper. Holding the bloody tooth in his hand, Zoro became more confident. Pointing the knife at Ace, Xuanji shouted. On the sidelines, Luo Lan shook her head and turned to leave. Colonel, don't you want to read it? Sato was stunned. Now that we know the result, is there anything else to see? Is that so? Well, it has nothing to do with the sword. As long as Zoro cannot understand Zantetsu, he will never be Ace's opponent. The words fell. Luo Lan continued to walk towards the branch building. As for Sato, he quickly followed. After all, he still had something to report. Inside the office, Sato, how many knives can be made from those 2 fangs in total? Are each one as bloody as a tooth? According to estimates, all materials can be used to create at least 300 weapons. But with the quality of Blood Fong, one can be made at most. Sato answered directly. Why is that? Because the material used by Blood Fong is the innermost material of the Fong, and it is also the most perfect material. Is it because the external materials are contaminated and deteriorated? Yes. Sato nodded. Luo Lan also understood. Isn't this just like human teeth? If they're not properly maintained, the outside will slowly deteriorate. However, 2 handfuls are enough, just in time to replace those 2 garbage knives for Zoro. In this way, Zoro's 3 knives are all fast knives. As for the other 300 swords, except for Zoro, no one in the current branch is good at swordsmanship. Just give them all to the frontline Marines who join the King's Landing action team. After all, they sometimes need to change into Marine clothes for action, and they can't slack off in Rhodes 1518 style. Therefore, in addition to rifles, some better swords must also be equipped as weapons. Well, that's it. Sato, how long will it take to make all the swords? If everyone works hard to build it, it can be completed within 10 days. Okay, then 10 days. Yes, Colonel. After saluting, Sato left the office. Luo Lan walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and outside the window, it happens to be opposite the university grounds. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers had dispersed. Zoro was the only one left in the entire campus. He sat cross-legged on the ground with his bloody teeth already sheathed and placed across his legs. He looked like he had entered the zen of swordsmanship. Hey, it seems that although this kid lost, he still gained a lot. Luolan smiled. It was at this time that Zoro stood up, walked to the center of the school field, pulled out the bloody tooth again, and then he swung his sword towards the power tester in front of him. From a visual point of view, the action of this knife is not fast and even gives people a soft feeling. It seemed like it had hit something, but it didn't seem like it had hit anything. I saw Zoro slowly retracting the knife, turning around and leaving. And a few seconds later, one of the two thick iron pillars used to support the power tester turned out. A smooth cut suddenly appeared, and immediately the entire device collapsed to one side. Have you finally learned how to cut iron? Seeing this scene, Luolan showed a hint of relief. But soon, the whole face turned dark again. Picked up the phone on the table and dialed. Blue Brew Brew. This is the military police department. I am Luolan. Arrest Zoro immediately and put him in confinement for 3 days. Colonel, what is the reason for the arrest? Deliberately destroying the power tester on the campus. What? Got it. We'll go right away. Well, tell him that in addition to 3 days of confinement, his salary for the next year will be lost to compensate for maintenance costs. Yes, Colonel. Branch 157, Training Center. 20 times gravity environment. In a small single training room, a figure kept passing through. A series of afterimages were left behind. Finally, after several minutes, the countless afterimages finally coalesced and became a solid entity. Call. Luolan was covered in sweat and let out a long breath. If asked which of the 6 moves Luolan was least interested in, it would definitely be the finger gun. But when it comes to which move he is most interested in, it is definitely shaving. At the same time, shaving is also the move he practiced the most, and he even created several variations of it. For example, the shaved afterimage he used just now is one of them. Speaking of the reason for shaving, it is actually very simple. It is to use high-speed stamping on the ground dozens of times to generate explosive reaction force in 0.36 seconds to move at high speed. But how many times are dozens of times? In fact, there's a saying. Generally, when you first get started with stick-style shaving, this number is usually more than 20 times. You can barely start shaving, but the moving speed is not very fast. Some strong physical warriors in Marine can even trample 60 or 70 times in the same period of time. Like Garp, therefore, the same time of 0.36 seconds, depending on the number of pedaling, the final effect is very different. Luolan's self-created shaving afterimage not only requires at least 40 times, but also abnormally requires that he must use shaving again and again without stopping to further speed up the process. This is what finally achieves this effect. There are still many people in Marine who can fulfill the first requirement. But the second request, that's going to be difficult. Even if Garp comes, I'm afraid it won't be easy to complete. Of course, Luolan created and practiced this move crazily not to fight anyone in close combat, but combine it with your own gun fighting skills to form a new set of tactics. Phantom Gun Array. Yes, this is the name Luolan chose herself. However, this strategy is still missing the last piece of the puzzle. It is also the most important piece of the puzzle, that is, the third stage of arm dominance is released. Without this step, although the tactics are exquisite, the attack power is always insufficient. Especially when dealing with some top experts. Even though the power of bullets was amplified many times by Silas, it was still limited. At this time, armed colors are needed for amplification. According to Luolan's understanding, the cultivation of armed domineering energy is divided into 4 stages. They're the first stage, covering, the second stage, extension, the third stage, release, and the fourth stage, internal destruction. Covering is easy to understand, which is to cover a certain part of your body with armed colors, or even cover your whole body. Extension means that in addition to covering itself, it can also be extended to other things, but the premise is this thing is connected to the body. For example, the sword in your hand, the clothes on your body, etc. are all acceptable. When reaching the third stage of external release, the domineering energy can be separated from the body in a short period of time, attached to the weapon to increase the attack power, or even thrown out to attack. If it was a swordsman, it would be even more outrageous. It is also possible to attach the domineering energy to the sword energy and swing it out along with the flying slash. As for the final fourth stage, you can use your domineering energy to cause internal damage to the enemy's body. This is much more brutal than an external attack. After all, no matter how much you train your body, you will only be strong on the outside. And once someone breaks through the external defense, your internal organs, in fact, it is vulnerable. Of course, internal damage is not impossible to defend against, but if you want to prevent it, you also need to use domineering power to defend against it. To put it bluntly, the battle between top experts is actually about domineering, especially the armed color domineering. In the original novel, do you see any of the strongest men armed with weak weapons? No, not one. It's a pity that Luo Lan hasn't awakened his domineering power for long. The weapon color is still stuck in the first stage. It is basically impossible to reach the third stage in a short time. I practiced like crazy for a long time. After Luo Lan went back to the villa to clean up, she came to the branch building to handle official duties. On the desk, there's the latest issue of World Economic News. This was Luo Lan's order. From now on, every issue of the World Economic News will be sent to his office as soon as possible. Really? Did Morgans choose this material first? But yes, this guy has just been through a big incident. There is no need to directly broadcast the scandals of world government. But this matter of Shanks is more like 8 trigrams news, which is very suitable. Look at what's in the newspaper. Luo Lan opened his mouth to comment. I saw a line of big words written in the headlines on the front page of the newspaper. Surprise! The red-haired 4 emperors were severely injured by the pirates under Whitebeard's command. Except for the headlines. There are a bunch of editorials below. For example, the red hair said that I was not careless at that time. The strong man has been hiding in by Tuan for more than 20 years. What is his intention? Another example. It is rumored that Blackbeard has a special body and will become the world's first person with dual fruit abilities. Whitebeard and Blackbeard. Why are there only one word difference between their names? Is it a coincidence or... Anyway, there are all kinds of news. Some are true and some are made up by Morgans. But no matter what, the content is really exciting. After all, a little-known pirate actually left 3 scars on Shank's face. And it's not because of Shank's carelessness. This is amazing enough, okay? I guess the bite one side now. I'm afraid it will be very lively, right? Leaning back in the chair, holding the newspaper in both hands. Luo Lan enjoys her rare free time. New World. Whitebeard Pirates. Main ship. How is it possible that Teach is so powerful? I don't believe it. This guy Morgans often starts with one picture and makes up the rest, let alone he doesn't even have a picture this time. Yes, this is probably Marine's plan. I told you to stop arguing. If it's true or not, let Dad ask the red-haired one and we'll find out. The captains got into a quarrel. In the end, it was Marco who stood up and the scene became quiet. Dad, what do you think? Marco turned to look at Whitebeard. No need, the red-haired guy is already here. Whitebeard drank a large bowl of wine and then said. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads. In the distance, they saw a pirate ship heading towards them, and all the captains know the flag on the sail. It is the red-haired pirate group, one of the 4 emperors. Jaws, call Teach and ask him to be on guard against Teach before things are figured out. Marco, if you do this, Daddy, I know that if it turns out that Teach was wronged, I will personally kneel down and apologize to him. But now, it's better for Sachi to be careful. Okay, I'll contact you right away. Jaws nodded. Then he quietly left the deck and went to the lower cabin. It's just that at this moment, no one knows everything. It's already too late. Red-haired boy, put away your domineering attitude. Otherwise, seeing the red hair walking on the deck, those weak sons fell down one by one. Whitebeard was somewhat unhappy. This kid is so good at pretending. He does it every time he comes here. It seems that you can't start talking about things without stunning some people with a domineering look. His eyes narrowed slightly. It was also conquerors who released it and fought back directly. For a time, two terrifying auras intertwined, and even the deck of the Moby D***K showed some slight cracks. Although this ship is not made of Adam's wood, the material used is also extremely top-quality wood. One can imagine how intense the Conqueror's confrontation between them was. After more than 10 seconds, the two of them took back their domineering attitude in a tacit understanding. Tell me, why are you here with me? Something about Blackbeard. It's not your turn to take care of my son's affairs. Whitebeard snorted coldly. Of course, Shanks had expected such an attitude. After all, he knew this old man too well. Whitebeard, regarding Blackbeard, I wasn't planning to come to you to talk to you originally, but now that this matter has been revealed, everything is different. What do you think will happen if a guy who has been hiding under your nose for more than 20 years is suddenly exposed? According to the information I got, he seems to be following Sage to Fishman Island, right? Sachi is far from Teach's opponent, Shanks said pointedly. Whitebeard frowned deeply, although he hated to doubt his son without solid evidence. But I have to say that what Shanks said makes sense. A guy who can leave 3 scars on his face and hide it in his white mask for more than 20 years without being exposed. Whether it's strength or strategy, Sakadu is definitely no match. But this is all just speculation. As long as you haven't been beaten for a day, then you shouldn't doubt your lovely sons. At this moment, Whitebeard suddenly saw Josie running to Marco in a panic, not knowing what he was talking about. Then Marco's expression suddenly changed. Josie, what happened? What do you look like in a panic? Whitebeard shouted. Dad, Sachi. Something happened to Sachi. These things. In time, more than half a month passed without realizing it. Supermarine Academy is completed. As for the island-class propulsion device, because the project is too large, even if it is started at the same time as the Supermarine Academy, there are still more than 20 days before completion. Also completed during the same period were the Ship Design Bureau, a new villa area, and 5 dormitory buildings. The branch currently has several thousand sailors, scientific researchers, workers, etc. in total. Most of them don't have houses to live in, so they have to set up temporary tents. One is a little outrageous, and the other is a temporary tent, but it does not have the characteristics of a systematic building. In addition, there will definitely be more and more people in the future. Therefore, Luo Lan was still in the jungle and planned a large area specifically for building a residential area. Anyway, those dormitory buildings are cheap and the construction period is short. It doesn't take much time to build in large quantities. As a result, Luo Lan ordered the construction of 12 5-story C-class residential buildings in an officer's villa community. It is currently under construction in full swing. As residential buildings were completed one after another, a large number of people packed their bags and moved in happily. In addition to construction, recruitment of personnel. He almost drained Luo Lan of his points. The first is Supermarine City. The instructor that the system originally sent was simply not enough. As a last resort, Luo Lan had to purchase another A-level instructor as the chief instructor and hundreds of C-level instructors assigned to different disciplines. Originally, I wanted to use all B-level instructors, but hundreds of B-level instructors can't afford it. I had to use C-level ones to support the scene. As for the Ship Design Bureau, it is also equipped with 1 A-level talent, plus 2 B-level and 20 D-level apprentices. In short, after arranging these personnel and imprinting the characteristics of so many buildings, Luo Lan was really drained. All over the body, there were only more than 3,000 points left. Still poor. It seems it's time to get the billion Baileys from Nami's hands. Luo Lan sighed and thought about Nami again. Ship Design Bureau. Grade C. Building Feature 1. Design ability plus 50%. Architectural characteristics 2. Rigor plus 80%. Both are aimed at designers. Luo Lan is still very satisfied with this effect. And I came here today because Roy reported he has completed the design of the branch's first-generation warship. In the director's office, in addition to Roy and Luo Lan, Kalo, the foreman of the shipyard, Silas, the minister of the science department, and Tina, who had just been appointed deputy branch director by Luo Lan, were all gathered here. Colonel, the warship we designed this time is different from the past. It is made entirely of steel and uses many new technologies provided by the Ministry of Science, including full power devices, weapon systems, long-range reconnaissance systems, etc. As soon as Roy opened his mouth, the others were fine. But Tina was stunned. Wait a minute, Director Roy. Did you just say that the entire body is made of steel? Yes. Roy nodded in confirmation. But isn't it true that steel cannot adhere to water? Sure enough, this is a bit out of line for the natives of the pirate world. Luo Lan looked at Tina's disbelieving expression and seemed to smile bitterly. Colonel, is the waterline position of an empty ship and a ship full of cargo the same? Of course it's different. If there is too much cargo, the ship will sink a lot on the sea. Tina answered directly. I thought to myself, isn't this common sense? However, Roy smiled. Then, has Colonel Tina ever thought that since it will sink, why does it stop when it sinks to a certain level, instead of continuing to sink until it sinks? This, Tina doesn't know. Almost everyone knows this phenomenon, but no one has ever thought about why. That's because the weight of the water displaced by the ship on the water surface is equal to the buoyancy it can generate, and when its buoyancy is greater than the weight of the ship, then, even if the ship is made of steel, it can still float on the water. Of course, a solid iron block will definitely not work, because the same volume of water will definitely not be as heavy as the iron block, so while explaining, Roy unfolded a design drawing. This is a brand new structure, which I call a hollow structure. With this structure, we can increase the total volume of the ship, thereby displacing more water in the water to generate greater buoyancy. Tina was confused. Roy immediately interrupted. Otherwise, if you continue to listen, your eyelids will fight. Okay, in short, it means that this steel battleship can indeed float on the water, right? Yes, I'm sure of this. Hearing this, Tina also nodded and did not continue to struggle with this issue. Roy also continued to introduce. What we're going to talk about next is a new power system provided by the Ministry of Science called Cola Power System. Hearing this name, Luo Lan's mouth suddenly twitched. Good guy, you made this thing. Frankie, does he know? Cola Power System? Luo Lan, is this the Coke that Tina knows about? Tina was confused. She knows about Coke. Although I don't drink it very often, I do drink it many times when I go to restaurants to eat. But how did this thing become the driving force for the new warship? Maybe it's probably that one, right? In fact, Luo Lan really didn't know. Although he knew that the Ministry of Science had a group that specialized in researching new types of power. But I really don't know what motivates their research. Who would have thought that Frankie's co-power would be used? Silas, how efficient is this power? If it were just used for navigation, a bottle of Coke would be enough to support a large warship sailing 300 nautical miles. So much. Luo Lan was also shocked. 300 nautical miles for a bottle of Coke? So awesome. It is indeed one of the original black technologies in the pirate world. Colonel, it is still in its early stages, and there is huge room for development in the future. You mean this thing can be improved further? Yes, and there is huge room for improvement. Awesome. Luo Lan secretly gave a thumbs up. I used to think that I would go to Alabasta to see if there was any oil. But now, with this thing, we still need wool oil. Roy, keep going. Let me see what surprises you can give me later. Luo Lan was in a good mood. Yes, Colonel. Everyone should have noticed that this battleship has no sails and uses propellers instead. This is also the inspiration I got from Tana. While talking, Roy changed the design drawing. The Coca-Cola power unit generates the necessary force, and then through a series of complex mechanisms, finally drives the two sets of propellers at the bottom of the ship to rotate. How fast can it reach? This is Luo Lan's biggest concern. The design speed for cruising is 22 knots, and the maximum speed is 31 knots. What about the voyage? The power unit is maintained every 3 months and overhauled every 2 years. In addition, as long as the Coke is not exhausted, it can keep sailing. Very good. Luolan was very satisfied. Next, Roy talked for a long time. The entire ship was introduced in detail. After he finished speaking, he gave up his position to Silas. Next is the weapon aspect, in which Silas is better. Colonel, the weapons are mainly provided by the second group of our science department. The main guns are two sets of twin 180mm caliber cannons. These are also newly developed naval guns by the two groups. They have the advantages of long range and high power. As for the secondary battery, it still uses the results of the second group, 12 105mm caliber high-level dual-purpose guns. In addition, 3 groups of heavy machine guns that have just been developed over there will also be deployed in large numbers on this warship. Awesome! Luolan shouted in her heart again. Not only did they enter the age of ironclads, they even developed cannons. In addition, there are dual-purpose secondary guns and heavy machine guns. It feels like it won't be long before the Rhodes 1518, which has been equipped for just over 2 months, will be lost. Kylo, how long will it take to build one? Colonel, we have never built this kind of ship. The first batch may be a little slower. It is expected that in about a month, at most 2 ships will be started at the same time. After thinking for a while, Kylo gave a preliminary estimate. This is different from the traditional shipbuilding industry in the pirate world, which requires the cooperation of several departments to complete. After all, those power systems, control systems, and weapon systems. He can't make it. Have you done the cost accounting? Yes, Colonel. If we only calculate the material cost, each ship is about 380 million Baileys. What's so cheap? Luolan's eyes widened instantly. I don't think 3.8 is too expensive. On the contrary, it is too cheap. You know, just a medium-sized warship from the Marine headquarters. That's just a 2,000-ton sailing ship, which costs a full 100 million Baileys. And now I am building a warship that is twice the tonnage of a large warship and is made of steel. Only 380 million Baileys? Ahem, Colonel. Wood, especially the fine wood used to build warships, is more expensive than steel. Hearing this, Luolan suddenly realized. That's right. The ship of the protagonist group in the original book only uses Adam's wood for the keel and some key parts, which costs a full 300 million Baileys. This does not include other wood. After all, Aspegu and Frankie have covered all the expenses otherwise. The whole ship cannot be stopped for 500 million yuan. Although Marine's large warships are not so luxurious as to use Adam's wood, the use of it is definitely not bad. After all, if the wood is too poor, it will not be able to withstand the devastation caused by the ship's naval gunfire. If you put it this way, without those steel warships made of expensive wood, 380 million ships would be reasonable. Start construction immediately. In terms of funds, you send me a note and I will approve it. Yes, Colonel. Good guy. I originally wanted to go to Nami to collect hundreds of millions of wool for myself. As a result, before I even started, just 2 warships would cost 760 million. If I try to pick it up again, there will probably be problems with the normal operation of the branch. After all, Branch 157 supports more than 3,000 people. That's all. As for the points, you can think of other solutions yourself. That afternoon, when Silas and others took the notes signed by Luolan and asked for money, Nami was immediately furious. What? 760 million Baileys. Do you think I own a bank? I'm telling you, if you don't have Bailey, you'll lose your life. Fortunately, Tina came with a few people and took Nami aside to talk for a long time. Reluctantly, she took out a total of 760 million Baileys from the warehouse. Sister Tina, we agreed that next time Luolan comes to my place again, you have to beat him up for me. Don't worry, Tina means what she says. After hearing this, Nami finally gave the 760 million Baileys to the 3 people. Next, Rhodes Shipyard, Ship Design Bureau, Science Department, Manufacturing Department, and Intelligence Department are all busy. Various raw materials are continuously delivered to designated locations through the black market. Later, the Intelligence Department got involved and transported them to Rhode Island in batches without anyone noticing. However, Luolan forgot one important thing. Blue brew brew. In the office, the phone suddenly rang. I am Luolan. I'm almost out of the windless zone. I'll be there in 2 hours at most. Snap. Just one sentence, and then the phone hung up. Damn, how come you forgot about this? Just by listening to the voice, Luo Lan knew who it was. Lieutenant General of Marine Headquarters, Guion. And I heard that the headquarters has decided to promote her to a general candidate, and even thought of a code name. Looks like Momosaji. Luo Lan jumped up. With this woman's strength, once she uses her knowledge, she can definitely cover most of Rhode Island. By then, everything will be exposed. He picked up the phone directly and dialed. Blue Brew Brew. Who is looking for Tina? Sister Tina, it's me. What's up? Guion-san is here. Come here. Tina hasn't seen her for a long time. We just want to have tea together and catch up on old times. Luo Lan was speechless for a moment. Sister Tina, have you forgotten that the situation here cannot be exposed? Well, that seems to be the case. What should we do now? Tina reacted and asked immediately. Quickly, help me evacuate the entire branch and let them all go to the east of the island to wait. No matter how powerful Guion-san is, she can't cover there. No problem, but what about you? Me? I'll take a few sailors to dress up and then go to that shabby building outside to show off. After speaking, Luo Lan hung up the phone. I rushed out of the office directly. Quickly, take off all your clothes, tear some holes here and there, then put them on the ground and rub them back and forth a few times, and finally step on them a few times. Luo Lan shouted with several sailors. When the sailors heard this, they were confused. What does this mean? However, this was an order. Although everyone was stunned for a moment, they quickly followed it. All of them were shirtless, holding dirty and torn marine uniforms in their hands. Luo Lan checked it and was quite satisfied. Very well, put your clothes on, then take off your pants and do the same thing. Just when Luo Lan was giving all kinds of weird orders. On the other side, the entire branch also started an emergency gathering. Not just sailors, but other logistics, workers, scientific researchers, etc. Everyone is the same. Following the order, under the leadership of the ministers, we set off towards the easternmost side of the island. According to the shape of Rhodes Island, the straight line distance from Luo Lan is the furthest, let alone Gyeon, even a general. It can't be covered by sight, hearing, or color. After arranging the others, Tina also came to Luo Lan. After all, she also wants to show her face, right? Why do you look like this? Tina is shocked. Not only the sea soldier, but also Luo Lan was in tatters. Sister Tina, given this environment, how clean do you think I can be? Luo Lan pointed to the dilapidated building next to her. Well, that's really the case. It's normal to live in such an environment for a year, and it's in tatters, right? But you're all like this, then. He looked at Luo Lan and others, then looked at himself. This comparison, it's really a bit too much. Sister Tina, how about you take off all your clothes and let me take care of it for you? Get out. More than an hour later, a 5,000-ton marine, large warship arrived. Luo Lan also had to sigh. There is still something in this world. Look at the triple cannons at the front, rear, left, and right, plus the 2 rows at the bow, totaling 12 guns, and the same 2 rows at the stern, totaling 12 secondary guns. Although they are all front-loaded smoothbore cannons, they are definitely much more powerful than those sail battleships in my previous life. The warship did not dock at the dock. Well, the pier was slightly collapsed by Tina's warship before, and Luo Lan didn't repair it. Besides, even if the dock is not damaged, such a large warship cannot stop at all. They had to anchor more than 100 meters away from the coast, and then launch the boat to send people ashore. Tina, long time no see. As soon as Guion landed ashore, he quickly passed Luo Lan and said hello to Tina. It was as if Luo Lan was a transparent person. Yes, it's been more than a year. Tina nodded. In the main part, although she and Guion are not as good as best friends, they do have a good relationship. After all, there are only a few female Marines who can make it through the entire headquarters. Naturally, they all know each other and have a good relationship. Brat! At this time, Guion finally turned around, looked at Luo Lan. Hey, Sister Guion, did you bring me the things? Don't be so glib. Although, sister, he asked me to deliver something to you. If you don't give me a suitable reason, I won't give it to you. Well, you know it yourself. This woman is very difficult to deal with. Luo Lan sighed slightly. I'm just too bored to stay here and want to find something to study to kill time. Research? I give you something, can you study it and understand it? Sister Guion, don't underestimate me. Oomph. I'm not looking down on you. Vegapunk has also studied this thing. But what's the result? As for you, huh? Facing Luo Lan, Guion directly turned on the taunting mode. However, although he looked disdainful, his actions were not like that. He took out a package of things from his clothes and threw it away casually. This contains materials for 3 people. You should know how to use it, so I won't tell you. Let's go, Tina. Go sit on my boat. After throwing things to Luo Lan, Guion directly took Tina and left. After all, she also saw Luo Lan's dilapidated building. It's not a place where you can sit down and have a good chat. After the two of them boarded the boat and sailed towards the warship, Luo Lan opened the bag in his hand. I saw several pieces of bark among them, exuding a special fragrance. So, is this the material used to make life paper? What kind of tree is it? Well, none of this is important. The important thing is, a group from the science department specializes in studying genes. Let them study this thing and finally clone it and plant it in Rhode Island. This should be possible, right? Well, that's it. Of course, we have to wait until Guion leaves. After all, the entire branch has been evacuated at this moment. Large warship. Inside the room in Guion. At this moment, 2 cups of black tea on the table exuded a rich aroma. Guion, I haven't congratulated you yet. I heard that your promotion order will be issued soon. No matter how promoted or not, the military rank is still Lieutenant General. It just has the code name of Momosaji. Guion waved his hand. You're a little over-pretending. Is that a normal code name? No, that's the sign of a potential general. When the current 3 generals become vacant, you will be the next generation of Marine generals. Tina rolled her eyes at Guion and then said. But Guion still just shook his head. She knew very well that it didn't matter whether she had become a reserve general or not. The important thing was, do you have the strength of a general? Without such strength, even if there is a vacancy in the general position, she will not be able to go further. And if you have such strength, then even if you are not a candidate for general, you can still rise to the top. General, it represents Marine's face, is the pinnacle of power in this sea. Therefore, it has nothing to do with military merit or position. Whether you can get to the top depends only on your strength. But obviously, the current self, he doesn't have the strength. Okay, let's not talk about my affairs. Let's talk about what happened to that brat. And you, what's going on? Guion's expression suddenly became serious, and he stared into Tina's eyes. Asked, Tina doesn't understand what you mean. Tina's heart suddenly thumped, but he still tried hard to control his expression and asked, Tina, I have sensed it through my experience since I arrived on the island. That brat's strength, although it seems to be worse than the elite lieutenant general of our headquarters, is it not weaker than an ordinary lieutenant general? And you're just like that brat, but don't tell me that your body can grow to this extent in just 1 year. Hear this. Tina was also confused. I have awakened my sense of sight, but isn't this thing used to sense the opponent's attack and predict the opponent's next move? Could it be? When you have reached the advanced stage of your cultivation of seeing, hearing, and color, do you still have this ability? It's just a pity that he didn't ask Luo Lan. Otherwise, Luo Lan would definitely tell him. Yes, absolutely. And in addition to this, there are N kinds of special ways to play the game. However, although she was shocked, Tina quickly reacted. Guion only talked about Luo Lan and his own strength, not anything else. In other words, just as Luo Lan guessed, Guion's knowledge and color cannot cover the entire island. Nor did he notice that more than 3,000 people were evacuated to the east of the island. Okay, Luo Lan's physical problem has been solved, but he asked Tina to help keep it secret. As for Tina herself, ever since Tina awakened her domineering power, her strength has been growing rapidly. Maybe it's because of accumulation? After listening to Tina's explanation, Guion, he frowned slightly. What Tina said, Guion didn't believe a word of it, because she could tell that Tina was covering for Luo Lan. Only, What on earth is this brat doing? Tina, as long as you tell me one thing truthfully, I won't bother with the rest. Okay, you say it. Did that brat betray Marine? Guillaume is serious. Even Tina, who had been her friend for so many years, had almost never seen Guillaume with such a serious expression. No, Luo Lan did not betray Marine, nor did he do anything against justice. At this point, Tina can guarantee it. Guillaume just stared into Tina's eyes. After half a minute, he finally looked away. Okay, I won't ask any more about him, nor will I investigate. I hope. You're right. An hour later, Tina was sent back to Rhode Island. The Guillaume warship, after recovering the boat, turned around and left, heading towards the windless zone. At the same time, Crane is handling official business in his office. Blue brew brew. I'm Crane. Sister He, it's me, Guillaume. Guillaume, how's it going? He put down the document in his hand and leaned back on the chair. From what I've seen, Luo Lan's strength should be no less than that of the Lieutenant General of our headquarters. Has his physical problem been resolved? I don't know, but the strange thing is that Tina's strength has also increased dramatically, and now she is no weaker than the Lieutenant General of the headquarters. This is impossible. Suru is different from Guillaume. Guillaume has not seen Tina for a long time because he has been working as a guard in the Holy Land for a long time. But Crane, 3 months ago, she met Tina at the headquarters. At that time, although Tina had good strength, she was still an elite colonel in the headquarters, and her strength was infinitely close to that of a brigadier general. How is it possible to be promoted several times to the level of a lieutenant general in the headquarters? The improvement of strength should not be so fast. Sister He, I also know it's impossible, but that's the fact. I asked Tina. Although she was unwilling to tell Luo Lan's secret, she assured me that Luo Lan did not betray Marine or do anything against justice. I can tell from the look in her eyes that she's not lying. Inside the office, after listening to Guillaume's words, he thought for a moment. In that case, don't worry about it. Okay, it's just that Sister Luo Lan and Fleet Admiral are in such a quarrel now. Why should they hide what happened back then from him? Obviously, Guillaume nodded and agreed to deal with it this way. But suddenly, I remembered something and couldn't help but speak again. Guillaume, Sengoku had no choice but to do that. With Luo Lan's temperament, if he knew that his brother was still alive but was sent to the Holy Land, he would still. In short, we must not let him know about this. Crane gave stern instructions. Understand, it's just... What else did Guillaume want to say, but he was immediately interrupted by Crane. Originally, I thought Luo Lan could only be an ordinary person for the rest of his life. But this truth, we will hide it from him for the rest of his life. After all, we have to go to the Holy Land to seek death. But now, I'm a little unsure. Let's take a look and see what the future holds for this little guy. Can I have the strength to overturn the table? Hang up, Bug. Crane remembered what happened back then. After landing on the island, Warring States received a call. It was also on that phone call that Warring States talked to himself a lot. Based on these contents, he adjusted his deployment and rushed directly to a certain location. Finally, the man was saved from Doflamingo. Well, it's not a complete rescue, because he had completely fallen into a coma, and just when he ordered to return, 3 members of CP0 appeared, carrying orders from the 5 elders. Afterwards, the person was taken away. Neither Crane nor Warring States could stop it. The 5 elders even ordered Sengoku and he to keep it secret and declare to the public that the man was dead. After that, Luo Lan was released from the dark room of the headquarters and heard the shocking news that his brother had died. A few days after Guillaume left, Tana is back. Smoker has gained a lot this time. Not only did he bring back a lot of property, but he also brought back more than 300 people who were willing to join King's Landing. Some of them were rescued slaves, but most of them were civilians who were rescued by Smoker from pirates. They will be sent to ideological classes for a period of time before starting recruitment training. After the recruit training is over, according to Luo Lan's new rules, everyone has a chance to choose. What to choose? Choose a course you like and take the exam. Once qualified, you could be sent to the Supermarine Academy for further training. If she can graduate successfully in the future, Luo Lan promises. At least the rank of ensign will be awarded. Of course, it is not easy to get in. Now most people in the entire branch have tried, and those who pass the final exam and successfully enter the college. There are only 187 people in total. That's right, out of more than 3,000 people, only 187 pass the exam. This is because Supermarine Academy is recruiting students for the first time, and the examination questions are relatively simple. Otherwise, the number of people would be even smaller, much smaller. Speaking of which, in the Supermarine Academy, there are mainly two subjects that have the most students enrolled: shooting and kendo. Mainly, when the college was first built, instructors from various disciplines came out to perform their talents. Enrollment, don't shiver. But you have to admit, these two subjects are really cool. One sword energy was vertical and horizontal, and the other's precise kill was from 2,000 meters away. In short, many people have signed up for these two subjects. If you must ask why, it is estimated that many people will give the same answer. Because he is handsome. After all, there are other disciplines such as navigation, ship design, battleship command, etc. If you ask them to perform their talents, there's really not much to see. After Ian led more than 300 people to leave, Luo Lan also came over. Smoker, did you do everything I asked you to do? Don't worry, it's been arranged. Good. Luo Lan breathed a sigh of relief. And just a few seconds later, a figure rushed into the port. Luo Lan, you didn't steal anything, right? I haven't even gone in yet. Why are you stealing? Hearing this, Nami looked at Luo Lan's empty hands and also breathed a sigh of relief. Then looked at Smoker. Smoker, how was a harvest? There are not many Baileys, just over 30 million. Although there is a lot of property, they're all sold on the black market. It should be more than 300 million. Nami frowned deeply, because the qualification at the beginning really made her too sensitive. Not much Pele. Fortunately, the following words still made her frown relax. 300 million in stolen goods. Well, not bad. Immediately, and without hesitation, he took two of his subordinates and entered Tana in a hurry, and went to the cargo hold to take inventory. While on the dock, the ship Nami enters Tana. Luo Lan also spoke quickly. How much of the part is taken off? 360 million Baileys. Okay, it's not much, but it helps a lot. Luo Lan nodded with satisfaction. Feeling great. More than 10 days later. It was 2 days earlier than expected and took a total of 18 days. The two brand new warships have been completed. Except for Tina, who took over from Smoker and led King's Landing to the sea, almost the entire branch's top management came to the port. It is so big. Isn't it bigger than the super warships at our headquarters? Smoker sighed. You know, when he was managing Rodtown, he only had small and medium-sized warships. It is conceivable that such a warship, which is even twice the tonnage of the large warships of the headquarters, will have a strong visual impact on him. Especially the two sets of twin main guns. Although the barrels are not much thicker than the main guns on the Marine large warships, the barrels, but unusually long, much to his surprise. After all, people in this world don't have the concept of cannons yet, and they still use smoothbore cannons, which are front-loaded. Luo Lan, how far can this naval gun shoot, and how powerful is it? Also, where is the sail of this ship? Where is it hidden? The most important thing is that I discovered that this ship is actually made of steel. Smoker hasn't come back from the previous meeting, so he doesn't know the data very well. At this moment, he transformed into a curious baby and kept asking questions. According to Silas, this set of two cannons has a maximum range of 22 kilometers. Of course, the further you hit, the lower your hit rate will be. Generally, if you want to achieve an average hit rate of more than 10%, the range should not exceed 15 kilometers. What, 22 kilometers? Wait, even if the range is shortened, the hit rate is only 10%? Smoker was shocked at first, and then became contemptuous. If Luo Lan knew this, he would definitely complain like crazy. I'm talking about 15 kilometers. Do you think it's your kind of 1 to 200 meter confrontation? And this is an average hit rate of 10% without radar assistance. Isn't this high? Kylo, good job. Walking forward, Luo Lan patted Foreman Kai Luo on the shoulder. No, I can't do it alone. After all, the steel battleship cannot be completed by shipwrights alone. Kalo shook his head. If it is a wooden sailing ship, then the boatman will really wrap it up from beginning to end. Even the final decoration work can be taken care of for you. For example, Ace Baku and Frankie in the original work. But now, to be honest, a boatman just makes a hull. As for other things, other departments are responsible for manufacturing them and sending them over for installation. Their boatmen couldn't get involved at all. Okay, you're all great. But next, I want you to run in small steps. Using these two warships as a basis, we do not require a comprehensive technological iteration at once, but rather improve one part at a time and build 1 or 2 ships to try. In this way, while expanding the size of our fleet, we will verify and improve at the same time until we design a target ship that everyone is satisfied with, and then proceed to mass production. Luo Lan thought for a while, or use the successful experience of the previous life. That is, running quickly in small steps. Each batch will not produce too much, but each batch will be improved to verify the new technology. Even if there is a problem, it will only be 1 or 2. At the same time, one batch after another is produced continuously, until a target ship of a major stage appears. A batch of dumplings will be placed, and then the process will be repeated. After hearing this, Roy pondered for a long time, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, this method is really great. Yes, Colonel. Everyone came to the ship. Roy, I remember that there was no such thing in the original design, right? Luo Lan asked, pointing to the strange device erected above the island. Yes, there wasn't originally, but after the battleship was launched and outfitted, the science department came up with a new thing and asked us to put the test product on the battleship to test it. Hearing this, Luo Lan nodded. No wonder the other ship next to it didn't install this thing. It turned out to be a new thing developed by Silas, and it was still a test product. Silas, what is the use of this thing? Luo Lan turned to look at Silas. Colonel, this is the radar we developed by accident. Wait a minute, you said this thing is a radar? Luo Lan was shocked. Is it the radar I thought it was? Silas is so awesome that he has already studied Tana's radar. Colonel, although you asked me to study Tana's radar before, that thing is so much more advanced than our current technology that I won't be able to copy it for a while. Although the principles are somewhat similar, they are not the same technology. The radar we built actually uses the hockey of insight and color. Seeing and hearing? Luo Lan was stunned. To a certain extent, this thing is indeed the same as radar. Good guy. Is this a direct replacement of radar waves with visual color? But the problem is, can this thing be used like this? Moreover, no matter how powerful the person is, his coverage area is very limited. Only the guy on the empty island can cover dozens of kilometers. Actually, it is a device that can increase the hockey of wisdom and knowledge. To use it, the captain must also awaken the hockey of wisdom and knowledge. After a brief talk, everyone came to the bridge under the leadership of Silas. Colonel, please look. This is... Following Silas's pointing, everyone looked over. I saw a strange disc-shaped design on the left armrest of the captain's chair. The radar itself does not generate domineering energy. If you want to work, you need the captain to provide domineering energy and the method of providing it. The captain puts his left hand on the disc and outputs the domineering energy of seeing and hearing. Colonel, why don't you come and try? Luo Lan didn't hesitate and sat directly on the captain's chair, pressing his left hand on the disc. There was just one thing that Luo Lan didn't understand. Output. How to output the domineering power of Jin when say, Colonel, you only need to activate the sight color, and the rest, the corresponding device will take care of it on its own. Realizing that Luo Lan didn't know how to use it, Silas reminded him aloud. Luo Lan nodded and closed her eyes. See and hear. Launch. The next moment, he realized something was wrong. The disc held by his palm seemed to be extracting something from his body. This feeling was very strange, and even made Luo Lan a little worried. Colonel, please rest assured that the extraction of Haki will not be harmful to the body. After all, the release of armed Haki is also the release of Haki from the body. In essence, it is no different from the extraction of Haki, of wisdom and hearing. So that's it. What's next? Although Luo Lan asked this, he already knew the next second. It's no longer necessary. Because on the big screen in front, small and large light spots began to appear continuously. In the end, Luo Lan saw thousands of light spots. Hiss! These light spots are people from our branch. Yes, and based on the size and brightness of the light spot, it also represents the approximate intensity of each person. What about other things like the other battleship next to it? Colonel, the color radar can currently only detect living objects. Okay, just the opposite of the radar in my concept. However, it doesn't matter. After all, unless it is a ghost ship, how can there be no one there? And someone could detect it. In some aspects, it is actually more useful than the radar antenna. Of course, it would be best if both radars could be equipped at the same time in the future. By the way, how far can the detection range be? Luo Lan couldn't help but ask again. Colonel, this varies from person to person. The current increase is 12 times. If your sight can cover 2 kilometers, then the radar's coverage is 24 kilometers. That's how it turns out. First of all, you must awaken the Haki of seeing, hearing, and color. Secondly, if your own knowledge is not strong and the coverage is very limited, then the coverage range of the color radar is also not too large. 12 times. If the guy from Sky Island were replaced, wouldn't it be able to cover hundreds of kilometers? It seems that when they go to Sky Island in the future, not only the golden and fruits, but also the heart network cultivation method they use must be obtained. Luo Lan, one of these 2 battleships must be mine. Just when Luo Lan was thinking about the Sky Island problem, Smoker couldn't hold it in any longer. In his opinion, one of the 2 battleships must belong to Tina, so isn't the other one his? However, Luo Lan looked at him quietly. Smoker, have you awakened your domineering power? Not yet. What can I say without you? Didn't I hear what Silas said just now? If you don't have the power of seeing and hearing, you can't use it? Luo Lan complained directly. You are the most embarrassed in the entire 157th branch, and the one who suffered the most loss was that you came out at the same time as Tina. Look at Ace, he didn't even know what domineering was before, but he woke up a few days ago. As for you, I have known about domineering power for more than 10 or 20 years, but I still can't wake up. Isn't it a shame? But even if this one doesn't work, doesn't the one next to it also have that thing called a radar? Smoker retorted. For the time being. Remember, I'm not pretending for the time being. Ah, by the way, even Tana is my car. Now I'm just using it for you to temporarily carry out missions. In short, if you don't awaken your domineering energy for a day, you won't have your own car for a day. Hearing this, Smoker felt bad. Then if you don't give me the other ship, will you just sit there and gather dust? For Ian, of course. But hasn't he awakened his Haki? It doesn't matter. Anyway, you don't have a color radar for now, right? Well, Smoker felt that this seemed to make sense. But something felt wrong. Wait, I remembered. That's not what you said to me just now, hey? Finally reacting, he raised his head suddenly and prepared to argue with Luo Lan again. But inside the bridge, Luo Lan is nowhere to be found. Belongs to Branch 157, Supermarine Academy. Inside the library, dozens of books were placed in front of Luo Lan, and he himself was flipping through a book. The name of this book is Domineering Training, Conqueror's Chapter. So, whether conquerors can be awakened is actually deeply bound to a person's mental power. Although everyone is born with strong or weak mental powers, they can also be cultivated the day after tomorrow. In theory, everyone can awaken conquerors. That's not right. The original book clearly says that this thing is innate, is present when you're born. If you don't have it, then you won't have it for the rest of your life, right? But the books given by the system will never lie. So, the key point is that people in the pirate world don't know how to cultivate spiritual power. So the strength of their spiritual power when they are born determines whether a person can awaken in the future. Well, this should be it. Luo Lan put down the book. thoughtful. Speaking of which, the teaching materials in this super academy and the collection of books in the internal library are really comprehensive. In just a few hours, Luo Lan has already benefited a lot. As for mental strength, Luo Lan has been strong since the beginning. Not to mention that his villa also has the property of continuously increasing his mental power. It's just that it hasn't finally awakened yet. According to the hockey training Conqueror's chapter, although the strength of your mental power determines whether you can awaken, it is just a qualification. As for the final awakening of Conquerors, an opportunity is still needed. And this opportunity, it's similar to a certain group of people suffering from pink eye, requiring strong stimulation. Just like Luffy, the first time he burst out of Conquerors was when he was threatened to smash the petrified Margaret. But myself, where can I find this level of excitement? Alas, my head is big. However, just when Luo Lan was leaning back on the seat, her head was extremely big. The sword roar suddenly sounded, and in a corner of the library, a green sword energy flashed through, cutting through more than a dozen bookshelves before finally dissipating. Looking at the mess on the other side of the library, Luo Lan was stunned. What is going on? I rushed over quickly, and the result? I saw a guy with a green belly band holding an unsheathed bloody tooth in his hand. He fell to the ground and fell into a coma. Good guy. There's no need to check at all. This guy must be messing around again. After all, every time this guy has an epiphany, he will immediately draw his sword and test it no matter where he is. Similar situations have happened many times within the branch. At this time, 2B level instructors also rushed into the library. Colonel here. This guy is sick again. Luo Lan didn't bother to explain and pointed directly at Zoro on the ground. What, it's this guy again. He's already been in solitary confinement twice, and he's still coming. The two instructors looked angry. After all, this guy is really a habitual criminal. The kind of habitual criminal who has been punished many times and refuses to change despite repeated admonitions. Colonel, I will put him in detention immediately. It's useless. I've been locked up twice before. Luo Lan shook his head. Then, should we punish him to wash the socks of all the sailors? I have tried this too, and basically every pair of socks he washed was scrapped. In the end, the branch had to spend money to buy new socks for all the sailors. Hey, that's right. Let's fine you your salary. It still doesn't work. The branch provides 3 meals a day, but he doesn't need any money at all now. The two instructors looked at each other. They all laughed bitterly. However, Luo Lan thought of a good way. Yes, you two confiscated his crime tools. Colonel, do you really want to do something so ruthless? A colonel looked embarrassed and was a little reluctant to take action. Nonsense, execute immediately. Yes, Colonel. The two looked at each other again and nodded to each other. Then, one person pulled down Zoro's pants and the other took out a dagger. This scene made Luo Lan dumbfounded. You two, what are you doing? Colonel, didn't you ask us to confiscate Zoro's crime tools? The tools I'm talking about are his 3 knives. Good guys, you 2 biochemicals from the system. How did you even think of going there? Branch 157, Marine Hospital. Zoro woke up from the hospital bed. I was still a little confused when I first opened my eyes, but soon my memory began to return. That's right, after my unremitting efforts and a large amount of knowledge I learned from the academy, he made his first flying slash in his life. According to what Luo Lan said before, learning to cut iron is equivalent to half stepping into the realm of swordsmen, and learning to fly and cut means he has completely entered the realm of swordsmen. Clenching his fist hard, Zoro's face was filled with excitement. I want to pull out my sword immediately and swing at dozens of flying slashes. But where's this? After taking a look at the surrounding environment, Zoro finally reacted. The next moment, he discovered a more serious problem. Regardless of where we are here, where is my knife? At this time, the ward door was pushed open and a college instructor walked in. Zoro knows this instructor because he is the instructor in charge of the kendo class in the academy. Woke up. Okay, I'll announce the colonel's order. Due to Roronoa Zoro's wanton release of flying slashes in the library, a large number of facilities and books were damaged. As punishment, Zoro's crime tools will be confiscated for 3 days. Well, those are your 3 knives. In 3 days, come to me and get it back. That's it. As soon as he finished speaking, the instructor left the ward immediately. Zoro was left alone, disheveled in the wind. It's not just Zoro. All those who passed the assessment and finally entered the Marine Academy have made great progress. For example, Meili systematically learned ship design knowledge there, which was far more advanced than this era. Even the instructor praised that Meili will definitely become the greatest ship designer in the future. Another example is Nuo Chi-Gao, who studied spearmanship in the academy. Of course, it is not a cold weapon gun, but a hot weapon musket. In a short period of time, pistols, rifles, machine guns, sniper rifles, etc. have all improved tremendously. Even matching fighting techniques for different firearms are all learned. And Luo Lan was also surprised to discover one thing: Nuo Chi-Gao's shooting talent. Not even worse than Usopp. In terms of comprehensiveness, it is even much stronger than Usopp. Although both of them were studying at the academy, they entered the same discipline. But Usopp had no talent at all when it came to learning the fighting techniques that matched various firearms. Simply focus all your talents on shooting. The final result is that the two of them are about the same in terms of shooting, but when it comes to physical skills, Noki can defeat 100 Usopps. In this case, Usopp will definitely lose in a one-on-one duel. This was indeed a huge surprise. Of course, the surprises are not limited to Marine Academy. Silas also brought a surprise to Luo Lan. Colonel, Kaya's genetic talent is simply terrifying. Scary. This wording is quite interesting. Especially Silas, an S-class scientist, he can say that he is scary. What on earth is Kaya doing in the science department? Yes, it's just scary. No exaggeration at all. I've only been teaching for more than a month, but in the field of genes alone, in the entire science department, besides me, Kaya can be called the authority. Do you think it's scary? This is not the most important thing. Just today, Kaya suddenly came up with a new theory, and that theory, once it is verified to be correct, I think we can open your second gene lock, Colonel. If Silas came and told himself that he had found a way to open the second genetic lock, then Luo Lan will definitely not be surprised. According to the system's evaluation, he is a scientist on the same level as Vegapunk. But now I'm talking about Kaya. From the time he entered the science department to study with Silas, it only took about 30 days to finish his studies. This becomes the second authority in genetic science. After all, Silas said it, and not counting his words, Kaya is already the authority. Isn't this the second authority? Is it so outrageous? This is the case with Nokia, and the same is true with Kaya. It seems that the supporting characters who were marginalized in the original work are really no worse than the protagonist group. It might even be even more awesome. Let me think about other supporting characters who showed up a lot, but didn't end up on the ship. Maybe there will be other surprises for each of them when they are brought back. Silas, how long will it take for the results to be available? The verification will take about 10 days. If there are no problems with the theory, then further research will be carried out according to the theory. The shortest time will be 10 days and a half month, and the long time will be a year and a half. After all, scientific research. I see. Luo Lan nodded. Although he is not a scientist, he understands this kind of thing. It is impossible to determine the time, but just now, I just asked casually. Luo Lan is still very interested in the second gene lock. Silas said at the beginning that the first genetic lock was to unlock Luo Lan's physical limitations so that there would no longer be any restrictions on his physical growth. The second path must be something deeper. Could it be that, as many people speculated in previous lives, he will gain various special abilities? If this is the case, it will make up for the regret of not being able to eat devil fruits. I still have some small expectations in my heart. At the same time, Luo Lan also gave herself a thumbs up for bringing Kaya back. This decision is simply too wise. The next day, Luo Lan came to the Underground Scientific Research Institute and lay on the test bench. This was the appointment he made with Silas yesterday. Instead of waiting for that opportunity that will come up at some point, it would be better to take the initiative to create that opportunity through technological means. Colonel, are you really sure you want to do this? If you don't do it right, it may cause serious damage to your psychology. Have all equipment ready. Looking at Luo Lan, whose head was covered by a strange device, Silas was still a little worried. After all, this is mental self-mutilation. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Oh well. Seeing that Luo Lan still insisted, Silas had no choice but to nod in agreement. Then, a certain button was pressed. Just a few seconds later, Luo Lan's consciousness began to blur, until completely lost consciousness. When the light reappeared, Luo Lan discovered, I am in a strange place. The huge birdcage covers a large area. With a little confusion, Luo Lan walked forward. Finally, he saw the others. There were two men. One was seriously injured and fell to the ground, and the other was pointing a pistol at him. Suddenly, some memories began to appear, and Luo Lan finally remembered. Who are these two men? Don't want. Bang! Everything is too late. Then, the scene suddenly changed. Like going back in time, Luo Lan appeared again in the area shrouded by the birdcage. At the same time, the newly recovered memories were lost again. Once again, looking around blankly, unknowingly, Luo Lan has gone through the process of figuring it out dozens of times. But each time I recalled it at the last moment, and there was no time to stop it. After that, you'll go back to the starting point again and forget everything. However, although the memory will be lost again, it will leave a new wound on Luo Lan's spirit every time. Even at this moment, Luo Lan's face already had a hint of haggard. Where is this? It feels very familiar, but also very strange. Over there, yes, it's that direction. I don't know why, but I always feel like I should go there, and the sooner, the better. Dragging his tired body, Luo Lan walked towards the path step by step. Why? I can't remember anything. Why? I always feel like there's a voice in my head, as if it keeps saying, remember it quickly, otherwise it will be too late, whether it is him or myself. What exactly does this mean? Go all the way. Luo Lan asked along the way, not asking others, but constantly asking yourself. But no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't remember anything. Finally, he reached that place again. In his mind, the memory of the identity of the two people began to revive little by little. That's Doflamingo. And elder brother. Stop it. Bang. In the laboratory, Silas stood in front of the test stand and looked at Luo Lan's already slightly pale face. I became more and more worried. It has been 7 hours, and the Colonel's condition is getting worse and worse. Do you want to cut off the program yourself? No, that's the Colonel's order. I don't have the authority. After all, he is a biochemical person, and he is a biochemical person whose loyalty is locked at 100. It is absolutely impossible for him to resist any of Luo Lan's orders. Therefore, if we think about it from another perspective, Luo Lan did not leave any escape route for herself this time, because he also knew that Silas would not be able to disobey orders and interrupt this process. Either succeed or die. If you want to awaken conquerors in this way, how can you succeed if there's no price? Although there is some gambling element in it. But Luo Lan believes, you will definitely succeed. This procedure is actually to repeat the most fearful scene in Luo Lan's heart in the form of a dream. Therefore, no one outside, including Silas, knew what Luo Lan was going through at this moment. Looking up at the birdcage, Luo Lan was still confused, but soon he still opened his legs and walked towards the place of destiny. Along the way, he thought hard, but just like the nearly 100 previous experiences, I still couldn't remember anything, until the two men appeared in his sight again. Stop him immediately. It's that voice again. Who is it that keeps talking to myself in my mind? The next moment, a large number of memories rushed in, causing Luo Lan's head to suffer severe pain. Yes, I remembered. That's Doflamingo and my brother, Don Quixote family Rocinante. Stop it. Luo Lan yelled crazily. But obviously, Doflamingo didn't react at all, as if Luo Lan didn't exist. Fingers slowly pressed down. At this moment, The whole world seems to have been slowed down countless times. Luo Lan's eyes turned red as she stared at Doflamingo's fingers, but she had no time to stop him. It was as if all the anger accumulated nearly 100 times before was superimposed on Luo Lan at this moment. An extremely terrifying momentum was born. In the sky, thunder began to roar. The whole world was printed with a layer of red. I told you to stop. Boom! The next moment, Doflamingo's whole body. They were all ejected. Slowly open your eyes. Although Luo Lan's eyes were not as scary as in the dream, some bloodshot eyes could still be seen. He sat up slowly and asked a question. Where are people? Why are they all gone? It's a pity that no one can answer him at the moment. Jumping off the test platform, I suddenly guessed something and almost lost my balance. When he lowered his head, he saw that it was Silas lying on the ground, even foaming at the mouth. Look around again carefully. Good guy, there are more than a dozen white coats in the laboratory, all lying on the ground like Silas at the moment. If you look down from above branch 157 at this moment, you will find the entire 157th branch was full of people lying everywhere. Of course, not all. Throughout the branch, there are a few people who are still awake. However, even if they did not fall down, all of their faces were pale at this moment. There was even a hint of fear in his expression. It was as if we had just experienced the end of the world. At the same time, Luo Lan also came to the ground. Looking at the miserable situation of the branch, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Good guy, is Conqueror's range that big? How about practicing on your own while everyone is passed out? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to release Conquerors at will. When she thought of this, Luo Lan immediately gave herself a thumbs up. I am really so clever. On the school field, Smoker knelt on the ground, gasping for air. After all, he came from the headquarters and has seen the world. He has also seen the scene of Conqueror's activation. This is Conquerors. Who is it? Could it be Luo Lan? What the hell is this guy doing? Smoker felt a little confused. Even if you, Luo Lan, have awakened Conquerors, can this thing be released at will within the branch? Besides, isn't your Conquerors a bit too strong? It was much scarier than the one I had seen before. You know, back then, he was a big pirate in the New World with a bounty of 500 million belly. He was not as scary as you, okay? Smoker complained crazily in his heart. However, just the next second, the color of the entire sky world changed and became stained with a touch of red. Then, the thunder in the sky began to roll, and a burst of abnormal black thunder moved around visible to the naked eye. Finally, the terrifying aura, like the end of the world, came once again. Luo Lan, are you finished? Smoker immediately cursed. Then concentrate and start to fight against this momentum. It took half a minute before it finally stopped. Smoker felt like his whole head was buzzing. Fortunately, the guy stopped, otherwise if it had continued for a while, I was afraid that I would fall too. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, this breath had only been released for a few seconds. Familiar scenes appeared again, and the apocalyptic horror aura followed. Come again, Luo Lan. I'm going F***KU. The next moment, Smoker couldn't hold on anymore. He lay directly on the ground and started spitting bubbles. That day, the entire branch, except Ace and Zoro. Without exception, they all fainted. Even Ace and Zoro, although they maintained consciousness, were not feeling well. At this time, Luo Lan finally realized something. On Conquerors, something is very wrong. One is that the range is outrageous, and the other is that the mental impact is a bit too great. It's not unusual for ordinary sailors, researchers, and workers to be stunned. But even Smoker, Ian, and Baby 5 were defeated. Even if it was due to being hit by Conquerors many times in a row, it was definitely not normal. Is my mental strength that exaggerated? Unlike physical strength, which can also test the value of spiritual power, there is really no universal standard in the pirate world, let alone an evaluation method. Therefore, Luo Lan has always lacked a clear understanding of his own mental power. But that's not important. The next thing you have to do is master the control method of Conquerors. Otherwise, it will definitely not work to instantly kill the enemy without distinguishing between ourselves and the enemy as soon as it is launched. Like in the original work, those strong people can accurately apply Conqueror's pressure on a certain person in a dense crowd without affecting other people nearby. This kind of controllability is what Luo Lan urgently needs to master. As for Conqueror's entanglement, it is still far away for Luo Lan. No need to think about it for now. 3 hours later. Good guys, except for the 2 guys on the school field who didn't faint and were looking at me with resentful faces. Still no one in the branch has woken up. This made Luo Lan also smile helplessly. The stamina is a bit big. Luo Lan, what happened? Sister Tina, are you back? Well, there was some trouble, so we had to return early. Tina fell from the air and nodded. Let's not talk about this first. What happened to the branch? Tana called the port for a long time, but no one opened the entrance for Tina. As a last resort, Tina had to come and take a look on her own. As a result, when we arrived at the port, we found that everyone had lost consciousness. And on the way here, all the secret sentries in the forest were also wiped out. As for this, Tina is shocked. Who has been here? 1 Conquerors can destroy the entire Rhode Island. Is it the red-haired guy? Tina looked anxious. In his opinion, this level of Conquerors is probably only possible with red hair. After all, intensity and range, those are 2 concepts. Although Rhode Island is not a big island, it is not small either. Can 1 Conquerors cover them all? Sister Tina, don't be impatient. Actually, aren't you in a hurry? Tina, can you be in a hurry? We can't handle it if we mess with the 4 emperors at this time. No. Shut up. You can enter Tana and leave in a moment. Luo Lan was not given a chance to speak at all. Tina's interruption technique was immediately maxed out. Luo Lan smiled bitterly, and then her eyes narrowed slightly. Boom! In an instant, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and thunder exploded. It's like an apocalyptic scene. Fortunately, Luo Lan only lasted a few seconds this time before stopping. But this also put a lot of pressure on Zoro and Ace beside them. The look in their eyes, he became even more resentful. Tina's situation is much better. After all, she is currently the 2nd strongest person in the branch. But even if it was her, a trace of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. So, it's not some 4 emperors who are coming, but this guy Luo Lan? How is this possible? It was outrageous, but with the facts before her eyes, Tina had to believe it. Subsequently, I glanced around and saw Smoker on the ground. Tina walked over and kicked him. It's so useless. If Smoker hadn't fainted at this time, he would definitely have retorted. You only felt it for a few seconds, and at least half a minute each time, several times in a row, without taking a break. You try? Even if he didn't faint, he would definitely not be as relaxed as he is now. In fact, Smoker had already woken up just now, but had just regained consciousness. Luo Lan released Conquerors again, just to appease Tina. What was the result? Before Smoker could utter another curse word, he rolled his eyes again and became the only person in Branch 157 who fainted twice today. It's really sad. Normally, Smoker's willpower is pretty good, and he should be able to resist Conquerors. But from what Luo Lan learned from the book Conquerors, if you want to use Conquerors to stun others, your mental strength must be at least 3 times stronger than the opponent's. At the same time, a person's willpower can play a boosting role in resisting mental shock. Moreover, this increase is quite significant. For example, your mental power is 10, and the opponent's mental power is only 2, but his willpower is super strong, which may allow him to increase his mental power several times when resisting Conquerors. Naturally, you can't stun him with mental shock alone. At the same time, this is why people in the pirate world believe that strength of willpower is the only gold standard for resisting Conquerors. Investigating the reason, it is still caused by the generally low mental strength of the indigenous people in the pirate world. But if someone's mental power is as high as 50 or even higher, but you still only have 2, then no matter how strong your willpower is, you will ultimately be unable to resist it. Therefore, when everyone's mental strength is generally weak, willpower is more important, and vice versa. It is the strength of the mental power itself that is more important. That night, everyone had woken up, and Luo Lan also called the management over. Sister Tina, you said you encountered trouble when you went out this time, so you returned early. What was the specific situation? Luo Lan is still very concerned about this matter. At the current stage, Branch 157 is not yet ready to be exposed. Luo Lan, you also know that because we can't go to North Blue and West Blue for the time being, the first half of the grand route that Tina went to this time is also commonly known as Paradise. At the same time, the scheduled routes are also set near the starting point of the grand route. Hearing this, Luo Lan nodded. After all, the closer to the headquarters, the stronger Marine's strength and regional control will be. In other words, the probability of King's Landing being discovered is also greater. Although there is nothing Marine can do against Tana underwater, there is still a certain danger once Marine comes up and sends strong men to attack. Therefore, it is a relatively safe strategy to only operate near the entrance of the grand route for the time being. After all, this place is directly half a planet away from the headquarters, a distance of several thousand nautical miles. 3 days before Tina returned, she was ambushed, and he ambushed Tana twice. Tana was ambushed. This matter is not simple. If you want to ambush, there are prerequisites. Either you design and lead the opponent into an ambush circle. That is, you know the opponent's route and deploy it in advance. No matter which one it is, the problem is not small. Sister Tina, do you know the force that ambushed you? I know it's Baroque Working Society. What Baroque works? With Tina's current strength, plus an entire group of Junlin Marines with an average power value of 200 to 300 per capita. If you beat them up as a Baroque working company, wouldn't that be just like playing? Therefore, Luo Lan knew exactly what Tina meant. This is not a question of being able to defeat him, but a question of his whereabouts being known in advance, and even being able to lay an ambush. If we can't figure out how the other party does it and solve this hidden danger in the future, operations in King's Landing can become very dangerous, even indirectly exposing the entire 157 branch. Sister Tina, tell me in detail what happened. Luo Lan said in a deep voice. Then, Tina began to remember. In the first 10 days after entering the Grand Line, everything was normal. A large number of rookie pirate groups are defeated almost every day. After all, the pirates who can appear in this area are basically pirate groups who have just entered the Grand Line from the Upside-Down Mountain and come from all over the world. There will be almost no Marines nearby. It is simply a treasure place for hunting pirates. In 10 days, a total of 107 pirate ships were defeated and countless captured. Of course, in addition to hunting pirates and bringing back development funds to the branch, every time Junlin attacks, there is also an important task. That is, take people back. It is basically impossible for these pirate groups that have just crossed Upside-Down Mountain to carry captured civilians or slaves on their ships. Therefore, although the results were great in 10 days, less than 10 people were rescued from the pirates. So, Tina commanded Tana to continue moving forward, going deep into areas with a larger population and more frequent pirate robberies. Right now, Kingdom of Alabasta. The Alabasta at this time is not the Alabasta 2 years later. Pirates are rampant in its waters, and there is a lack of strong men in the kingdom. Although the royal army has hundreds of thousands of soldiers, they are all ordinary people and are very powerless against those pirates. Plus, because of Crocodile's series of plans behind the scenes, there's been some turmoil within the kingdom, and it is unable to concentrate its efforts on dealing with the pirates. As for Crocodile himself, he has not yet started his Alabasta hero plan and is still hiding behind the scenes. Even many of the robberies were carried out by the Baroque Working Group, disguised as pirates. Therefore, Alabasta at this time was the period when pirates were at their most serious. It is for this reason that Tina wants to go here. Now that everyone is here and they know the situation here, let's do a sweep. At the same time, he can also save a large number of civilians from pirates and select some of them to bring back to the branch. Simply the best of both worlds. It's a pity that Tina doesn't know the plot of One Piece, nor does she know that Crocodile is hiding here. Otherwise, she would definitely be more careful. In short, since entering the waters of Alabasta, Tina has easily defeated more than 10 pirate groups. But she discovered that half of the pirates inside were disguised by some organization and were not the real pirates. This discovery also made her guess whether a certain force was preparing to attack the kingdom of Alabasta. Otherwise, this finding cannot be explained. Tina immediately decided to capture some pretend pirates alive and then interrogate them to find out which force was behind them. The idea was correct, and the action went smoothly. Just the next day, Tina got the information she wanted. This force is called Baroque Works. However, when asked who the president of the Baroque Working Group was, no one knew. This is, of course, after all, even 2 years later, only Robin will know about it in the entire Baroque Works. As a result, an operation to hunt pirates, under the command of Tina, turned into an operation specifically to hunt the Baroque Cooperative. 3 days later, Tina directed Tana to an uninhabited island. The original intention was for everyone to come out for some air and rest for half a day before continuing. After all, even though Tana is big, the interior space is pretty good. But staying in it for a long time can also be very depressing. But just 3 hours later, more than a dozen warships suddenly surrounded them from the other side of the island. It was precisely because of the obstruction of the island that Tana failed to discover it in time. After all, this radar thing. In short, after such a situation occurred, Tina immediately ordered everyone to return to the ship and personally cut off, block the incoming shells. Finally, before being completely surrounded, Tana completed a speed dive and escaped. This is the first ambush Tina has suffered. As for the second time, it happened 3 hours later. At that time, Tina asked Tana to surface to the periscope depth to observe the surrounding sea conditions. After all, it is a main waterway and there are quite a few ships. But nothing special, they are all cargo ships. However, just as Tina was thinking about what to do next, several cargo ships around them launched their cannons and fired in Tana's direction. Fortunately, Tana did not float completely. In addition, the front-loaded solid cannonballs in Pirate World are indeed not very powerful. Therefore, even if it is hit 3 times. But after the cannonball entered the water, a large part of its kinetic energy was removed. It didn't cause much damage to Tana's outer armor. In the end, Tina felt something was wrong and had to return to the branch first. After Tina finished speaking, Luo Lan frowned deeply. Sister Tina, when you were ambushed for the first time, you should be able to easily destroy each other, right? Yes, and Tina did the same thing. She didn't retreat immediately, but counterattacked directly, but Tina was blocked by a guy on the opposite side and couldn't attack for a long time. So, can I stop you? Do you know who it is? When Luo Lan asked this, Tina also shook her head. He's wearing a cloak, so he can't be seen. But one thing I can be sure of is this guy is definitely a Logia user. Although he deliberately concealed his abilities, even if he pierced his body, he was unable to cause any damage, and Tina had no sense of attacking the entity at all. In addition, there's a guy next to him who can turn his whole body into sharp blades and is very strong, constantly interfering. In the end, Tina could only choose to retreat temporarily, while Luo Lan basically knows who this guy is. Isn't it Crocodile? As for the other one Tina mentioned, it should be Daz Bones. In fact, if we really let go and continue the fight, there is a high probability that Tina will not lose now. But just like Crocodile tried his best to hide his abilities, Tina also hid her abilities and was unable to use her full strength. In addition, the unarmed Tana was being hunted. Once those warships were allowed to approach and bombard, Tana was bound to be seriously damaged. And this is the biggest reason why Tina chooses reasoning. However, what Luo Lan didn't understand was how Crocodile tracked Tina, and the second time too. What method did he use? Could it be a fishman? Luo Lan pondered. In the conference room, everyone was deep in thought. But suddenly someone spoke, and this speaking, it made everyone's eyes widen. Fishman? Yes, fishmen. Others really can't track Tana. But the fish people, it's hard to say. The most important thing is that even though Tana has sonar, the fishman, it is easy to be mistaken for an ordinary fish. In other words, even if there is a fishman following Tana, I am afraid, also extremely difficult to find. There's so many fishmen in the Baroque studio. It's not surprising. However, this was really a blind spot, so much so that Luo Lan didn't think much about it. After all, when I was in the East Asia Sea, there were fishmen only in Kokoja village, and they were all killed by me. Naturally, there is no such problem. But how to solve this problem now? Got it. Suddenly, I remembered something. Luo Lan's eyes suddenly lit up. Silas, the new toys installed on the number 1 ship. I remember you said that they won't be hindered by obstacles like Tana's radar, right? Yes, Colonel. Then it shouldn't be a problem to install him in Tana, right? It's possible, but I haven't actually verified whether the seawater will affect it. It doesn't matter. Just use Tana to test it. How long will it take to get it done? Luo Lan interrupted Silas directly. This thing is a good thing. If the seawater does not cause obstruction, then it does not even need to float up before using it like Tana's radar. Instead, use it directly while submersing. Although other fish will be detected, don't forget, this thing can also show the strength of the target, and the strength of an adult fishman is at least 20 or 30. After all, the natural basic strength is much stronger than that of humans. Therefore, the sight color radar can easily distinguish whether a certain light point is a fishman or a fish. Silas, how long will it take to get it done? Estimated half a month. Why did it take so long? Logically speaking, just make another one based on the same one as before. It shouldn't take that long. Colonel, the energy is different. The energy source used by Tana is very special. I still haven't fully understood it. The one installed on the new battleship uses cola energy. Therefore, it cannot be used directly on Tana. It must be deeply modified. Okay, Luo Lan understands. That's indeed what happened. It's like a car that burns oil and suddenly changes the fuel tank into a battery. If you don't change the engine into a motor, it will definitely not be usable directly. This is a truth. If you want to install and use the color radar on Tana, its interior must also be redesigned. Well, design it according to Tana's energy. Okay, then half a month. Tana will stay at the port until the color radar is installed. Sister Tina, during the next period of time, you can help test the new warship. The new warship is built? Hearing this, Tina was also stunned. After all, no one had opened the entrance before, and later on, they only scanned the port with a visceral color. Therefore, Tina hasn't noticed the 2 warships yet. Immediately, I became a little excited. You know, Tina also attended the meeting before the start of construction of the new warship. For its design specifications, it is quite amazing. These days, not only men like giant ships and cannons, Tina said. She loves it too. The next day, Tina directly led the people from King's Landing and drove out the number 1 ship. Anyway, the desolate sea area is big enough, and she can do whatever she wants. As for Luo Lan, it was another thing that attracted all the attention. Ian, are you sure? It has been confirmed, but the price is a bit high, 300 million belly. Let alone 300 million. We have to win even 1 billion. Luo Lan's eyes were filled with desire. So what is it that makes Luo Lan be so reckless? The answer is seafloor stone. Yes, a rough piece of Hailu stone has recently appeared on the black market. Its weight is up to 27 kilograms. What is this concept? If all were used to make seafloor stone handcuffs, hundreds of pairs could be made. It stands to reason that such a large piece of seafloor stone must be worth more than 300 million. But there's a problem here. That is, this is rough stone. You must know that sea stone is quite hard, and the only one who can process it is Wayno. At this point, not even world government can do it. Therefore, if you buy a piece of rough stone, it cannot be processed. Naturally, the value has dropped a lot. Otherwise, if they're all processed and then sold, the value will at least double. But these are not problems for Luo Lan. After all, Silas has long mastered the processing technology of seafloor stone and even made several 13mm caliber seafloor stone bullets for Luo Lan. A whole piece of rough stone is just right for Luo Lan. As for the 300 million, he can also get it. You know, the cash Tina brought back this time alone exceeded 500 million Bailey. Therefore, for this sea tower stone, Luolan, definitely win. If you want to ask, why is this Hailu stone so important? Then Luolan will definitely answer two words, that is, Sky Island. After all, Luolan's weapon color has just been awakened not long ago. If he wants to subdue Enel with simple coverage, unless that guy is stupid all the time, he just stands there without hiding and lets you hit him. Maybe you could give him a punch like this at first. But what about behind? Either that punch instantly kills Enel, or you prepare to lose. After all, the speed of the Thunder Fruit is second only to the Shining Fruit. It's not easy to hit him with a fist to the flesh again. As for Luffy in the original work, it can only be said that because he is the protagonist, the plot forcibly lowers Enel's IQ and strength. Otherwise, there is no reason why he lost to Luffy. Originally, Luolan was planning to practice his armed skills to the stage of being deployed outside, and then go to the Sky Island. But now that there are so many seafloor stones, once they are taken down, Luolan can ask Silas to make a large number of seafloor stone bullets. At that time, even if one's own armament did not reach the level of openness, he still had enough means of effective long-distance attacks. The land of gold, that's it. If all the gold above is liquidated, Luolan can even directly attack the S-level city builders. 300 million. It seems expensive, but relatively speaking, but very cheap. Colonel, this is a bit troublesome. How to say? Luolan frowned slightly. Currently, word is spread on the black market that at least 3 forces want to buy it, and the black market does not want to offend any force, so they are preparing to conduct an auction. And because we have transaction records of billions of Baileys with the black market over the past year, we also receive the invitation. Auction? This is quite novel. However, in this case, 300 million may not be enough. Did they tell you the time and place? 1 month later, Grand Line Volcanic Island. Volcanic Island? Where's this? Luolan was not familiar with this place that had not appeared in the original work. I immediately took out the map, and after some searching, I finally found this place. Among the 7 routes of the Grand Route, it is the one closest to the windless zone of the East Asia Sea, but it is very close to Branch 157. After crossing the calm zone, it was about 300 nautical miles. In, you go and reply to the black market. We will participate then. Yes, Colonel. Although I told Ian to reply. But after thinking about it, Luolan always felt that something was wrong with this matter. Immediately, he remembered someone. Picked up the phone bug on the table. Blue brew brew. I'm Morgans. Morgans, it's me. As soon as I heard this sound, Morgans immediately put down his pen. This voice was all too familiar to him. Why? Do you have any more information? On the contrary, this time I came to you for information. You want information from me? Morgans was stunned. There was something he didn't know about. This is interesting. I was immediately interested. What do you want to know? The Hailu stone that was recently leaked out of the black market. As one of the emperors of the underground world, you should have some information that others don't know, right? Why? Do you also have thoughts about that piece of sea tower stone? Morgans was stunned for a moment. What? Is there a problem? There is indeed a problem. I suggest you don't get involved. Luolan frowned. Is there really a problem? Tell me in detail. Hey, why don't you listen to my advice? Morgan sighed. Then he spoke slowly. First of all, there is nothing wrong with this Hailu stone. It is indeed real. But this is just a bait laid by Shichibukai, Doflamingo. This matter starts with a group of slaves he sent to the East Daxia Sea. A few minutes later, Luolan finally understood the cause and effect. To put it simply, Luolan hijacked the slave ship and poached Doflamingo, also known as Baby 5. And with Doflamingo's character, he definitely won't give up. So he mobilized the entire Donghai spy network to find out who did it. It's just a pity. No matter how much I check, I can't find it out. However, although I didn't find out, I also learned some other things. For example, a mysterious new force has recently appeared in the East Daxia Sea. Not only does it often cooperate with the Bounty Guild, going to Marine to exchange for large amounts of bounties, but it also has large amounts of transactions with the black market. Apart from this new force that appeared out of nowhere, Doflamingo could not think of any other force in the East Asia Sea that could do such a thing. After all, not to mention other things, Baby 5's strength alone can make it go sideways in the East Asia Sea. Naturally, Doflamingo locked onto this mysterious force. So how to find this force? It's not like he hasn't contacted the Bounty Guild and the underground black market, but neither party is willing to disclose information. On the one hand, doing so would damage credibility, and on the other hand, they also don't know what kind of force this is. After all, Luo Lan was very careful every time he cooperated with them and did not reveal his identity. In the end, under the pressure of Doflamingo, the black market made a little compromise and revealed a piece of information to Doflamingo. Right now, this force has asked the black market many times whether it can obtain Hailu stone. In the end, it came out like this. Doflamingo took out a seafloor stone and asked the black market to hold an auction. The black market side naturally understands that Doflamingo wants to find out this force. After all, they themselves told Doflamingo that this force wants to buy Hailu stone. But it doesn't matter. The black market can operate according to normal procedures anyway. What Doflamingo does next has nothing to do with them. As long as you can make money, that's fine. After all, the Sea Tower stone given by Doflamingo is a real thing. Wait a minute. What that guy Doflamingo wants to fish for isn't your King's Landing, is it? Suddenly, Morgans also came to his senses. Asked, "What do you think?" "Okay, thank you for this matter. I will have 3 pieces of interesting news sent to the old place later." Luo Lan didn't get the news for free, but offered Morgans a very generous reward. Just like Luo Lan said, those will be 3 very interesting pieces of news. After hanging up the phone, Luo Lan walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at his 157th branch. Doflamingo. Originally, I planned to find this guy after returning from Kongdao, but now that he has arrived, then it's time to settle the matter with you about my brother back then. In Luo Lan's mind, the clip flashed through again, the scene where I finally awakened as conquerors. Both eyes were covered with a lot of bloodshot eyes. Kingdom of Alabasta. Rainy ground. Casino rain feast. Mississippi. All Sunday. Haven't the news come back from those Murlocs yet? There is news, Mr. Zero, but it's not good news because they lost track of us. Hearing this, Crocodile frowned. Those fishmen are indeed trash. Mr. Zero, you can't say that. After all, the target has entered the windless zone, and if those fishmen followed, it would be no different than seeking death. The windless belt, could it come from the East Asia Sea? I don't know. It could be, or it could just be deliberately disturbing our sight. Robin shook his head. She also witnessed the fight between the opponent's leader and Crocodile that day. I have to say that the woman wearing the mask is very strong. If it weren't for the ambushed battleship, which was about to threaten the giant underwater ship, it's hard to say who will win between that woman and Crocodile. Therefore, Robin did not think that this force would come from the East Asia Sea. You know, the nickname of the East Asia Sea is that it is the weakest sea. How about I take a trip to the East Asia Sea? No, you stay here. Crocodile refused without even thinking about it. Just kidding. Robin is the most important part of his plan. How could he let her escape his sight and run to the East Asia Sea? What if it runs away? Okay, you have the final say. By the way, there is one more thing. What's up? There is news from the black market today that a 27-kilogram seafloor stone will be auctioned. Mr. Zero, are you interested? Hailu stone. To be honest, this thing is a strategic material. But equally, it is also the most annoying thing for people with Logia abilities. However, although he hated this thing, Crocodile had to admit that it was indeed something he needed. After all, only after possessing a large number of seafloor stones can the ship pass through the windless zone without any obstacles. Although this method was developed by Vegapunk, it was only known to Marine and world government at first, but now, as long as there is a little bit of channel power, this is actually not a secret. Okay, I will reply to the black market. After Robin answered, he took out the phone and dialed. Not just all parties. Even Marine got this information. Even the Warring States period paid great attention to this. After all, seafloor stone is a strategic resource, And it is also the guarantee of whether the windless zone can still serve as a barrier to the four seas. If a big force gets some, it's not a big problem. After all, the greater the power, the more disciplined things will be done. As mentioned before, it is never the four emperors that cause the greatest harm to civilians, but the countless small and medium-sized pirate groups. At least 90% of the civilians who die in vain due to pirate plunder every year are killed by these small and medium-sized pirate groups. In other words, if Stone is not strictly controlled, pirates on the Grand Line will be able to freely break through the windless zone barrier and enter the four seas. The chaos that arises from this is definitely not what the world government or Marine want to see. He set up a trap and then deliberately leaked the news to us. What on earth does this guy Doflamingo want to do? Maybe he wants to borrow a knife to kill someone. In the office, looking at the angry Sengoku, he thought for a moment and then said, "Killing with a borrowed knife? Crane, do you know anything?" "Well, some time ago, Doflamingo sent a ship of slaves to the kingdom of Goa in the East Asia Sea. You should still remember it, right?" "Yes. I remember there were reports at the time that the ship was attacked as soon as it entered the prosperous area of the East Asia Sea. Both the slaves and the people escorting the slaves were all missing." Warring States nodded. The Ministry of Information and Intelligence had submitted a report before, so I was naturally impressed. I just don't understand what this has to do with Doflamingo's intention to borrow a knife to kill someone. With Doflamingo's vengeful character, he will never give up. Based on the current situation, he should have gotten some information from the black market, and based on the trap he set up this time, maybe he knows that this force wants to buy Stone. After all, with Doflamingo's status in the underground world, it's not surprising that he can get some information directly from the black market. It has to be said that Crane's ability to analyze intelligence is definitely second to none among Marines. I made a rough guess directly, and it was quite accurate. Do you know which force it is? I don't know, but I feel that the new force in the East Asia Sea called Junlin is very suspicious. King's Landing. Warring States fell into deep thought. He has also heard of this organization, especially in the past month or two. King's Landing is very active. First, a large number of pirates were cleared in the East Asia Sea and then appeared in the South Blue. He also hunted down many pirate groups. As for recently, there is news from the Intelligence Ministry that they have appeared near Alabasta. Like East Asia Sea and South Blue, pirates are hunted again. However, it is precisely because they only hunt pirates. They have never had any conflicts with Marine, and they have never had any record of harming civilians. In addition, Marine has too many things on his hands recently. While dealing with the aftermath of the East Asia Sea, he is also monitoring the meetings between several four emperors. He has no time to take care of this King's Landing organization for the time being. Why them? Because in the East Asia Sea, no one can move that ship except them. Hear this. Warring States was stunned for a moment, but soon showed an expression of realization. That's right, Doflamingo's ship had people specially escorting it. Although the strength is not very good in the East Asia Sea, definitely peak combat power. This is not the unconventional pirate group from the East Asia Sea. What can be dealt with? Crane, how much information has your intelligence department collected about the King's Landing organization? Very few. Basically only 5 confirmed messages. Crane shook his head. Then he pulled out a document from a pile of documents. First, all members of the Junlin organization have uniforms, and apart from the color, they are more than 70% similar to Marine uniforms. Especially their cadres will wear a black coat with the words Junlin written on the back. Second, King's Landing has a ship that can sail underwater, and it is extremely huge. According to the testimony of some witnesses, the ship is completely black and is more than 200 meters long. Third, the standard firearms used by King's Landing are far superior to Marines in terms of range and power. We have also found some suspected bullets left behind after the battle in King's Landing. The scientific force is currently studying them. Fourth, Junlin seems to have a way to quickly strengthen ordinary people, because even their grassroots soldiers are not weaker than the captains of the headquarters. Of course, it may be that the soldiers we have seen so far are not grassroots soldiers. This point's still to be confirmed. Fifth, King's Landing has an extremely powerful troop projection ability. It may be caused by some kind of devil fruit ability, or it may be that there's a problem with their ship itself. It cannot be confirmed for the time being. In short, King's Landing can project its troops thousands of sea miles away in a very short period of time. Yes, Marine discovered this new organization in King's Landing 2 months ago. But it is a pity that after 2 months, only this information was found. And the report inside also contains a lot of words like maybe, etc. Hey, this era is already chaotic enough. Now that an organization like this has appeared, I don't know if it's good or bad. Crane, what attitude do you think we should adopt towards this King's Landing? After pondering for a while, Sengoku sighed deeply. I think we should focus on collecting intelligence for the time being and don't take any further actions. Well, I think so too, but what about Doflamingo? Since he wants to borrow a knife, what if we lend him the knife? But who stipulated that the knife can only be used to kill people? Haruo said pointedly. Warring State's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, you can borrow a knife, but it doesn't have to be used to kill someone. On the contrary, through Doflamingo's game, Marine can just take the opportunity to touch the foundation of King's Landing. As for whether we really want to take action in the end, we will tell when the time comes. If the 3 generals are mobilized, the movement will be too big. After all, there are countless people watching them at any time, so put Momosaji and Chado in charge of this operation, and deploy 5 elite lieutenant generals and several warships at the same time. The 2 of them have just been promoted to alternate generals, and they just need to go out and show their strength to intimidate the sea. At the same time, let Kizuru be ready for support at any time, just in case. The Warring States period quickly completed the deployment. Although no generals were used, this force was used in the first half of the Great Rout. As long as the 4 emperors don't suddenly appear, it is basically an invincible force. What's more, the Warring States period also arranged for Kizuru to be on standby. If something really happens at Kizuru's speed, he can get there in at most an hour from his headquarters. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Hearing this, he also nodded in agreement. It is 300 nautical miles from Rhodes Island. On an uninhabited desert island, dozens of pirates are working hard. Sweating like rain, they were scattered in more than a dozen huge pits, digging out the soil one shovel after another. Captain, is your treasure map a fake? It's the 3rd day, and there's still nothing. Vice Captain Machi drank a large bottle of water and complained. If you don't believe it, don't believe your own captain, but 10 out of 10 times the treasure maps that the captain got from nowhere are fake, and the treasure has never been found. Yes, the deputy captain absolutely believed in the captain, but I don't believe those treasure maps that the captain found. Especially this time, when the captain brought it back that day, the writing and ink on it had not even dried yet. At that time, he told the captain that he had been deceived, but the captain didn't believe it. Why? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The digging location must be wrong. If we dig in another location tomorrow, the treasure must be there. Hearing this, Machi's face turned dark. But it's hard to say anything. After all, he knows his captain too well. Unless he realizes that something is wrong, it is useless to persuade him. Come on, work honestly. He picked up the shovel on one side and jumped back into the pit to start digging. And just then, call out. A sharp voice sounded in the air. It was too late for them to react to what was going on. Boom! 200 meters away on the coast, a violent explosion suddenly occurred. Even the pirate ship where his pirate group docked was somewhat affected, and many wooden boards cracked. Captain, this seems to be a shelling. No way, it's not Lousy's buggy shell. Captain, your buggy bomb is just an idea, not a real thing, so don't mess with it, okay? On the side, a certain pirate complained. Then, with a bang, he was beaten out by Buggy. Just kidding. You know some things, but how can you tell them? Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. At this time, for more voices sounded one after another. The next second, boom, 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 boom. This time, there was no deviation, and Buggy's pirate ship exploded into the sky. Debris and sawdust are flying all over the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. And 2 nautical miles away, Tina stood in front of the porthole of the bridge, holding a telescope to observe. Naturally, he saw the miserable appearance of the pirate ship after it was bombed. I am quite satisfied with the accuracy and power of the bombardment. Captain, we have found out that they are the buggy pirates, and there is currently a reward of 10 million Baileys. In addition, the captain of this pirate group, also known as Buggy, is the person the colonel named to capture alive. Luolan named someone to live. Tina was a little surprised. There's an only live list in the branch, and Tina knows about it, and also know why. To put it bluntly, the science department, following Luolan's ideas, has been studying how to directly extract the devil fruit's ability from the body of an Esper. Therefore, if the pirate you meet has good abilities, don't kill him, but bring him back to the underwater prison first. Let's wait until the Ministry of Science's research is completed. Therefore, this is also another reason why Luolan urgently needs to obtain a large number of sea tower stones. Because the science department has already prepared things according to Luolan's idea. All that's left is to wait for the seafloor stone to be in place to complete the last step. So, this Buggy's devil fruit is very powerful. Do you know what Buggy's powers are? I know. There is his information here. Upon hearing Tina's inquiry, the captain immediately handed over a booklet. It was Luolan who created the catalog of live captures, and the captain also turned it to the Buggy page. Can you tear yourself apart? After awakening, can you even tear everything you touch into pieces? Well, are there any suggestions left by Luolan below? The development direction is to directly decompose the mass of matter into energy, and its power will be presented in accordance with Einstein's mass-energy conversion formula. What the hell? I know each of these words, but why am I completely unable to understand them when they're connected together? Also, who is Einstein? What is the mass-energy conversion formula? Keep reading, and finally you will find something you can understand. Hazard level, SSS level. Tina was really dumbfounded now. She had seen some of the people in this booklet before, and they included Whitebeard's shock fruit. So they were marked as SSS, right? It turns out that Buggy's torn fruit was also SSS level? Ridiculous. Continue to read the following content. Suspected to have lucky color domineering, it is extremely difficult to kill under normal circumstances. Even if caught, they should be treated according to our 3-level standards. Tina almost lost the booklet. Level R3? This is also a standard set by Luolan within a branch. The so-called R3 level means that when imprisoning or escorting persons with abilities, they are put into a special water prison. To put it simply, it is a specially made cube filled with seawater. You can probably imagine what would happen if a person with abilities was locked up and only his head was allowed to breathe outside. But do you really have to be so careful when dealing with a Buggy? Are there 2 lines of fine print below? It says, "Don't argue with me. Lucky color domineering is real." Tina shook her head. The lucky color is domineering, right? Anyway, just treat it as a test of the continuous output of the naval gun. Send the order. The target is a deserted island 2 nautical miles away. The main and secondary guns will cover the attack together and fire 2 basic shells for me. Yes, Captain. The Navy soldier was stunned for a moment, then saluted and loudly responded. The lucky color is domineering, right? Luolan, you said this. Don't argue with you. Okay, Tina won't argue with you and comes directly to the King's Landing version of Buster Call. Isn't he lucky and domineering? That should. You won't die, right? After a few seconds, the 4 main guns, plus all the secondary guns on one side, roared in unison. Not long after, the entire island became like purgatory. Tina came to her captain's chair and sat down, placing her hand on the left disc, seeing and hearing the domineering, being absorbed continuously. The next second, the screen in front of the bridge lit up, and 2 spots of light appeared. One area is composed of about 200 light points, which is obviously his own battleship. The other area has a much smaller number, only about 30 and still decreasing. The island, which is less than 1 square kilometer, is being bombarded indiscriminately. And every cannonball is extremely powerful, even stronger than the cannons on large warships in Marine Buster Call. The buggy pirates were immediately stunned. Fortunately, a large number of deep pits were dug in order to hunt for treasure, so that they could have a place to hide temporarily. Otherwise, it is estimated that they will all be wiped out immediately. But if the bombardment continues, even if they hide in the deep pit one by one, it will be difficult for them to persevere. In the end, I'm afraid that if the shell just happened to fall in, it would bury it alive bit by bit. 2 bases of ammunition. It took a full hour for the shelling to finally stop. This small island, which did not even cover an area of 1 square kilometer, was immediately plowed completely. And those were the dozens of deep pits dug by Buggy and the others before. At this moment, each one of them was filled with soil. There was no sense of life at all. And 2 nautical miles away, inside the bridge of a steel battleship, Tina also showed a surprised look. Because, according to the color radar, there is really a light spot left on the island. No, to be precise, it was just a point of light. But now, it's suddenly turned into more than a dozen light spots scattered around the island. Good guy, is this lucky color domineering really not possible? Moreover, when the bombardment stopped, this guy divided himself into more than 10 parts. If it weren't for this color radar and the information given by Luolon, it's really possible that he could fool him. After all, you can't find a single living person after you get to the island. Even if you see his severed arms and legs, you will only think that they were blown away during the bombardment, right? Leave over and get everyone ready to log in. Yes, Captain. The next moment, the warship started moving and headed towards the deserted island with an acceleration that was incomprehensible in this era. The distance of 2 nautical miles took less than 10 minutes. They had already arrived 100 meters away from the coast, put down 3 rubber boats, and transported dozens of people ashore. Hiss! As soon as they landed, everyone took a breath of cold air. Really, the scene in front of me is too terrifying. The ground of the entire island was black at the moment, and wisps of green smoke were rising from under the black soil. As for the pirate's body? Sorry, maybe those who hid in pits at first and were buried alive could leave intact corpses. Others who didn't have time to hide in. Even the stumps are hard to find now. Captain, I found a strange, severed hand. A sailor grabbed a severed hand and quickly ran to Tina. As he said, it's a strange, severed hand because no blood. There is no blood even at the break. Not to mention that there is no blood. You can't even see the bones and flesh. Very strange. Immediately dig up 3 feet of the entire island and collect all the similar stumps until a complete person could be pieced together. Others don't know, but Tina has read the information, so how could she not know that the amputated hand belongs to Buggy? Besides, she already knew it very well through the color radar. After the bombardment, Buggy divided himself into dozens of parts and scattered them all over the island in order to get through. How could he succeed now? Yes, Captain. Upon hearing the order, dozens of sailors immediately took action. And just over 20 meters away, Buggy was buried under a pile of black soil, with only his nose and one left eye exposed. After hearing the order given by Tina, everyone felt bad. What is this? You are trying to kill yourself. No, I have to think of a way, otherwise I will really have to explain it here. But at this moment, Buggy suddenly felt that the sunlight was blocked, and it suddenly became dark in front of him. I rolled my eyes and realized the Marine female colonel appeared in front of him at some unknown moment. Then he stepped on his head. It turns out it's the head. Tina is lucky. With a slight kick, Buggy's head rolled out. After seeing clearly that it was the head, Tina was in a good mood. After all, no matter how the buggy is divided, the head is always in the dominant position. In some ways, controlling Buggy's head is actually equivalent to controlling Buggy's person. Good luck indeed. Smelly woman, how dare you kick my nose? After rolling around for more than 10 times, Buggy became furious and began to curse. It turned out that Tina's kick just now happened to hit his nose. This is Buggy's taboo, and the explosion started immediately. But it's a pity that he currently only has his head and can't do anything else except move his mouth. On the contrary, it was Tina who stepped down again after hearing Buggy's roar. It was still on my nose, and I even crushed it hard. Buggy was so angry that he screamed. Half an hour later, The sailors searched the entire island, and a total of more than 30 scattered parts of Buggy were recovered. Piece it all together piece by piece. Except for the head that was still stepped on by Tina's feet, it was completely intact. Are you ready for the seawater cage dedicated to ability users? It's ready, Captain. While talking, several sailors drag an iron bucket that was not very big, but enough to hold a person in it. This was sent over by Tina from the warship within half an hour of searching the island. If there's anything special about this iron cage, it really doesn't. Even the materials are so ordinary that any adult can destroy them easily. But just such an ordinary iron bucket to a person with abilities is a nightmare existence, because its interior is filled with seawater. Immediately, the sailors opened the lid of the iron cage and quickly threw Buggy's stumps into the bucket. Immediately, Buggy's expression shrank as his head was stepped on by Tina. Although these parts have been separated from the head, if they're exposed to seafloor stones or soaked in seawater, this side effect, but it will still be passed on to other parts of the body. Soon, even the head was installed. However, it is not thrown into the seawater like other parts, but is fixed on the lid of the barrel. Make sure that although it is incapacitated, it can still breathe air. 10 minutes later, everyone returns to the warship. Return. Yes, Captain. What caught Buggy? Holding the phone, Luo Lan's eyes widened. I spent so much effort last time, but couldn't catch Buggy. I even had a sigh. That lucky color is so domineering. But who would have thought that just by taking the warship out for a trial voyage, they would accidentally discover the Buggy pirates, or in this desolate sea area? No, when you meet Tina, Buggy, your lucky color domineering will be useless. But then again, after catching Buggy, Luo Lan was still in a good mood. After all, this guy's devil fruit. If you learn more knowledge and have a big enough brain, you may even be able to develop the most powerful devil fruit. After all, Buggy still suffers from his lack of knowledge. Otherwise, he would have become an adult nuclear weapon by now. Sister Tina, escort her directly to underwater prison and let them treat her according to our 3-level standards. Is this necessary? Tina didn't understand. She had already captured them all, and the process was really not difficult. At most, he was lucky enough to survive the bombardment, that's all. How could it be so evil? Yes, must. Luo Lan's tone was firm, and she could not refuse. If he didn't have the Sea Tower Stone in his hand, he would even want to use the Sea Tower Stone. Tie Buggy all over his body, although we returned earlier than expected. But Tina could be considered a saturation fire strike. As she said, this one warship can rival Buster Call's entire fleet. The rate of fire of the main gun alone is more than 3 times faster than that of a large marine warship. Not to mention the range of the main gun, the power of the shells, and the accuracy of the attack. Each of them is a large warship that far exceeds that of Marine. In fact, if the advantage of range is taken advantage of, one warship can even overwhelm the entire Marine fleet. After all, the range of 22 kilometers, the Marine is the main gun on a large warship, which is only a little over a kilometer long. There's nothing wrong with flying your entire fleet of kites at a speed of 30 knots, right? Of course, Tina also found some areas for improvement. For example, observation means, yes, the main gun can hit 22 kilometers, but standing on Cambridge, using a telescope, it can only hit about 12 kilometers. In other words, an attack 12 kilometers away cannot be pinpointed at all. Yes, there's a color radar on the warship, but as I said before, the maximum detection range of this thing is about 10 times the range of the user's color. Take Tina as an example. The current coverage range of the system is approximately 300 meters. Therefore, after using the color radar, it is 3 kilometers. Not to mention locating a target 12 kilometers away is not even as far as a telescope. If you want to match the 22-kilometer range, the captain's basic coverage must reach 2.2 kilometers. How many people are there in this sea who can cover a 2.2-kilometer range with their knowledge? Therefore, for the time being, although the color radar is useful in artillery battles, it is very limited. In a conference room, Tina spoke continuously for almost an hour. Some are minor issues that just need to be adjusted. But there are also some big problems, and there is no good way to solve them. Roy, what do you think? As the director of the Ship Design Bureau, Roy is absolutely professional in this regard. Colonel, other problems can be solved easily, but the color radar problem is a bit troublesome. How about we use the old method to temporarily solve it? The old way. Yes, add mass to the island and set up an observation tower above the island. Good guy, this is really an old method. As the saying goes, stand tall and see far, right? After all, Tina said she could only see 12 kilometers away, and that was because she was looking from the bridge. But what if we increase the number of onlookers on the ship island and directly raise the observation position by 20 or 30 meters? Then you can naturally see further, right? Although there is a high probability that it will still not reach 22 kilometers, it will definitely be much improved than 12 kilometers. This method is always a bit old, but it is still acceptable as a temporary transition. I agree. After Roy completes the design, Kayla will immediately be responsible for modifying the battleship. Yes, Colonel. Well, the other thing is Silas. What's the progress of the battleship closed defense weapons I told you about last time? After confirming this, Luo Lan looked at Silas again. In fact, from the beginning, Luo Lan believed that deploying 10 heavy machine guns on each warship, which could be used for both air defense and close defense, was still too thin. Therefore, he asked Silas to develop a more effective close defense weapon. It is required to have a fast rate of fire, form a barrage instantly, and be powerful. If the work can be automated, that would be even better. Colonel, the indicators you mentioned last time cannot be achieved in a short time. Silas shook his head. What was Luo Lan's request last time? 1. The rate of fire exceeds 1,000 rounds per minute. 2. The range is more than 2 kilometers. 3. The bullets use 30 millimeters caliber armor-piercing bullets. 4. There are more than 10 requirements. But for now, most Silas can't do it. A very important point is it's too limited by its technological capabilities. In many cases, it's not that something can't be researched, but that the current technology can't do it. Just like Luo Lan's chip in his previous life, you can design a 3-nanometer chip, but your process cannot make it, because you don't have a photolithography machine. The same principle applies to the pirate world. The fundamental reason is that the current scientific and technological development of the branch is a bit too abnormal. There is no way around this. You have to spend time and do it bit by bit. In this case, how about temporarily increasing the quantity? After Luo Lan pondered for a moment, he asked Roy again. Actually, it doesn't matter how many units are deployed on the battleship, even 50. However, in this case, based on the calculation of 2 people per heavy machine gun, it will be necessary to carry dozens more people. This will greatly reduce the living conditions of personnel, the time that supplies can be maintained, and the amount of other ammunition reserves, etc. That's right, you can deploy as many heavy machine guns as you want. After all, as long as there is a place to set up this thing, there are not too many harsh conditions. It's nothing more than a matter of balance and trade-offs. Come on, each battleship is equipped with at least 30 heavy machine guns, which requires a firepower network with no blind spots in all directions. After much consideration, Luo Lan decided to join. It may not be needed for normal operations, but when I go to the volcanic island in a month, still need some preparation and improvement. After all, there may be a big war by then, and the original battleship configuration, still not very safe. This meeting lasted for a long time. In addition to the modifications mentioned before, Luo Lan also asked Roy to make improvements based on the problems he discovered. At the same time, a second batch of warships was built, the same number of 2. The time is very tight, because Luo Lan's requirement is that from design to construction completion, the total time is only 20 days. As for Tina and Smoker, they were also assigned tasks. The time is also 20 days, and 4 groups of qualified crew members must be trained in order to 4 warships can be dispatched at the same time in a month. After deploying all the tasks, Luo Lan was ready to go to the training center practice. However, Silas quietly stopped him. Colonel, I just made some good stuff over there. Do you want to go take a look? What did you do? Hey, it's the thing you told me about before, called an airplane. What? You made a plane? Luo Lan's eyes widened with disbelief on her face. Go, lead the way, go immediately. Yes, Colonel. About 10 minutes later, Luo Lan finally saw the plane built by Silas and others. At first glance, it looks extremely familiar. It looks so familiar. If I remember the name correctly, this is exactly the same as the Maranasaunier L-type fighter in a previous life, right? Good guy. Silas, did you secretly travel through time behind my back? Otherwise, how could it be made so similar? Although from the perspective of Luo Lan, a time traveler, this thing is very backward. But it is undeniable that this is indeed a fighter jet. Even in his previous life, this thing was the first fighter jet in the true sense of the word. Can you fly? It's fine in theory, but we haven't flown it yet. Okay, then let me do the test flight. With eyes full of fire, Luo Lan made the decision on the spot. I want to be the first person to fly a plane in the pirate world. If you really want to say how powerful this aircraft is, it's definitely not true. After all, it is just an aircraft with a very simple structure. Its flight speed and altitude are very limited, let alone maneuverability. With Luo Lan's current memory and understanding, he had already mastered the operation method in less than an hour. The plane moved to the avenue in the center of the branch, and crowds of onlookers stood around, all with curious faces. Luo Lan, can this thing really fly? Tina is curious, but at the same time Tina is also worried. Tina ran over and looked around, then asked Luo Lan, who was already sitting inside. Silas said no problem. Besides, even if something goes wrong, I can just walk on a moonwalk and it will be fine. Luo Lan didn't care. This thing is still powered by coke, which means even if something goes wrong, it won't explode. At most, it will disintegrate in the air. As a person who has almost 4,000 power points and can use moonwalk proficiently, what does this mean? On the contrary, Luo Lan was a little worried about the length of this central avenue. Although Silas said that according to his design, 1,000 meters is enough for takeoff and landing, and the length of the central avenue is also 1,200 meters. Luo Lan is not afraid that something will happen to her, but it would be a pity if this plane crashed. After all, it is also the first airplane in the pirate world. It will definitely be put into a museum for future generations to admire, right? Colonel, there are currently 30 liters of coke in the fuel tank, which can last for about an hour of normal flight. At this time, Silas also ran over. Okay, can we start? That's it. Nodding, Silas immediately asked people to clear the place. Make sure there is no one on Central Avenue. Immediately afterwards, according to Silas's teachings, a sailor came to the front of the aircraft, reached out and grabbed a blade of the propeller, and swung it hard. It's spinning, it's spinning. It's so fast. How can this thing spin so fast? Such a small thing. Even if it spins, can it really send this iron lump into the sky? The sailors were very excited and talked about it a lot. Of course, there are many people who don't believe it. But it didn't matter, because just a few seconds later, the plane piloted by Luo Lan started to move. Along the main road in the center of the branch, speed, faster and faster. Finally, just as we were approaching the end of Central Avenue, the wheel, off the ground. Yes, at this moment, the plane has raised its head slightly and is out of contact with the ground. Fly, really fly. Everyone in the branch who was watching was stunned at this moment. On the plane, Luo Lan was also quite happy. In my previous life, I dreamed of being a pilot since I was a child, but unfortunately, I was highly myopic. At this moment, it can be regarded as a dream come true, right? The only shortcoming is that this plane, it's really 2 behind, but it doesn't matter. Even if it has changed from 0 to 1, will the following 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 still be far away? More than half an hour later, Luo Lan's mood gradually became less exciting, and she directly controlled the plane to land. Everything was very smooth, without any accidents. What Silas creates is always so reliable. Silas, flight speed, altitude, and maneuverability, as well as firepower, all need to continue to improve otherwise. A character like this cannot meet actual combat standards in this world. After jumping off the plane, Luo Lan came directly to Silas. That's right. In the world of pirates, such a character is really impossible to fight in today's world. Even if it can fly into the sky, it is just a flying coffin. Facing a slightly stronger opponent, they can easily beat you down. Don't worry, Colonel. In fact, we already have a follow-up research and development plan. Well, very good. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Luo Lan nodded with satisfaction. He was relieved to leave the scientific research to Silas. Speaking of difficulties, Colonel, I've told you. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Just say it. Yes, actually, there are still not enough people. What? There are not enough people? Didn't we just recruit hundreds of scientific researchers for you before? Luo Lan's eyes widened. There are so many people, but you still don't have enough? Do you know that there are more Marines in your command than you have in battle order? Colonel, there are many people in the science department now, but most of them are apprentices. What we lack now is not apprentices who can start the work, but senior scientific researchers who can really take charge of a project. Okay, Luo Lan finally understands. In other words, as many projects as there are senior scientific researchers can be carried out simultaneously. This is a very real problem. You can't let an apprentice take charge of a certain project, right? Therefore, if we want to accelerate scientific research and expand research fields, we must have more senior talents. Only, among the talents that can be purchased in the system, scientific researchers are the most expensive. An A-level senior scientist gets 10,000 points. And a strategic-level scientist like Silas has reached a terrifying 1,000,000 points. It is more than 10 to 20 times that of other types of talents. It hurts, but this money really has to be spent. After all, there are only so many scientists in the Pirates' headquarters, and all of them are within the major forces. Get civilians to train themselves? Nonsense. I don't have that much time. In the end, the only option is to buy. How many people do you want? Colonel, our science department doesn't have high requirements. Just 10 senior scientists and 100 mid-level scientists will do. Here, take this gun. Point it directly here and pull the trigger. Upon hearing Silas's request, Luo Lan took out the black pistol and put it in Silas's hand. Then he pointed to his temple. 10 A levels and 100 B levels? Still a researcher. Good guy. This calculation costs a total of 200,000 points, which is 2 billion Baileys. Then you told me that the requirements of the science department are not high? Seeing that you usually have thick eyebrows and big eyes, I didn't expect you to be such a person. There are only 3 senior scientists, plus 20 mid-level scientists. Do you want me to love you? Yes, we want it. Rubbing his hands, Silas actually showed a sinister smile. In fact, he never really thought about asking for so many people in the first place. But if you didn't say more in the beginning, you would get even less now. It can even be said that Luo Lan gave him more at this moment than what he really thought about. Looking at this guy's appearance, Luo Lan also realized it immediately. Own, give too much. Unexpectedly, these biochemical people with thick eyebrows and big eyes are getting worse and worse. I don't know who I learned this from. Half a month's time, Luo Lan even handed over all official duties to Tina and Ian. As for himself, not only during the day, I also slept in the training center at night. It withstands 20 times the force of gravity throughout the day. The progress can be imagined to be huge. If Silas hadn't called him, he might not have come out until he set off for the volcanic island. It's really, what Silas came to tell him was so important. Silas, are you telling the truth? It's only been a little over a month. Is it really done? His face was covered with stubble, and even his hair looked like a bird's nest. But she still couldn't hide Luo Lan's excited expression. What did Silas say? He said that a group of projects was completed. As mentioned earlier, Silas divided the science department into many groups and worked on a large number of projects at the same time. And this group is also the group that Silas is personally responsible for. That, specializing in genes. It's not the genes of the original inhabitants of the pirate world, but the genes of Earthlings. More than a month ago, Silas told Luo Lan that Kaya showed superhuman talents in genes and even accidentally discovered a new theory. And through this theory, it completely paved the way for how to unlock Luo Lan's second gene lock. The rest is a matter of verification and time, which can take as short as 10 days and a half to produce results, or as long as a year and a half. Of course, having said that, Luolan also expected it to be only 10 days and a half. But even if it is not 10 days and a half, this period of a little over a month is still very shocking. It's completed, although I am leading the later stage. The biggest project is still Miss Kaya. Without the theory she accidentally discovered, we might not be able to find the entrance until now, let alone enter it. Okay, you're all great. When can we start? Anytime. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. No, Colonel, you don't need to tidy up. Before he finished shouting, Silas suddenly discovered that Luolan had disappeared. He had to smile bitterly and quickly ran towards the entrance of the Scientific Research Institute. Brother Luolan, why have you become like this? As soon as he entered the laboratory, Kaya inside was shocked. In fact, Luolan's current appearance is very different from usual. Even the clothes are in tatters, like a beggar. At this time, someone reacted and immediately borrowed some tools and simply cleaned it up. After it was over, Silas just arrived. Soon, Luolan also saw a syringe, but what was different from the first time was that this time the liquid contained in it. Not blue, but silver. It looks like mercury. Silas, it won't hurt as much as before this time, right? Probably not, right? To be honest, Silas was not sure. After all, there was no one to experiment with him. Oh no, Luolan is his first experimental subject. Okay, come directly. Luolan came to the experimental table, where he opened the genetic lock for the first time. Pull off your clothes, and then, well, before she could lie down, there was a scream in the laboratory. Kaya covered her face with her hands, turned around, and ran out. Well, Luolan was stunned. In the past, because the Scientific Research Institute was full of biochemical people, even if there were some women, they would not have any reaction. After all, they're all professionals. But Kaya, she is still a little girl who is not yet an adult. Luolan scratched her head in embarrassment, and then she lay down directly without thinking about anything else. Now, there's nothing more important than unlocking the second genetic lock. Silas, come on. Okay, here I come, Colonel. After a moment, all the mercury-like objects were injected into Luolan's body. Silas, did you study this guy? No response. After a full 10 minutes, Luolan finally couldn't bear it anymore. Turning to look at Silas, he started to complain. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Silas was also confused. This was completely different for what he expected. In his expectation, Luolan would fall into a deep sleep, and the whole process might last 2 to 3 days. How could there be no reaction at all? This, unscientific, half an hour, an hour. Soon, 3 hours passed. Luolan still had no reaction. Silas, how about, while you're doing research, I can leave now. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the somewhat tattered marine justice coat that he had just taken off from the side. Luolan said hello to Silas, but at this moment, Silas seemed to be in a daze, without any reaction. Luolan couldn't help but shook her head and then walked out on her own. However, no one in the entire laboratory noticed that when Luolan was getting clothes just now, although it seems that I reached out and picked up the clothes. In fact, at that time, his hand was still a few millimeters away from the clothes, but the clothes were directly sucked up from the air and fell into his hands. If the system can display a certain key data at this moment, then it will definitely display a percentage value. At this moment, the arousal level is 1%. Luolan did not return to his villa, but ran to the training center again. It's still his single room. Time was running out, and he couldn't waste any time. I started practicing immediately. It wasn't until late at night, when I was completely exhausted, that I finally stopped. At this time, Luolan didn't want to move anymore, but it was a pity. The quilt was still a full 10 meters away. Even if you stretch out your hand, you can't reach it. I was ready to give up immediately and just lie there all night. Anyway, with my current physical condition, no matter how much I sleep, I won't get a stiff neck or anything. But in the next second, Luolan suddenly felt something in her hand and grabbed it with her hand. Well, soft. Wait, isn't this your own bedding? This thing wasn't more than 10 meters away just now, so why did it appear in my hand? He raised his hand and shook it a few times in front of himself. He even scratched the clothes he had taken off not far away a few times, and even made several weird gestures in succession, but the final result? Okay, nothing happened. This is thinking too much. As for what happened just now, I remembered it wrong. The quilt should have been beside me. Is it really caused by being too tired after practicing crazily for half a month? Forget it, bite the bullet, and wait until this matter is resolved before resting. Well, sleep. 10 days later. There are only 5 days left before the black market auction on Huashao Island. Port office. Almost 90% of the Marines in the branch battle order were summoned. More than 800 people. At this moment, they all put on the uniforms of King's Landing, including Luo Lan and a group of officers from the 157th branch. Tina's number 1 ship, Smoker's number 2 ship, Ian's number 3 ship, and Nachigo's number 4 ship. Zoro, Nami, and Ace, you 3 follow me to Tana. Now, everyone aboard. Luo Lan gave the order, and more than 800 people in the port rushed towards the 5th ship. There are 4 new warships, and there is no surprise in the commanders of the first 3, but this 4th one. To be honest, many people did not expect it to be Nokia. In terms of strength, both Ace and Zoro are far superior to Nokia. After all, Nuo Chigao's cultivation talent is actually very average. Even though there have been 2 rounds of Poseidon meat-like enhancements, plus a separate gravity training room. Now the power value does not exceed 1,000. Although he is stronger than ordinary sailors, his strength is limited. You know, there are many grassroots Marines in the branch now whose moral power exceeds 500. Of course, Luo Lan will not treat Nokia Gao specially just because he is an original character. The real reason is Nuo Chigao studied fleet command in the Supermarine Academy, and her grades were very good. It could be said that except for Tina and Smoker, who have rich command experience in the branch, when it comes to fleet command, not even Ian can compare to Nokia. Even Tina praised Nokigo's commanding talent, which is almost comparable to Lieutenant General Jonathan of the G8 branch. Who is Jonathan? In terms of hard power, he may be the lowest among all the lieutenant generals in the headquarters. But when it comes to fleet command capabilities, in front of him, the 3 generals had to stand aside, because Tina put Nokigo and Jonathan together, which is definitely the biggest compliment. Nami, have you brought Bailey with you? I brought the belt with me, but don't forget what you promised me. This Bailey is just for show, but you'll take it all back with you afterwards. Nami looked at Luo Lan with the word wary written all over her eyes. Well, not only can we bring Bailey back, but we may also get a lot of extra gains. Bonus? Nami, are you stupid? ****, don't call me stupid. Nami was furious immediately. Luo Lan didn't care at all. Think about it. Besides us, there are many people going to the auction, right? Well, that's right. Then do you think they all went empty-handed? You mean, you're stupid, but you still don't agree. We spent 1 billion Baileys in order to get the Sea Tower stone. Do you think others will take less? Hiss. 1 billion per person. 10 people, 10 billion. 100 people, and 100 billion. Nami's 2 eyes instantly turned into Bailey symbols, spinning rapidly like a slot machine. Luo Lan took a look, and sure enough, his trick of deception was really, I am becoming more and more proficient in using it. Immediately, he patted Nami on the shoulder. So, take a longer view. What's the point of always staring at a small amount of money, like 1 billion Baileys? Our goal is as big as the stars. At least we need to start with tens of billions. Then we will be worthy of our status. Nami nodded wildly. Luo Lan laughed and turned towards Tana. Half an hour later, both sides of the mountain opened up, revealing the not-so-small port. 5 ships, led by Tana, they slowly drove out. A few days later, the King's Landing fleet. It will shock everyone. After all, the cruising speed of the 4 battleships was only 22 knots, so Tana had to slow down. What could have been reached in less than 2 days actually took 4.5 days. Less than 1 nautical mile from the volcanic island. The 4 battleships did not come here. As for Tana, it has already risen to the depth it is going to. What is displayed on the big screen on the bridge is the panoramic view of the volcanic island. At this glance, you can immediately understand why this island is called a volcanic island, because 90% of the entire island is occupied by a super large volcano. This island seems to have appeared in the original work of Luo Lanji. It seems like a giant is grilling meat in its crater. I don't remember the details clearly, but this is the island. Retract the periscope and activate the color radar. Yes, Colonel, the periscope has begun to retract, and the color radar has been activated. Hearing this, Luo Lan nodded. Then he placed his left hand on a familiar disc at the front of the left armrest. Why do I say familiar? Because this is exactly the same as the one on Tina's warship. The next moment, the picture on the big screen changes instantly. Lots of light spots. They also appear one after another. The number is in the thousands. The members of the bridge team all had their mouths wide open at this moment, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. You know, during this month, because of Colonel Luo Lan's retreat, Tina and Smoker were responsible for leading them in training. In the process, they also came into contact with the magic of seeing and hearing color. Let's not talk about Smoker, who has just awakened his domineering power, but even Tina only covers 5 or 6 kilometers. But now, what do they see? The coverage area of the color radar actually reached more than 60 kilometers. In other words, the coverage area of my Colonel's site has exceeded 6 kilometers, which is simply outrageous. However, none of them noticed. At this moment, Luo Lan frowned deeply. It's not that I'm dissatisfied with the coverage of what I've seen, but he also felt too outrageous. Although I haven't tried the coverage of seeing and hearing color for a month, I haven't practiced mental power during this period. Logically speaking, there should be no promotion. But what's the result? Compared with a month ago, it has increased 3 times. No matter how you look at it, this is not normal. However, now is also the time to examine this issue in detail. Luo Lan shook his head, shook the messy thoughts out of his mind, and continued to look at the big screen on the bridge. According to what the color radar shows, within 60 kilometers, in addition to the nearly 200 people on Tana, there are about 300 people on the island, and outside the island, there are more than 6,000 people. These more than 6,000 people formed more than 10 large light groups. Among these more than 10 large light groups, most of the small light spots are concentrated together, which also means that they are on the same ship. But there are 3 large light groups, but the small light spots inside are scattered and concentrated in several places. Obviously, these 3 large light groups are composed of multiple ships. That is, fleet. What concerned Luo Lan the most was, among the 3 large light groups, there are several light spots that are particularly bright in color. Be the strong one, not an ordinary strong man. The total of such super bright light spots in 3 large light clusters, even more than 20 people. The color radar has 2 major advantages. One is that as long as it is alive, it can be detected. The other is that the strength of each target can be distinguished. Here, it refers to physical strength. Of course, some people will say that if you only practice devil fruit, you will not practice physical fitness. Will he be misjudged? First of all, according to the settings of One Piece, activating the devil fruit ability requires stamina. As for the original work, Kizuru was told by Zifa that he was too lazy in his physical training. This does not mean that Kizuru's physique is poor. On the contrary, none of the 3 generals has poor physical fitness, but Zifa believes that physical fitness and domineering should be mainly cultivated, and devil fruit is secondary. That's all. Therefore, it may not be possible to accurately judge the strength of a strong person, but it will never be misjudged as a weak person. This is enough. At this moment, the 25 brightest light spots on the big screen, according to Luo Lan's judgment, each of them will not be weaker than the ordinary lieutenant general level of this department. At the same time, Luo Lan could basically identify one of the large light groups as Marine, because there are a total of 7 light spots at least at the level of Lieutenant General, plus more than 20. Although they are weaker, there are probably light spots at the level of Brigadier General or above. And thousands of people gathered on 3 ships. Several such large sailing ships, coupled with the number of strong men, Basically, besides Marine, Luo Lan can't think of anyone else. I just don't know who Marine sent here this time. I could take a look without anyone, but most people just take a look and then get knocked down. A super advanced drone that could not be replenished was lost in vain. It's really not worth it. There are two other forces, and it is basically certain that one of them is Doflamingo. As for the other one, can't think of it right now. But no matter what, based on what I see now, if you want to be the last person to follow, you have to count yourself. There are 4 forces in total. Zoro, how about taking a trip to the island with me? No problem. Zoro stood up immediately. He has been in branch 157 for more than 2 months. I have been practicing hard, and now I can finally move around. What about you, Ace? Nonsense, of course I'll go. Okay, Nami will take over the bridge next. Everything goes as planned. Let's go. Luo Lan didn't waste any time and took Ace and Zoro directly away from the bridge. Nami sat in the captain's seat, start to surface, and after confirming that Luo Lan and the 3 of them have left, immediately dive down. Yes, according to the requirements of the black market, each party participating in the bidding can only have a maximum of 3 people on the island. If violated, you will be directly blacklisted by the black market in the future. As for the money needed for shopping, all the forces notified by the black market this time have long-term cooperation with the black market and have a large amount of funds. Therefore, there is no need to take Bailey to the island to verify the capital. After the bidding, the money only needs to be received within 3 hours, and the money is paid and delivered. The 3 of them all wore masks and came to the island on Moonwalk. He was stopped immediately. Stop, 3 of you. You can only enter after registering your identity. It was a man wearing a black suit and white gloves. A man who was like a butler. Luo Lan habitually felt it with the help of seeing, hearing, and color. Well, the strength is not bad. At least 3,000 power points are still available. Who said there are no strong people in the black market? This strength is already very strong in the first half of the Grand Line, right? Junlin, there are 3 of us in total. Confirmed, please enter. He looked at the booklet in his hand. The man bowed slightly and made a gesture of invitation. Immediately afterwards, there was a guy also wearing a black suit, but his strength was obviously that of a junior, leading the way. And that man who was like a butler. His eyes narrowed slightly. As an important figure in the black market, he naturally knows many things. It becomes clearer why Doflamingo took out such a large piece of sea tower stone and handed it over to the black market for auction. Its real goal is this King's Landing. Of course, Doflamingo promised not to do anything on the volcanic island. As for the client being attacked after leaving the volcanic island, it has nothing to do with the black market. Therefore, on the premise of not harming the interests of the black market, they did not object to revealing some information to Doflamingo in exchange for more benefits. It's just that they don't know the specific situation of King's Landing in the black market. After seeing it this time, I will pay some attention. The 3 of them are not weak. One of them is even much stronger than me. What Doflamingo wants to do may not be that easy, but these have nothing to do with our black market. I followed the attendant for about 5 minutes. A huge tent appeared in front of me, which should be the venue for this auction. At this moment, more than 10 forces have come inside. They're either 1 person or 2, but most of them are 3 together. And most people are wearing masks. Luo Lan looked around. Afterwards, I saw many familiar figures, especially the 3 people sitting in the last row. There were 2 men. The one in charge was wearing a black fur coat, and he looked like an Italian mafia in his previous life. The other man is dressed in a monk's attire, with snake patterns on both sides of his chest, and you can even see the word tattooed on his chest. As for the last woman, tall figure and familiar clothes. Anyone who has seen One Piece will recognize it immediately. Who else could it be if not Robin? The other 2 men are equally easy to recognize. Crocodile and Dar's Bones. Good guy, these 3 guys are here too? It seems that this operation will add another task. What's the mission, you ask? Good guy, do you even need to ask? Of course, we must kidnap Robin back. This woman is so crucial, and her abilities are quite strong. After conquering her, Let him take over the intelligence department from Ian's side. That's perfect. As for Ian, he could just focus on logistics from now on. No, the provincial baby 5 always assassinates himself every 3 days because Ian is too busy. Well, that's it for Robin. The other two, not in a hurry yet. After this incident is over, take the Hailu stone back and make full preparations. On the way to Sky Island, just stop by Alabasta. At that time, you can also discuss a deal with Cobra. Another half hour passed. There is still 10 minutes left before the scheduled start time. At this time, someone else walked in. Luo Lan turned around and saw that her whole body was numb. Why is this woman? I saw 3 people walking in. The leader was a tall, long-legged woman with spider tattoos on her thighs. If not Momosaji, who else could it be? Luo Lan was also extremely familiar with the 2 people following behind. Elite Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel and Elite Lieutenant General Huashashan. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Just pretend that I don't exist. The main thing is not to use sight, hearing, and color to perceive yourself. After all, they had just met each other not long ago, and Luo Lan was really afraid that she would use her perception to suspect that she was Luo Lan. However, just when Luo Lan kept looking forward to it, a special energy that is invisible and intangible has wrapped around him. Help him block other people's knowledge and investigation. Momosaji immediately frowned when he sensed the whole scene with his sense of sight. Then he turned to look at Luo Lan and the others. Because, with her knowledge, she could not perceive any information from Luo Lan. It's like that person doesn't exist there at all. Very outrageous. And Luo Lan didn't know yet that a piece of data that he couldn't see had changed again at this moment. At this moment, the arousal level is 47%. Momosaji stared at the 3 people on one side of the corner. There was a trace of doubt on his face. Judging from the appearance, this should be the Junlin organization that Sister He mentioned. Doflamingo's goal this time is also one of his goals for this trip. Even in Sister He's explanation, finding out the details of Junlin is more important than several other tasks. But how should I say this? 2 of them can roughly perceive their strength by seeing and hearing their colors. Not weak, but just like that, roughly between the Brigadier General and Major General of the headquarters. But the guy in the lead, he couldn't perceive the colors he saw, as if he was blocked by a mysterious energy, or maybe what he saw before him was just a fantasy, and in fact, this person did not exist. To be honest, this was the first time she had seen this situation. After a while, Momosaji also withdrew his gaze, led Flying Squirrel and Huashashin to an empty space aside, and sat down. Although some forces were wary of Marine's arrival, they were not too surprised. After all, although this kind of thing is somewhat rare, it is not completely absent. The black market is not pirates, and Marine does business with them on a daily basis. In fact, it's not just the black market. Which of the emperors in the underground world doesn't have any cooperation with the world government and Marine? It looks like Marine also came here for Hailu stone this time. Who told this thing to be a strategic material? Everyone present knew it at this moment. However, since it is a black market auction, everyone depends on their ability. As for after the auction ends, it's also about everyone's own abilities. A few minutes later again, 3 people walked in again. They were just like Marine, not even wearing masks. Even so, no one dares to despise it, because everyone knows the guy who takes the lead. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo, is also the one who almost monopolizes all arms trade in the underground world. At the same time, some people also know his other identity, which is one of the emperors of the underworld. It can be said that Doflamingo and the master behind the black market have the same status in the underground world. Doflamingo walked into the venue with Diamanti and Toripol and sat down with him, as if he was not acquainted with his relatives. On the way, his eyes hidden under his sunglasses were always staring at Luo Lan. Like Momosaji, he showed a slightly doubtful expression. Phew, it looks like that crazy woman didn't recognize me. Luo Lan breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, he also looked toward Doflamingo. Hey, there are 2 top cadres here at once. These are just the ones on the island. The others are on the warship. It seems that most of them are out in force. At this time, it's time for him to take action, right? When he asked Morgans for information before, Luo Lan gave him some very interesting news. I also told Morgans to let the news out on the day of the auction. Also, tell newsbirds not to deliver newspapers to or near the volcanic island. Compared to this moment, the latest issue of the World Economic News is already on the old man's desk, right? The truth is just as Luo Lan guessed. In the Fleet Admiral office of the Marine headquarters, Sung Gua had a somewhat uncertain face. In front of him, there was a newspaper on the desk. It is the latest issue of World Economic News. And that line of dazzling characters on the front page of the news. Lieutenant General Virgo, the base commander of the G5 branch, is actually an undercover pirate. The content is even more exciting. Not only does it state that Virgo is the top leader of the Don Quixote family, but he is also the first-generation Hera. He also wrote that the reason why Virgo was promoted so quickly was because of the support behind Doflamingo. Even the former Lieutenant General Base commander of the G5 branch was killed by Doflamingo. This allowed Virgo to be successfully promoted to the top of the G5 branch a few months ago. At this glance, everyone in Warring States period was in bad shape. He knew Morgans well, so he might have exaggerated the matter to attract attention. But he would never write fake news. He asked Sakaski from the G1 branch to immediately go to the G5 branch to arrest Virgo, and then you will be responsible for personally investigating this matter. A pirate not only went undercover in our Marine, but even became the Lieutenant General Base Commander of a G-Series branch. If he hadn't been exposed by Morgans this time, would he still want to climb to the position of Fleet Admiral? Tell Guion to arrest Doflamingo directly after the world over their ends. The Warring States period was full of rage. Sengoku, if we arrest Doflamingo directly, I'm afraid the world government will not agree. After all, I know, but he has crossed the red line this time. As long as he doesn't kill him, I believe the 5 elders will be fine with him. Okay, since you insist, although the Warring States period said so. But Crane doesn't think so. The 5 elders would tolerate Doflamingo, but not just because he was a former celestial dragon. But Doflamingo seems to have mastered some secret of Tianlong, and it is the kind that once disclosed will directly shake the foundation of world government. Otherwise, he would have been caught or killed long ago. As for the former Tianlong people, report they are no longer celestial dragons. With the prefix, it has no meaning. At the same time, as the man dressed as a butler from before entered, this auction held by the black market, it finally started. Of course, when holding an auction, it is impossible to only auction the Sea Tower stone. Otherwise, it would be so monotonous. Therefore, Heilushi was arranged in the finale. In front are 11 special auction items carefully prepared by the black market. I have to say, everything is pretty good. There is even a devil fruit. It is not a junk devil fruit, but a Paramecia one, and its abilities are pretty good. It was finally sold for 700 million, which was considered the highest unit price of Hailu stone before it left the factory. After a full hour, the highlight of the day was finally ushered in, the 28 kilograms of seafloor stone. At this time, Luo Lan waved to an attendant beside him. Guest, what are your orders? If I take out an item for auction now, can I add it to it? Yes, but the valuation of the item cannot be less than 300 million belly. No problem. You can have someone inspect the goods. Luo Lan took out a long box that he had brought with him and handed it directly to the attendant. The attendant nodded and thought about something. After a while, the attendant just now trotted onto the stage before the finale started, said a few words in the host's ear. Immediately, the man who looked like a butler also turned to face Luo Lan. Take a deep look. In fact, Luo Lan couldn't help it. Who knows that when I bought someone for Silas before, I spent 500 million. There is not enough cash. Even if Nami's treasury is emptied, it will only be 1 billion belly. With today's situation, it may not be enough. Naturally, we have to make some money before the Hailu stone is auctioned. Although he has plans to take advantage of the situation afterwards, who can guarantee that he will be able to grab the Sea Tower stone? Naturally, it is safest to get it first. It would be best if the original arrangements after the auction could succeed, even if they didn't. But as long as the Hailu stone can be brought back, it's not a loss. 10 days ago, Luo Lan obtained a batch of precious ores from the underground world through Morgan's, Bailey worth more than 200 million. The amount is very small, just over 20 kilograms in total, and even less after refining. However, Sato eventually used it to create 2 knives. The quality of the first one is the best, even comparable to the level of the Supreme Fast Knife. But for the second one, because the purified material was not enough, some other materials had to be mixed in for forging. Although the quality is still very high, it is still a little worse than the first one, between the Great Knife and the Supreme Knife. However, even if it is classified as a fast knife, it is definitely the pinnacle of the fast knife. Now, the box given by Luo Lan contained exactly this knife. According to the market price, a knife of this grade is worth about 500 million belly. However, the market price is the market price and does not represent the actual transaction price. After all, the original book also said that the market price of devil fruit is 100 million Baileys. But what is the real situation? You can't buy even the crappiest devil fruit for 100 million belly. It is completely a priceless existence. The same is true for the Great Knife and the Supreme Knife. Market price 500 million? Believe it or not, if you sell it for 1 billion, a large number of people will rush to get it. Everyone, before we start tonight's finale, we have temporarily added an item to the auction. Famous sword, Netherworld. At this moment, everyone was confused. Famous sword, Netherworld? Why haven't you heard of this knife? Whether it is the 50 skills of the good quick sword, the 21 skills of the great quick sword, or the 12 skills of the supreme quick sword, there is no such name, right? If it doesn't fall into these 3 categories, how can it be called a famous sword? Soon, the attendant walked onto the auction stage holding a long box. After placing it on the display stand, it was opened. Black knife? This was everyone's first reaction. It was a black knife, and even though it was far away, one could still feel an eerie feeling. Even the surrounding temperature dropped a lot instantly. Can it cause environmental changes? Could this be a supremely sharp knife? Moreover, it is still a black sword that has been refined. The ultimate sharp knife? This is a bit outrageous. Everyone, this sword was forged less than a month ago, so it is not among the famous swords, but according to our testing, its quality should be between the Great Quick Knife and the Supreme Great Quick Knife. If it is included in the list of great knives, then he is the pinnacle of great knives. Of course, if it is included in the list of supreme sharp knives, there will be no problem. In addition, this knife is not a black knife, but because of its special material. Before the auction starts, all VIPs who want to participate can come up to the stage and have a close contact. No matter how good a knife is, it is not suitable for everyone. Forget about ordinary knives, but whenever a famous knife appears in an auction, this process will follow. Give everyone a chance to confirm whether this knife is suitable for them. In other words, fit. But they didn't know that this sword came from the sword casting workshop of Branch 157 and had the characteristic of plus 50 compatibility. No matter who goes up, the degree of compatibility will not be low. After all, in the pirate world, if the compatibility can reach 70 or 80%, it is already quite high. The sword produced by the Sword Forging Workshop is not an increase of 50% based on your original one, but plus 50%. There's a world of difference between the two. For example, your original fit is 20%. If it is an increase, it is only 30%, but if it is a direct increase, that's 70%. Suddenly, many people came on stage. Even Momosaji can't calm down. Although her Jinkuen Luo is a good sword, it is still at the middle level of the 21 skills of the Great Quick Sword. But when the host introduced Netherworld just now, he mentioned that he was at the pinnacle of the great swordsman and even qualified to be among the supreme swordsmen. Good guy, now the entire marine does not have a super sharp sword. How could Momosaji resist this attraction? On the stage, everyone who had a close look or came into contact with Netherworld showed a hint of shock. Because this knife and myself, it's just too much of a fit. They believe that as long as they take this sword, their swordsmanship strength will definitely be greatly improved. Even Momosaji was caressing Nether at this moment, showing a look of longing. Only, she has no money. Although the official rank is Lieutenant General of the headquarters, the rank is Senior General Candidate. But with Marine's dead salary alone, how can you afford something like this, which can range from hundreds of millions to more than 10 or 2 billion? He took out the phone from his clothes, but he hesitated. Should this phone call be made or not? On the other side, Luo Lan and the other three were located. Luo Lan, did you really sell this knife? Nonsense. There are only a few of us who use swords, and this one is still a defective one. Instead of keeping it to gather dust, we might as well get some from Bailey Development Branch. Defective? Then you gave him such an awesome name? Netherworld, Zoro complained wildly. Look at his two new knives. One is called Bloodfang, and the other is called Red Blood. Although the names are okay, if you put them together with the name Yu Ming, you will obviously be the first to win. Are you stupid? How can you get a good price if you don't give it an awesome name? Is that so? Of course it is, and if you have time to care about this, you might as well practice hard. When you practice the weapon color to the outside and integrate it into the flying slash, I will hand over the black flame to you. I heard the word black flame. Zoro stopped talking for a moment. Yes, black flame is also a knife, and it is a sister model to Nether. It was another knife that was originally forged from meteorites. A truly supremely sharp knife. And among the supreme sharp knives, it is definitely the most powerful one. However, in order to motivate Zoro, Luo Lan did not give him the knife directly, but set an assessment target. Right now, when can Zoro train his weapon color to the 3rd level and integrate it into his flying slash? Only then would Luo Lan give the black flame to him. As for Netherworld, which is about to be auctioned now, in front of Black Flame, it is indeed just a defective product. After all, after the Black Flame was forged, the materials were not enough, so we had to mix in some other materials. Only then did Netherworld be forged. Isn't this a defective product? About 20 minutes later, everyone who wants to participate in the auction goes up and takes a round. At this moment, the host saw that everyone had returned and sat down. Finally spoke. The famous sword Netherworld. The starting price is 300 million belly, and each increase in price must not be less than 10 million belly. Now start. 500 million Baileys. As soon as it started, someone directly added 200 million. Although I can't see my face because of the mask, but Luo Lan knew it just from the knife on his waist. Although I despise Netherworld, even a great swordsman, let alone a swordsman, cannot resist its temptation. Even if it costs all his wealth, he will not hesitate. 550 million Baileys. 700 million Baileys. Seeing someone raising the price, the swordsman who was the first to raise the price directly added another 150 million Bailey. He looked like he was destined to win. However, even though he shouted so cheerfully, in fact, 700 million belly is all he can take out. Sure enough, at the next moment, 750 million Baileys. Hearing this shout, the swordsman immediately became decadent, because he knows that the next competition has nothing to do with him. As for Hargrab, stop talking nonsense. If you're just a lone ranger, isn't that looking for death? Soon, in less than 3 minutes, the price was shouted to 1.020 billion belly. At this time, there were only 3 bidders left, and the bidding speed was getting slower and slower. Basically, it's 1 to 2 million Baileys. At this time, at the end of the 3-person competition, a 4th person joined in. 1.1 billion Baileys. Everyone looked over at this moment. As a result, it was discovered that it was Marine, and one of the 2 general candidates Marine had just announced, Momosaji. This time, the other 3 people fell silent. The reason is simple. If Momosaji can come out and ask for a price, it must be an order from Marine headquarters or the world government. Because even a general cannot personally produce so many Baileys. And since Momosaji has raised the price, it makes no sense for anyone to fight. Do you still want to talk to Marine and world government? Who has more money? Yes, they can indeed keep bidding. Even if he doesn't really want to buy it, Marine can still spend hundreds of millions of dollars more. But is this really necessary? It's not necessary. He benefited again, and was resented by Marine and the world government afterwards. Why bother? Therefore, although the three of them were very reluctant, they really stopped bidding. However, there are people here who are not afraid of the sin Marine the three of them are afraid of. 1.2 billion Baileys. Doflamingo, what do you mean? Fu. This is an auction. Does Lieutenant General Momosaji still want to grab it by not allowing others to bid? Doflamingo is not false at all. Not to mention Marine, even five elders, Doflamingo didn't panic. And after he said this, the whole venue became noisy. Some people whistled, some shouted. They didn't dare to offend Marine too harshly, but since Doflamingo came out to take the lead, why don't they try harder and wave the flag from behind? This made Momosaji's face turn pale. Humph, 1.3 billion Baileys. 1.4 billion Baileys. 1.5 billion Baileys. Gritting his teeth, Momosaji tried to suppress his anger and shouted again. This is the bottom line that Crane gave her, and it is also the maximum number of people that Marine headquarters can support her with. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be treated like this. But Momosaji is a general candidate after all. As a great swordsman, he wants a good sword. It is quite normal for the headquarters to support this with 1.5 billion Baileys. Fu, Marine is really rich. This sword belongs to you. Momosaji, general candidate. Doflamingo smiled. But Momosaji is really about to explode. Originally, 1.1 billion Baileys could be won, but now there are 400 million more for no reason. That's 400 million. That's enough for Marine to build 4 new warships. Okay? But soon Momosaji calmed down, because when she contacted he just now, she had already been informed about Virgo. Meanwhile, Teru tells her to get ready, saying that Sengoku is already in contact with the 5 elders and wants to apply to have Doflamingo Shichibukai's title revoked and have him arrested. Makes you laugh. After a while, when the order is officially issued, your good days will come to an end. That's when Diamante answered a phone call, and then her expression suddenly changed. In Doflamingo's ear, he whispered something. Let's go. After a while, Doflamingo's expression turned very bad. He stood up directly and left with the two of them. Momosaji, who saw this scene, also got up and left with Flying Squirrel and Huashishin. Only Luo Lan, looking at the actions of these two groups, raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Hateful. Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral Office. Warring States directly smashed the phone bug to the ground, smashing it to pieces. Phone bug? Who did I offend? I won't die with my eyes in peace. Sengoku really didn't expect that Doflamingo would insert an undercover agent into Marine's body and even climb to a high position. But in the end, the 5 elders had no intention of arresting him at all. When the time came, they kept scolding themselves, saying that they were a waste, and they were undercover for more than 10 years without discovering him. Even when he proposed arrest again, the 5 elders clearly refused. He also warned himself that if he dared to act recklessly, they would immediately replace him as Fleet Admiral. Anyway, during the half-hour call, Warring States was scolded for at least 29 minutes, and no one else received this kind of treatment. Fortunately, Garp hasn't come back yet, otherwise he would definitely be ridiculed. Why don't you dare to fight with the 5 elders? At the same time, Volcanic Island, outside the auction venue. How was Virgo exposed? It's Morgan's. The front page of the World Economic News he published today is about Virgo. Damn Morgans, what the hell does this guy want? Dover, the important thing now is Virgo. Although he has escaped to Dressrosa, there is news that Akainu from the G1 branch has led people to set off, and the target is Dressrosa. Diamante was a little anxious. Don't say they're not in Dressrosa. They're all here. That certainly wouldn't hold up to Akainu. The most terrible thing is that the sugar is still there. What if something happens to her? That's a really big problem. Let's go. We'll talk about King's Landing later. Let's return to Dressrosa at full speed first. But Dover, do you have enough time? It's okay. I will contact the 5 elders on the way and have a nice chat with them. Doflamingo gritted his teeth. He said with a gloomy look, although the situation is very unfavorable to me, Doflamingo, also have a trump card. 5 elders. Don't dare to do anything to me yet. Doflamingo, are you running away? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures instantly appeared in front of Doflamingo, blocking his way. Lieutenant General Momosaji, what do you mean? Stop talking nonsense. Just stay here and don't move until the arrest order is issued. Arrest warrant, fu. Are you sure? Hearing this, Doflamingo laughed. At this time, the phone Bug Momosaji carried also started ringing. Blue brew brew. I'm Momosaji. Guion, it's me. Sister I have stopped Doflamingo and his group. Has the arrest warrant been issued? Guion, let them go. Momosaji was dumbfounded. What did Sister say? Let them go. Sister this. Let him go and obey. I see. During the call, Crane's voice suddenly became serious. Momosaji had no choice but to execute it honestly. Doflamingo listened to the entire conversation between the two. Laughed again. 5 elders dare to order my arrest? Marine, you think too much. Watching Doflamingo leave with such arrogance. Momosaji clenched his fist tightly. Momosaji, what should we do next? Back to the auction house. We still have a task to complete. King's Landing? Asked the flying squirrel. Momosaji nodded, then turned around and walked back. Inside the venue, the final lot was brought up by an attendant and placed on a weighing device. Soon, the data was displayed. 28.17 kilograms. Everyone, if you have any doubts about this, you can come up and verify it yourself, the host said with a smile on the stage. But no one came forward. Okay, let's get started. That's right, don't waste time. Hurry up, there's a big show to watch after the show is over. The people in the audience were all urging. There's no need to go up to verify. They can trust the black market in this regard. If you really cheat, just once, your credibility will completely collapse, ruining years of credibility just for the sake of small gain. People in the black market are not that stupid. And, as one of them said, the drama after the end is the highlight. Now, in other words, several major forces are competing for the top spot. It's over soon. It's a great show. Although most forces will not participate in the robbery after the auction, it does not affect their enjoyment of the show, right? Okay, since everyone is so anxious, we won't waste time. A sea tower stone weighs 28.12 kilograms. The base price is 500 million belly. Each bid must not be less than 100 million berry. Start now, the host shouted, and below, someone immediately shouted the price. 510 million. Bah, you have a nerve to shout 10 million? 520 million. It's such a loud tone. Isn't it just 10 million? 530 million. 540 million. Different from the previous auction of Netherworld, the wealthy forces basically did not make any move. There were only a few people shouting and playing. After all, everyone knows that this thing will be sold to more than 1 billion today. While there are only 500 million at present, why not shout a few times to feel a little more involved, right? Otherwise, when it reaches more than 1 billion, who will still dare to shout? Maybe, if the host above hammers the deal, what will he pay for? So, they were quite lively at the moment, until, waste of time, 1 billion Baileys. Everyone was working hard when this sentence suddenly came out and they were all stunned. They all looked in the direction of the sound. Good guy, is that the King's Landing organization? The forces that can come here to participate in the auction more or less have their own intelligence channels. Maybe they won't necessarily pay attention to Junlin's actions in East Asia Sea and South Blue. But some time ago, the actions in the waters near Alabasta have been completely spread. Speaking of which, they're all very interested in the organization Junlin. 1.1 billion Baileys. Sure enough, someone really started bidding. Others who wanted it also took action immediately. That was a woman's voice, that voice. A proper royal sister's voice, with a hint of charm. Luolan already knew who it was without even looking. He is one of the members of the pirate protagonist group. Robin, sister of 79 million Baileys. How about you give me the sea tower stone? 1.2 billion Baileys. When Luolan opened her mouth, she spoke words that many people did not understand. But Robin was shocked. As for Crocodile, he turned to look at Luolan. Although the face cannot be seen, the eyes are exposed on the mask, but they give off a dangerous look. This guy actually knows Robin's identity. You absolutely cannot keep it after the auction ends. In Crocodile's heart, Luolan had been sentenced to death. To be honest, Luolan would still feel a little troubled on Alabasta, a giant island that can be called a small continent. But on the sea, Crocodile, are you serious? As long as the ship is sunk, you will be finished immediately without having to take action yourself. As for the young lady who just said Robin was worth 79 million Baileys, she was actually warning Crocodile. Translated, it means, I know Robin's identity. If you try to rob me again, you know the consequences. Sure enough, although Crocodile stared at himself, but the three of them stopped quoting. However, if nothing unexpected happens, something will happen. 1.3 billion Baileys. Momosaji strode into the venue and shouted. Luolan frowned deeply. This crazy woman. I sold a sword for 1.5 billion, and the black market charged 20%. In other words, I could get 1.2 billion. Plus the 1 billion I collected before coming here. The total is 2.2 billion. If this crazy woman hadn't caused trouble, 1.2 billion would have been won. This is great. I have to pay more. Luolan didn't think Marine really wanted to take the photo. After all, the world government already monopolizes 90% of Wayno's output, and the current auction price has increased several times. Unless it is a headache, Marine will really want to participate in the bidding for Hailu Stone. Even if you don't want it to flow into third-party forces, you will definitely rob it after the fact, rather than buying it with money. Therefore, Momosaji is simply causing trouble. 1.4 billion Baileys. Lieutenant General Momosaji, as long as you add one more time, I will give it to you. Keep your word. Just like he threatened Crocodile just now, Luolan was also threatening now, but the target was changed to Momosaji. If translated, it is, I know you don't really want to buy it, but if you continue to make trouble, then I will let you really buy it. Let's see how you do business after you go back. Momosaji frowned slightly, and then directly found a seat to sit down. It's not like I'm calling out prices anymore. The host on the stage looked bored, but I could only ask 3 times if anyone wanted to increase the price. The hammer struck. Congratulations to the Junlin organization for acquiring the grand finale product, Sea Tower Stone, at a price of 1.4 billion belly. As the host's voice fell, this auction has come to an end. Next, individuals or forces who bring enough money to the island can make delivery directly, while those who don't bring any money to the island. You can arrange for one person to leave the island to withdraw money. It will be until 3 hours later that all commodity transactions are completed. Zoro, you go. No, Ace, you go. Just bring me 200 million belly. Okay. Ace nodded, stood up, and left. Luolan originally wanted to ask Zoro to go, but then she thought about it. This guy is a road fool. Who can guarantee that he will be able to bring Bailey here within 3 hours? So let Ace go. On the other side, Momosaji also asked Wu Wu to withdraw money. He and Huashaoshan. Then he came to Luolan. Let's talk. Sorry, I don't want to talk. What if I have to talk to you? 3 questions then. Luolan counted 3 fingers. To be honest, Luolan has a headache now. He really didn't want to talk to Momosaji anymore. After all, she had hugged him when he was a baby. It's really too familiar, even if he is wearing a mask and deliberately changing his voice. But the more you speak, the more likely you are to be recognized. What's the meaning? For a moment, Momosaji didn't understand what Luolan meant. It means that I can answer you 3 questions at most, and you can start. Okay, just 3. First question, what is your name? Luolan suddenly realized that he seemed to underestimate this woman. Refused to answer. Didn't you say you would answer 3 questions? That's right, but I never said you can't refuse to answer. You have 2 more chances to ask questions, Luolan said lightly. In front of him, Momosaji's eyes burst out with flames. Lieutenant General Momosaji, you have 2 questions left, so don't waste any more opportunities. Luolan was reminding him. Don't waste any more opportunities by asking questions that I won't answer if you look at them. Hearing this, Momosaji clenched his fist tightly. But soon, he sighed again and relaxed. Okay, then the second question is, will you become an enemy of Marine? The answer doesn't lie with me. It lies with Marine. What's the meaning? It's very simple. If Marine does something righteous, then of course I won't. But on the contrary, it's hard to say. Momosaji's eyes widened suddenly. You guys want to rebel against Tiangang. We have always flaunted ourselves as righteous, and then fought against those evil forces such as pirates. But when it comes to you, it becomes a matter of whether we Marine are righteous. Okay, I won't argue with you on this issue. Next is the third question. Stop it. Before Momosaji could finish speaking, Luo Lan interrupted her directly. Lieutenant General Momosaji, your 3 questions are over. What? Even if you include the one you refuse to answer, it's only 2 questions, right? I've run out of just 3 questions. Hey, Lieutenant General Momosaji, let me do the math for you. First question, you asked my name, right? Momosaji nodded. Second question, you're right to ask me if I'll be hostile to Marine, right? Momosaji still nodded. Yes, there are only these 2 questions. Why are there only 3 questions? Hey, it seems that Lieutenant General Momosaji, your memory is not very good. For the third question, you asked me what I meant by that sentence just now. Does this count? As a human being, what we pay attention to is integrity. If we say 3 questions, it is 3 questions. But if you want to ask again, it's not impossible. Let's count it as 100 million belly per question. How about that? Although you can't see Luo Lan's serious face under the mask. But the same serious tone almost made Momosaji bite his silver teeth into pieces. Get out of here! His expression instantly lost control, and he immediately cursed. He walked to the other side angrily and sat down, his chest heaving violently. Hua Xiaoshan was left standing there alone, feeling very embarrassed. Luo Lan felt so secretly happy. Ever since he was little, this crazy woman has been the only one who bullied me. Today, it can be regarded as revenge. At the same time, it is 27 nautical miles away from the volcanic island. The 3 sailing ships are sailing at full speed, heading in the direction of Sabaody Island. The first ship is the main ship of the Don Quixote family. On the bow deck, Doflamingo put down the phone, his face a little gloomy. Dover, is it possible that the 5 elders... No, they won't pursue it further. They won't let go of Virgo's matter. Doflamingo snorted coldly. Just now, he had a phone call with 5 elders. It's still the same thing as always, using the secret he knows as a threat. But what is the result? Part of it was his wish. The 5 elders would no longer pursue the matter, and his Doflamingo Shichibukai title would not be removed. But on the other hand, 5 elders refused to let go. That is, Marine wants to arrest Virgo. According to the 5 elders, this incident has become known to the whole world. If Virgo is not captured, where will the world government's face be? Therefore, Virgo must be caught. If Doflamingo really wants to expose the secret, although the world government will be in huge trouble, Doflamingo cannot survive until the next day. 1 Virgo, or the destruction of your entire Don Quixote family. The choice is yours. In fact, the 5 elders also understand very well that as long as Doflamingo himself is not pushed into a desperate situation, he will not take risks. After all, that secret is like a nuclear bomb. It is only a deterrent before it is launched. Once launched, that is the ending of everyone holding each other and dying together. No one can escape. Dover, that Virgo, there is nothing we can do for now. After Akainu arrives at Dressrosa, tell him not to resist and go to impel down for a while. I will think of a solution after the storm has passed. All right. Diamante nodded and took out the phone to make contact. And just then, boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo, a series of sharp breaking sounds passed through the air. Immediately afterwards, boom, 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 more than 10 shells were fired around the 3 sailing ships. Then it exploded suddenly. Although none of the shots hit, 2 of them landed very close to one of the sailing ships. Just tear a hole directly on its side. The sea water poured in crazily. What's going on? Dover, we're under attack. I'm not blind. Who attacked? And where did it come from? No one can answer this question. Although I know the direction in which the cannonball is flying, but after looking over there, There's only the vast sea and nothing in the field of vision. After all, the pirate aborigines' understanding of artillery is still at the stage of 1 or 200 meters. Even the triple cannons on large marine warships have a maximum range of only 1 or 2 kilometers. Beyond visual range artillery strikes, they have no such concept at all. I'll kill them. You guys guard the ship. Dover, be careful. There was no response. Doflamingo directly used the method of moonwalk plus line fruit to rush towards the direction of the cannonball. And more than 10 kilometers away, the 4 huge steel battleships have all turned sideways, facing the target with their broadsides. Above on the ship islands, there stood a bare steel pillar more than 30 meters high. The top of the pillar, the Marine soldier was observing with a telescope in one hand and a telephone bug in the other, and kept talking. More than 10 seconds later, boom, 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 boom. The 4 battleships and 16 main guns roared together once again. Captain, we found that target number 1 has separated from the battleship and is coming towards us very quickly. The observer holds the telescope and reports urgently. In the bridge, Tina also quickly made arrangements. The main gun will continue to attack according to the guidance of the observer. At the same time, all secondary artillery and heavy machine gun groups are ordered to be ready for battle. Convey this order to the other 3 ships simultaneously. Doflamingo coming from the sky, unless it's some special flying fruits or super fast fruits like Shining and Thunder. To break out of control is to court death. Even Doflamingo relies on the thread fruit to achieve a faster speed than Moonwalk, but it is still very slow. The 4 warships combined have dozens of high-level and flat dual-purpose guns and hundreds of sets of heavy machine guns. Tina didn't believe that Doflamingo could handle it. She clearly remembered what Luo Lan said before. All fear is due to lack of firepower. At the same time, personal force is only the last barrier. Sister Tina, you have to adapt to the fighting style of the new era. Instead of, like a barbarian, he rushes forward at every turn and fights the opponent to the point of flesh and blood. Tina picked up the phone. Ian, Doflamingo is here. Let Baby 5 get ready too. Clear. This time, the Don Quixote family can be said to be in full force. With such strength, it was originally a very easy task to defend 3 sailing ships under bombardment. But this time it was different, because the speed of these cannonballs is too fast. And the most terrible thing is that you can't intercept it at close range. Ola G did this just now, and the result? Although he hit the cannonball, the terrifying explosion directly blew him away. It's not just a close interception, it's not even a close interception. The power of a shell after it explodes is enough to injure people 10 or 20 meters away. This is because the people in this world are physically strong enough otherwise. The killing range can be even greater. This also caused the interception rate to plummet. Boom! A cannonball passed through layers of interceptors and landed directly on a sailing ship. It was instantly blown into 2 pieces. Condition: extremely bad. On the other side, Doflamingo finally saw the enemy. His eyes suddenly widened. What is this? For things made of steel were lined up there. There are 2 sets of twin, terrifying cannons on each ship, which are constantly bombarding the distance. Doflamingo almost thought he was hallucinating, so he took off his sunglasses and rubbed his eyes. As a result, what I saw was still the same. I was immediately dumbfounded. But soon, he came back to his senses. The family is being constantly attacked by the other party, and he has no time to be in a daze. The thread fruits are constantly moving, like swinging in the air, and the speed is getting faster and faster. Finally, after 3 minutes, the distance to the enemy, there is only less than 2 kilometers left. At this moment, he could already clearly see the people on the 4 battleships. Aren't they wearing the uniforms of King's Landing? Good guys, I originally wanted to use this auction to hunt you, but you actually want to hunt me in reverse? It's just a pity that guns are still guns, no matter how powerful they are. But as long as the person using the gun is dealt with, everything will be over. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a dangerous look through his sunglasses. However, at this moment, a flash of fire suddenly flashed across the 4 steel battleships in the field of vision. The next moment, dozens of shells were directed toward him, like a big net. Of course, this is not a problem for Doflamingo. He is not the kind of beginner who can only passively perceive the movements of living people, but perceives all targets that threaten him, whether it's people or things, when even slightly moving less than 1 meter to ensure that all shell trajectories are avoided. However, this is an extremely backward idea. He does not know that there is something called proximity fuse. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions instantly enveloped Doflamingo. A few dozen seconds later, it was because the thick smoke generated by the explosion gradually dispersed, revealing the scene inside. A large number of lines are entangled, like a cocoon, protecting Doflamingo inside. And this is not a simple line because these lines all exude a dark luster. Obviously, it was Doflamingo who added an armed color to it when he activated his ability. Even Tina couldn't help but sigh after seeing this scene. This guy's actual combat experience is really rich. Doflamingo may not have even 0.01 second from the time the shell is triggered by the proximity fused to the time it explodes. But unfortunately, it was within such a short period of time that he responded and successfully defended it. Don't give him any chance. All secondary guns continue to output, and at the same time, each close-in defense heavy machine gun group begins to cover the barrage. The red-haired girl gushes, clearly dazzled by the potions and the attention. Target has been shot down. Inside the bridge, the observer's shout rang out. Immediately, cheers rang out. That was Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai, but a strong man of this level was killed by them. Still killed nearly 2 kilometers away. Can you not be excited? Quiet, Tina. However, before the cheers lasted for 3 seconds, Tina's loud shout came. The next second, the big screen in front lit up. Obviously, Tina activated the color radar. 1.8 kilometers away, the bright spot dimmed a lot, but still exists. In other words, Doflamingo, he not dead yet. Keep bombarding the Don Quixote family fleet, and at the same time, move the battleship over to carry out the salvage mission. You want to see people alive? You want to see corpses when you're dead? Tina waved her right hand and ordered. Yes, Colonel. Other side, Volcanic Island, the venue for the black market auction. At this moment, Ace returned here with 2 suitcases filled with Bailey. After giving it to the people on the black market, he also got the Sea Tower stone. At this moment, in Luo Land's perception, there were countless eyes that were unkind to her. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. Sure enough, the auction was just a warm-up, and after it ended, that's the beginning of the main film. How about answer me a few more questions, and we Marine can provide some cover for King's Landing. By this time, Momosaji had lost his temper and came to Luo Land's side again. No need. I feel more likely to have problems if I'm protected by a crazy woman like you. Let's go. Luo Lan waved his hand. Ace and Zoro also stood up. Leave together. At the same time, people from various forces, they also started to take action, and only one person was left behind for some forces that had not yet sent the money. As well as, Momosaji stood there in a daze. Crazy woman? Although the sound is completely different, the title and the intonation. Could he? Momosaji was completely confused. Although Luo Lan calls himself Sister Gion most of the time, every time he is annoyed by him, he will call himself a crazy woman. The tone of these 3 words is similar to that of the guy who came just now. Exactly the same. Lieutenant General Momosaji. On the side, Huashaoshan saw Momosaji in a daze and shouted, sorry, I was thinking about something. Lieutenant General Momosaji, people from all forces have already taken action. What about us? Well, you stay here and wait for the flying squirrel. I'll follow him and take a look. By the way, you contact the fleet and ask them to set sail immediately and move closer to the volcanic island. Clear. Huashaoshan nodded. Then he took out his phone and dialed. And Momosaji. Then he turned around and walked out. Is it you? I will definitely figure out. Luo Lan, why did you call that female Marine crazy woman just now? Hearing Ace ask, Luo Lan, who was in a good mood just now, suddenly froze. Crazy woman, did I just shout that? Yes. Damn. Why did you make such a low-level mistake at the last moment? Could it be that I was recognized by her? No, no. I have deliberately changed my voice, and this woman is not very smart, so she should... You won't think so much, right? Besides, what if you have doubts? All I have to do is refuse to admit it. Yes, that's it. At this moment, Luo Lan's phone rang. Blue brew brew. I am Luo Lan. Luo Lan. The Don Quixote family's fleet has been defeated and all its cadres have been captured, but what's wrong? Doflamingo was rescued by unknown forces. What's going on? Luo Lan frowned slightly. Can you save people from King's Landing on the sea? How is it saved? You know, the maximum speed of King's Landing's battleships even exceeds 30 knots. Even if you can save people, can you escape King's Landing's pursuit? Unless there are those guys with the ability to fly, or super fast ability users like Kizuru and Enel. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do it. Soon, Tina explained the situation in detail. Only then did Luo Lan figure out how the other party saved people. To put it simply, Doflamingo fell into the sea, but when Tina directed the battleship to salvage it, a ship suddenly appeared on the bottom of the sea. After taking Doflamingo away, he quickly dived. Even its diving depth exceeds the detection range of Tina's color radar. In other words, we dive at least 5,000 meters. So much so that Tina wanted to follow her, but there was nothing she could do. So, who is the person with the submarine in the world of pirates? That must be Luo. Trafalgar Law. It's just that one is at the wrong time, and the other is... It is impossible for his broken submarine to descend to a depth of 5,000 meters. In this case, there is only one answer left. That is, it's not a submarine, but other coated ships. I have to say that the coating on the Sabaody Islands is really awesome. Let alone 5,000 meters, just tens of thousands of meters. I can dive without feeling any pressure. In terms of depth alone, it is a direct defeat to Tana. I understand. Let's ignore this matter for now. As for Doflamingo's cadres, you know that all people with abilities are greeted according to our 3 standards. Okay, next we will go to the volcanic island, and we expect to arrive within an hour. Well, we just have a guest, so I'll hang up first. Hang up, Bug. Luo Lan, turn around. Sure enough, more than a dozen people from different forces appeared in sight. Oh, why? You haven't left the volcanic island yet, and you can't wait any longer. Luo Lan glanced around the entire audience. In my own perception, these people are pretty good. But it's just good, because in this auction, there are actually only 4 powerful forces in total. 1 Marine, 2 Don Quixote family, 3 Baroque Working Society, 4 Junlin Organization. Now the Don Quixote family has been killed. Baroque Work Society, they're still in the auction venue. As for Marine, at least today, they should not take action against themselves. Therefore, the only ones left are some small and medium-sized forces or individuals. Not to mention Luo Lan. Even Zoro and Ace are enough to deal with. You two have been in your old home for almost 3 months. Why don't you go up and do some exercise? Leave it to me. Whole seaweed head, get out of my way. No! Luo Lan raised her hand to cover her forehead. Good guys, this pair of live treasures is about to start again. You two, go together and see who can kill the most. Good idea, I agree. Zoro looked excited and slowly pulled out Wado Yaman. Also agree. Today I will let everyone see whether my martial arts or his swordsmanship is stronger. Ace also rolled up his sleeves. Then he turned and looked at Zoro. The next moment, the two of them took action almost at the same time, one shaved. Then he rushed forward. At this time, a figure also appeared in a flash and came to Luo Lan's side. It was the Momosaji who followed him out earlier. You're just going to let the two of them come on? They are enough. Yeah. Momosaji was non-committal, but he didn't say anything more and just started to look. In her perception, the strength of these two guys was pretty good between the Brigadier General and the Major General of the headquarters. Compared with these people who came to intercept, they are not weaker. But there were a dozen people on the opposite side, and only 2 people. Can you really win? Momosaji feels very hanging. On the other side, ships from various forces are also approaching the volcanic island. If you count the number of people, it's even more than 2,000 people. It's just that they don't know yet that they, who think they are hunters, are actually all our prey. The real hunter is Jun Lin, who they regard as their prey. Island. The battle between Abnormal 2 and 17 has begun. There are a total of 8 people surrounding Zoro at this moment. And there are 5 of them with swords. This intrigues Zoro. But first, we need to get rid of those 3 guys who don't use swords first, because they are an eyesore. One sword style. Aye, the lion sings. Whoosh. A sound of breaking wind sounded. Zoro disappeared in place, and when everyone locked his position again, he had appeared behind a guy in a dress. And the word Wado has been withdrawn into the sheath. A man in a formal dress has a sword mark that is so deep that he can see the bone starting from his left waist and extending to his right shoulder. The blood spurted out like it was free of charge. A few seconds later, he fell to the ground, lifeless. Hiss! Everyone around him took a breath. In fact, none of them saw how and when Zoro drew the sword. Too fast. The action is too fast. At this time, Zoro also turned around and looked at the other 2 members of the Yura no-sword trio, and put on the posture of Ai. On the other side, compared to his technical counterpart Zoro, Ace simply rushed forward and fought the 9 people in front of him with Luo Lan's most hated punch-to-flesh method. Unlike Luo Lan, Ace has learned all 6 moves and even developed many derivative moves on his own. This shocked Momosaji, who was watching the battle. Marine, 6 styles. And it doesn't look like a beginner. Needless to say, it took more than 3 years of hard training. The other guy with a sword, although not as obvious as this guy, but his previous sword skills. Obviously, shaving has been incorporated into it. The most important thing is that he stepped on the ground at least 50 times before launching his attack. This level, very few people in this department can achieve this. In terms of physical strength alone, the 2 of them are indeed no better than their opponents, but whether it is their reflexes or their proficiency in various skills, they must be far superior to everyone on the opposite side. You know so much about Marine 6 styles, is it really you? Involuntarily, Momosaji turned to look at Luo Lan again. As for Luo Lan, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What is this crazy woman looking at me for? Are you really doubting me? It doesn't make sense. Even though Zoro showed some signs of the 6 style, Ace used the 6 style directly, but these days, who said only Marine can master the 6 styles? Although this thing was created by Marine on the sea, there are plenty of people who know this, right? No, we have to finish things here as soon as possible and then return to Tana. And this crazy woman, it's better to stay away. However, at this moment, Luo Lan seemed to have discovered something, and her eyes narrowed slightly. President of the Baroque Working Group. What? Do you want to join in? The 3 people walking towards them were none other than Crocodile and his party. If you don't come out early, you won't come out late, but you come out when the fighting starts outside. Luo Lan knew exactly what this guy was thinking. He just wanted to see if he could take advantage of the chaos to kill himself, the guy who knew Robin's identity. Immediately afterwards, Luo Lan suddenly felt a strong murderous aura. And the source of this murderous aura is none other than Momosaji beside him. He even stared at Crocodile and even put a hand on Jean Kunluo. It's like warning the other party not to act rashly. This action, it didn't make Luo Lan feel excited, but instead made her heart feel cold. The odds of Momosaji guessing his identity improve a lot. You too. Why are you procrastinating? Hurry up. He immediately shouted to the battlefield ahead. He didn't want to stay here for a moment. Why are you anxious? Momosaji raised the corners of his mouth slightly. No way. I just think the 2 of them are too procrastinating. Is this really the case? Well, now Luo Lan is sure. Momosaji is 100% suspicious of himself. Oh, what a hassle. On the battlefield, the 2 people who heard Luo Lan shouting just now, the speed also accelerated suddenly. They are trained under 20 times the gravity. Whether it is regular speed or explosive speed, they're far from being comparable to others of the same level. Just 5 minutes. Zoro killed 3 more people, and the remaining 4 people also withdrew from the battle circle to admit defeat. As for Ace, with all his firepower, he is like a ferocious humanoid beast. Coupled with the extremely proficient Marine 6 styles, 4 of them were killed and 1 was disabled. The other 5 people saw that the situation was not good and quit and surrendered. How about it? Seaweed Head, I killed 5 of them, 1 more than you. No, you only killed 4, and 1 didn't die, so it doesn't count, Zoro retorted directly. Ace was unwilling on the spot. What do you mean it doesn't count if you haven't done it to death? You Seaweed Head is a swindler. And seeing the 2 people about to quarrel again, Luo Lan had to speak. Otherwise, who knows if these 2 guys will suddenly spit out some secrets when they are quarreling. There are a lot of outsiders here. Shut up, everyone. Whoever talks nonsense again, I will lock you in a dark room for a month when you go back. Whoa. Upon hearing this, both people's faces turned dark. 1 month? Are you sure this person can still come out alive after being locked up for a month? Well, even if he can come out alive, are you sure he is still mentally sane? You want to be detained for 1, 2 days, or even 3 days. Neither Ace nor Zoro were panicked. After all, the 2 of them were often locked up and had long been used to it. But a month. Even these 2 living treasures kept their mouths shut at this moment and did not dare to say anything. Okay, if nothing happens to everyone, we'll leave. After the words fell, Luo Lan looked around. Then, turn around and leave with Ace and Zoro. No, Luo Lan, aren't you going to rob it? Robbing you? Robbing them here? What's the difference between that and robbing the black market? Luo Lan complained directly. On the island, they brought Bailey up, or they were sending people back to get the money, and they would bring Bailey up later. That's all the money that has to be handed over to the black market to handle the delivery of the auction items. If you go and rob it, what's the difference between that and robbing money from the black market? The reason why they take action against themselves is because they have completed the transaction with the black market, whether it is being robbed or keeping the auction. This has nothing to do with the black market. And myself, I'm going to do the same thing next. Even worse. TSH, you are so cowardly. Under Ace's mask, there was a look of contempt. This has nothing to do with courage. Today you rob the black market. Tomorrow we sell stolen goods or buy needed things. Who should we go to? Luo Lan complained again. But this time, Ace didn't speak either. Because he reacted this black market, it seems that it really can't be snatched for the time being. Because Luo Lan had told herself before that if a good devil fruit appeared on the black market one day, she would buy 1 for herself. Well, at least until the devil fruit is available. Can't grab it yet. I said, 79 million young lady, you are with us. Aren't you coming out yet? While Ace was struggling mentally, Luo Lan's voice sounded again. Wearing a golden mask, Robin stepped out from behind a big tree. This big tree is far away from Luo Lan and the others. A full 300 meters away. After all, with Robin's devil fruit ability, he didn't need to get too close to hear the conversations of several people. In her opinion, the distance of 300 meters is absolutely safe. But who would have thought that he would still be discovered? Ow, what did you find out? Instead of running away, Robin came directly to Luo Lan and the other 3. In fact, if she could run, she would. Only, she knew very well that the success rate of her escape was infinitely close to 0%. In this case, it might as well be, with nearly 20 years of survival experience, she knows better than anyone else how to protect herself. To be precise, how to save your own life. For this reason, she does not hesitate to deceive, exploit, and even betray. It's very simple, seeing, hearing, and being domineering. Domineering? I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Hearing this, Robin also began to think deeply, but for a while, he really couldn't think of it. When and where did I hear it? Okay, now that you've caught me, what are you going to do next? Are you going to use me in exchange for ransom? Or are you attracted to my sister and want to take me home directly? Or, well, this is indeed an old Robin, but I have to say that her seductive voice is indeed very lethal. Even if it was Luo Lan, the sound made him feel numb all over. I'm going to offer you a new job. If you are willing, come with us. If not, then knock him out first, and then take him away. Give you a minute to think. Start now. Robin was dumbfounded. Good guy. What do you mean if I agree, I will go with you, but if I don't agree, I will knock you out and then take you away? Is this guy so domineering? Now that you have recognized me, you should also know who I am following now. Are you sure you want to do this? Isn't he Crocodile, who ranks last among the Shichibukai in terms of strength? Luolan waved her hand disdainfully. He looked like he didn't care at all, and that's exactly what happened. If it were in Alabasta, Luolan would still find it a little troublesome. But on islands and other environments, or on the sea, Crocodile is nothing. Don't talk about yourself. Even Ace and Zoro can beat him up if they go up to them. If this person were to be replaced by someone like Luffy, who has the aura of the protagonist, 300 to 500 power points would be enough to defeat him. After all, in the original work, when Luffy killed Crocodile, he only had about 300 to 400 strength points to suffocate him to death. The end of Shichibukai? Robin didn't know much about Shichibukai's internal strength. I have always thought that these 7 people should be almost the same, and after the 7 of them are tied together, they can even be equal to the 4 emperors. In fact, many people in the pirate world have such misunderstandings. The reason is that the world government has always advocated the 3 major forces and the balance between the 3 major forces. Therefore, many people mistakenly believe that 4 emperors equals marine headquarters equals 7 warlords of the sea. But what about the actual situation? But it was 4 emperors, marine headquarters, Shichibukai. It can even be said that both the 4 emperors and the marine headquarters can easily destroy Shichibukai. To put it bluntly, Shichibukai was a bad idea that the world government came up with because the pirates were too powerful. Win over a group of pirates and fight with marine against other pirates. Therefore, in the 2-on-1 situation, some balance was finally achieved. This is even when the 4 emperors don't stick with each other. Otherwise, if the 4 emperors come out together, even if Marine and Shichibukai join forces, they will still be far behind. Of course, Robin doesn't know much about these things today. After all, she had just entered the Grand Line not long ago. She had always been confused before, so naturally there was very little information. But at this moment, she has understood Luo Lan's words. That is, Crocodile is a guy who can't stand on the stage. Real or fake? For a moment, Robin couldn't judge. At the same time, there's no time now for her to analyze these problems slowly. Because 10 seconds left. What? There are only 10 seconds left. Robin was very confused. After all, in addition to seeking protection, there is another important reason why he does things for Crocodile. That is when Crocodile allows himself to see the text of history. If you betray me now, then... Before Robin could continue to think about it, he suddenly felt a pain in the back of his neck. Consciousness gradually blurs, and, finally, completely lost consciousness. Sorry, it's time. Let's go back to Tana. There are still many things to do next. Luo Lan directly stretched out her hand, picked up Robin like a princess, and prepared to step on Moonwalk to leave. Wait a moment. Behind. Momosagi's voice came again. Luo Lan felt dizzy. Why did this crazy woman catch up again? You wait first. Lieutenant General Momosagi, is there anything else you can do? I have just received news that there are more than 20 sailing ships approaching here, and they are all targeting you. You mean them? Put Robin down and hold him with one arm. Luo Lan pointed to the sea and said, on the distant sea level, more than 20 sailing ships have appeared. Come this way. Momosagi was shocked when he saw it. He has Marine's information, but it's quite clear. The more than 20 ships were fully armed and carried a large number of people. There are also many masters. It would be really difficult for Luo Lan to go through like this and fight in a place like the sea where there is no foothold. The best way is to stay on the volcanic island and lure the opponent to come up and fight. Coupled with the support of the Marine fleet, it is enough to suppress all forces here. Lieutenant General Momosagi, do you believe they won't survive a minute? Luo Lan, I don't have time to joke with you. You have to listen this time. Seeing Luo Lan say this, Momosagi thought it was because he was getting excited, so he directly called Luo Lan's name. But I haven't finished saying this yet. Momosaji's eyes widened instantly. The whole person became sluggish, because what she originally saw were more than 20 sailing warships on the horizon. This moment was like entering hell. A large number of cannonballs fell one after another, and the two sailing ships were directly destroyed. Then, less than 20 seconds apart, a series of shells fell. Once again, two sailing ships were hit. On the sea, flames shot into the sky. What is this? He had seen it very clearly just now. One cannonball and one explosion directly blew a medium-sized sailboat into two pieces. Even naval guns on large marine warships can't achieve this kind of power, right? This guy Luo Lan and the King's Landing Organization. What weapon is he holding in his hand? At this moment, just over 100 meters away from the coast, a huge metal creation suddenly emerged from the water. Lieutenant General Momosaji, you have recognized the wrong person. In addition, the person to pick me up has arrived, so we will leave first. After the words fell, Luo Lan picked up the unconscious Robin again. Leave the coast on the moonwalk. Momosaji was left alone, disheveled in the wind. A naval battle takes place off the volcanic island. 3 hours have passed. Various wreckage fragments of a sailing ship were scattered on the sea, as well as a large number of crew members who had lost their lives. 3 large marine warships dropped more than 20 small boats. A large number of naval soldiers launched a search in this area. Lieutenant General Momosaji, did you see what weapons they used? It should be a naval gun. Although I was far away at the time and couldn't see it clearly, it was definitely a cannonball. But if it's a cannonball, its power is many times greater than our Marines. Although it is all wreckage, but everyone can still analyze a lot of things from the wreckage. In particular, the power of the weapons used by the other party completely frightened them. According to estimates, under the same weapon attack, a large marine warship can only fire 3 to 5 shots at most. Blue brew brew. At this time, Momosaji's phone rang. I'm Momosaji, Lieutenant General. During our patrol, we discovered another battlefield, about 27 nautical miles away from the volcanic island. Jun Lin did it too? It's not clear, but based on our identification of the deceased, the one attacked should be a ship belonging to the Don Quixote family. You mean the Don Quixote family, that Doflamingo guy? Momosaji's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. Yes, according to the on-site survey, 3 sailing ships should have been destroyed, and we checked all the dead and found no Doflamingo or other cadres of the Don Quixote family. I understand. You continue to investigate there and see if you can find anything else. Yes, Lieutenant General. Hang up, Bug. Momosaji's expression at this moment is very exciting. Could it be that he did it too? Is it Luo Lan? In one of Tana's cabins. Robin has taken off his mask and is lying on the bed. Luo Lan. Then he sat aside and read the newspaper to pass the time. Well, when I returned to Tana before, I happened to see a news bird flying over. Luo Lan asked for a portion very politely. On the bed, Robin slowly opened his eyes. He was confused for a while at first, but he soon remembered something. Stand up suddenly, then start checking in with your body. Don't look at it. I didn't do anything. Little brother, this is such a good opportunity. Why don't you take advantage of it and do something? At this moment, Luo Lan was not wearing a mask. His face was completely exposed in front of Robin. At the same time, Robin also understood something. That is, it is impossible for the other party to let him go. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to let yourself see his face. Fortunately, I was no longer anxious and started driving. Robin, there are 30 pieces of historical text in total. If you follow Crocodile, you will only see the Alabasta piece in the end. And it's not the kind of historical text you want to see. According to Luo Lan's memory, Alabasta has 2 historical texts. Of course, one of the pieces is original to TV. In this real pirate world, it's hard to say whether that piece exists. As for the piece in the tomb, Robin in the original book was very disappointed after reading it, because it records the location of Pluton, and this is not what Robin wants. What she wants is those stone tablets that record real history, especially the stone tablet that records the historical text that has been blank for 100 years. Have you seen the historical text of Alabasta? Tell me, what is recorded on that stone tablet in Alabasta? After hearing what Luo Lan said, Robin suddenly lost his composure. He grabbed Luo Lan's arm and kept asking, "That piece, it records Pluton's information and its current location. There is no such history as you are looking for." No, he spent so many years and even took refuge in Crocodile. In the end, was it all in vain? His face turned pale, and Robin instantly lost all his strength and fell on the bed. Even his eyes were a little distracted. It seems that this information brought a big blow to her. But this is normal. After more than 10 years of hard work, we finally found out the whereabouts of a piece of historical text, and we put in a lot of effort to do so. It turned out that only Pluton was recorded on it. Anyone else would probably be ecstatic, but Robin? I really have no interest in Pluton. Robin was completely confused as to how to go next. There are 30 historical stone tablets in total. At this moment, Luo Lan's voice sounded leisurely. Just the first sentence brought Robin back to his senses instantly. And Luo Lan, still talking. Among these 30 pieces of historical text, there are 4 red stone tablets. Based on the contents on them, we can piece together a sea map to Luftdrew. As for the remaining 26, they are historical text steals, including 9 important information steals. Similar to the road sign steals, when the 26 historical text steals are put together, a complete article can be formed, the content of which. This is the real history you have been pursuing. That's right, that's 100 years of blank history. It just so happens that I know the whereabouts of most of the stone tablets. Do you want to consider the proposal I gave you before? Earth can we defeat? She couldn't imagine it at all. Well, in about half a day, we will arrive at Alabasta. After I finish discussing business with Cobra, I will take you to see the stone monument, and then just stay in Alabasta, waiting for Crocodile to come back. Robin's eyes widened when he heard this. Are you crazy? Boss, Mississippi. All Sunday is still not found. Is something going wrong? Go back to Alabasta first, and then mobilize all agents to dig out the details of King's Landing. Yes, boss. Daz Bones nodded. Half an hour later, a Baroque studio sailing ship sailed away from the volcanic island. Get up and step forward. Putting his hand on Robin's shoulder, Luo Lan invited Robin again. What if I still refuse? The old rule is knock him out and take him home first. Puff. Hearing this, Robin laughed directly. I remember this guy said the same thing on the volcanic island before. At first, I thought he was joking. Can it bear fruit? He really took action directly. Okay, I agreed. But how are you going to deal with Crocodile? He won't let me go easily if he pries me away. Robin was worried. After all, in his opinion, Crocodile was very strong, especially his Logia ability, which makes him naturally invincible. How on? Kingdom of Alabasta. Tana went north along the Centola River, and then sent Luo Lan and others ashore from the west of the royal capital, Aruba. Late at night, in the palace, Cobra dragged his tired body into the palace after a busy day. Ooh! However, just as he was about to lie down in bed and have a good sleep, he suddenly discovered he was not the only one in the room. Yes, through the moonlight, he saw 4 figures. Your Majesty Cobra, don't be nervous, it's me. Luo Lan walked out of the shadows in the corner and took off her mask. Are you Luo Lan? After seeing the other party's appearance clearly, Cobra thought about it. Yes, Cobra and Luo Lan had a relationship, but that was 10 years ago. At that time, Cobra visited Marine headquarters for some matters, and Luo Lan was present when he had dinner with Sengoku. After all, Luo Nandi was already undercover at that time, and Luo Lan was the adopted son of the Warring States period. Naturally, we attended together. The reason why Cobra can still recognize Luo Lan at first sight is because what Luo Lan said to him at that time really impressed him deeply. Your Majesty King Cobra, you are very kind, but as a king, once your kindness goes too far, it will only lead to the destruction of the country. Luo Lan was only 10 years old at the time. Because of these words, he was scolded by Warring States. He even kicked Luo Lan off the dining table and asked him to go back and face the wall to reflect. But no matter what, Luo left a very deep impression on Cobra. Yes, I'm Luo. We haven't seen each other for 10 years, right? Well, it's been exactly 10 years. Is it the arrangement of the Warring States Fleet Admiral for you to come here this time? Hear this. Luo and the others didn't react at all, but Robin, his whole body trembled immediately. Warring States Fleet Admiral? Luo, could it be Marine? No, it's not Sengoku. I was kicked out of Marine headquarters by him a long time ago. What? Cobra couldn't believe his ears. After all, in his understanding, Luo was the son of the Warring States period. You know, when the Warring States period introduced Luo to him, he used the word dog son instead of adopted son. Therefore, Cobra always believed that Luo was a biological child of the Warring States period. That's why the reaction was so big. After all, isn't this the same as abandoning your own son? If it were me, I would never be able to do such a thing as driving away Vivi. Let's not talk about it for now. Your Majesty, King Cobra, do you know that Alabasta has been targeted? If I hadn't come here this time, in the last 2 years, this country will change hands. Cobra's eyes widened instantly. Although a lot of things have happened within the kingdom recently, it won't be overturned in 2 years, right? Luo, don't worry. The person next to me was originally Crocodile's deputy. How about I ask her to tell you what will happen to Alabasta in the next 2 years? Luo directly interrupted Cobra. Then he patted Robin on the shoulder. Immediately, the latter also took off his mask. Who are you? When he saw Robin's face, Cobra's eyes widened again. Obviously, he recognized Robin's identity. Haha, it seems that His Majesty Cobra knows who I am. Robin smiled softly. I don't care about this. After all, I was famous enough back then. One of the 8-year-old demons. Cannot be a household name? Afterwards, Robin spent about half an hour explaining all of Crocodile's plans in detail. Cobra. His face was pale. He simulated it countless times in his mind. Regarding the reaction you will make after each plan is implemented. In the end, I had to admit it. He was completely killed by Crocodile. And as Luo said, if there are no accidents, it will take up to 2 years. The whole Alabasta will collapse. From then on, he was controlled by Crocodile from behind. Luo, does he know about the Warring States Fleet Admiral? I don't know. Then tell him quickly. You don't have any evidence. Hearing this, Cobra was stunned. That's right, I don't have any evidence. Furthermore, he couldn't tell Marine or the world government that Crocodile's target was Pluton. Otherwise, even if Crocodile is taken care of, the next person who wants to take Pluton's mind will be world government. The result is not much better. But if you don't tell Sengoku about Fleet Admiral, how are you going to fight against Crocodile? Cobra had a headache. Although Alabasta has the largest ground army in the pirate world, namely hundreds of thousands of royal troops. However, there is no strong man who can resist Crocodile. This is the purpose of my coming here, Your Majesty Cobra. Crocodile, I will help you solve it. In exchange for this, I need you to help me recruit a group of soldiers in Alabasta in the name of the Royal Army's recruitment. 2 years, I will train these soldiers to be stronger than Gaka and Bell within 2 years. Yes, everyone is stronger than them, or much stronger. At that time, I will return 20% of your soldiers. How about it? Hiss. Ignore what I mentioned above for now. Cobra heard clearly. Roland said that within 2 years, he would train all the soldiers to be stronger than Bell and Gaka. Is it possible that if I give you 100,000 soldiers, you can return me 20,000 bells 2 years later? No, according to what Luo said. He is much stronger than Bell and Jaka. Luo, are you serious? That's right. Then there's no need to recruit troops. I'll directly transfer people from the King's Guards to you, and you won't even need to recruit for training. No, Luo directly rejected this proposal. Joke. The King's Guardsmen are all loyal to you, Cobra. How much time will it take for me to take these people back and brainwash them? It may not be able to be washed. This guy usually looks like a good guy, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. I didn't expect it to be so bad. Actually, Cobra didn't really think as much as Luo. He just thought, the people in the King's Guard are of better quality, and there is no need to retrain discipline or anything like that. Your Majesty Cobra, I just want to recruit. Okay, how much do you want? The first batch of 5,000 people. No problem. Then Crocodile. Don't worry. He will return to Alabasta soon, and I will be waiting for him here. Luo interrupted Cobra with a gesture. Then he said, however, Luo didn't say a word. That is, it's right to wait for him, but I won't wait for him in the desert of Alabasta, but before he entered Alabasta, he directly cut it off at sea. For Luo use the previous method to bring people back to the branch. One is that the efficiency is low. Tina and Smoker take turns to go out, and it takes almost half a month to run one round. In the end, only 100 or 200 people were brought back. The other is that it is easy to be noticed by the world government or marine headquarters. After all, as Junlin shows up more and more, sooner or later they will track down Junlin's movements, and the result. Every time King's Landing takes place, many civilians disappear. How does this work? Maybe in the future, the world government will use this as bait to send people to infiltrate Branch 157. Therefore, Luo needs a safe source of troops. If you ask where in the world can recruit thousands of soldiers, it will not attract other people's attention. That must be Alabasta. As the largest kingdom in the pirate world, it has a population of tens of millions and a regular royal army of hundreds of thousands. Here, the kingdom recruits tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands every year. In the name of the king, no one would find it strange to recruit thousands more people. It is simply the best place to recruit soldiers. That night, Luo talked a lot with Cobra and finalized all the details. In the end, Cobra agreed to an additional request. Right now, take Bell with you. Cobra's logic is very simple. Luo can train ordinary people to be stronger than Bell. Well, if Bell comes with him, wouldn't he be stronger than others in 2 years? You know, Alabasta is also a kingdom that suffers from pirates all year round, and Cobra is quite eager for the strong, especially for someone like Bell who is 100% loyal to the royal family. How could he not want it? If it weren't for Luo's resistance, he would even want to send Ikaram and Jocko over. But then again, the reason why Luo finally agreed was because of Bell's ability. Zoological department, bird fruit, falcon type. After improving your strength, you can serve as a scout for the King's Landing fleet, and even calibrate artillery fire under beyond visual range conditions. That's still quite appropriate. Soon, 7 days flew by. Inside Tana's bridge, on the main screen in front, the detection results of the color radar are displayed. Although the screen is filled with dense light spots, one group of light spots is particularly eye-catching because, compared to other light point aggregates, there are several light points that are significantly brighter. It was the sailing ship Crocodile, boarded on returning from the volcanic island. This has already been confirmed. Now, just wait for it to drive into the ambush circle. Now Tina brings 4 steel battleships, all hidden behind an uninhabited island, just barely visible to ships traveling on the main shipping routes. Luo, is this arrangement really feasible? On the side, Robin always felt that it was a bit ruined. Does Logia still have such a weakness? The Robin now is not the Robin 2 years from now. Think Logia is invincible. He didn't know what Crocodile's weakness was, so he had this reaction. Luo raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Any fruit has its weaknesses. Of course, if you want to find the weaknesses of an ability user, the best way is to learn. These days, knowledge is power. Although Robin can also be called a scholar, but she studied archaeology, knowledge of physics, and chemistry. Robin is also illiterate. After returning to Branch 157, like Kaya, she has to find someone to teach Robin the basics. Colonel, the target has entered the ambush circle. Immediately send an order to Tina to start the attack as planned. Yes, Colonel. A sailing ship bound for Alabasta. Crocodile stood at the bow of the ship, his face very gloomy. Originally, Robin was just sent to monitor the people in Junlin to find out where they came from. But what's the result? Robin is gone. You know, Robin is the key to his entire plan without her. Even if he takes down Alabasta and gets the stone tablet, it will be of no use, because no one could understand what was written on it. Damn, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let Robin go. Boss, we are almost at Alabasta. Contact all the agents immediately after landing and ask them to come to Union to meet me. No problem, but Mississippi. All Sunday is not here, and no other agents have seen you, boss. I'm afraid you won't be able to prove your identity by then. Des Bones also didn't know Crocodile's identity. Even on a volcanic island, I didn't know it. It was only when Robin was present that he learned that Crocodile was the real boss of Baroque Company, Ltd. But now Mississippi All Sunday is missing, and no one can prove the identity of boss. At that time, even if you speak it yourself, you don't know whether others will believe it or not. You know, Robin used to make contact with the agents of Baroque Works and issue orders. All in all, it's quite troublesome. Prove identity? Unnecessary. If you don't want to obey my orders, then kill them. A strong, murderous aura erupted from Croakdale's body. To him, it doesn't matter whether these agents recognize him or not. Disobedient? Kill a few people, and the rest will obey. That's all. Even if I really am not the boss of Baroque Company, so what? Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. At this moment, a series of sharp whistles sounded in the sky. Then, more than 10 cannonballs fell at extremely fast speeds, and one of them even hit the stern of the ship directly. For a moment, fragments of wooden boards were flying all over the sky. The entire stern of the ship was blown up, and seawater poured into the ship crazily. Damn it, who is attacking us? Boss, the bombardment was launched from behind the island. Impossible. We are at least 3 kilometers away from that island. Doesn't that mean the enemy hiding behind the island is at least 5 or 6 kilometers away from us? Crocodile didn't believe it at all. How can any artillery fire be fired at a distance of 5 or 6 kilometers? This is unscientific, right? Boss, although it's a little unbelievable, but according to the trajectory of the cannonball just now, it is definitely there. Mr. 1, release the boat immediately. Let's go to the island first. Yes, boss, although it is 3 kilometers away, and someone is shelling himself. But Crocodile had to choose this way. Who told him and Daz Bonus to be both devil fruit users? If the boat is gone, others may be able to grab a piece of wood to save their lives. But they really just have to wait to die. Still drowned. Soon, Daz Bones was carrying a small boat and throwing it into the sea. The two immediately jumped on it. Mr. 1, you row the boat, and I'll be responsible for intercepting the cannonballs. Okay, boss. Daz Bonus nodded and picked up the 2 oars in the boat. He opened his bow left and right and started rowing wildly. At this time, the second batch of shells finally fell. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Shalon. With a flip of his palm, a mini Shalon immediately formed in Crocodile's hand. Then he threw it forward. After leaving his hand, Shalon quickly began to expand hundreds of times. It blocked the path of those cannonballs and forcibly changed their trajectories. In the end, none fell within 100 meters of the boat. It was because of the unexpected situation that Crocodile didn't have time to react. But now, with preparation, his ability is still very suitable for interception. Not only can it be intercepted remotely, it even has a large number of area-killing skills. This means that he does not need to intercept accurately, but only needs to determine the general direction. It turns out that if you use this trick on the sea, it will be more than 10 times less powerful than if you use it on the desert. Looking at the salon volume in front of him, Crocodile was very dissatisfied. But there is nothing he can do. Who will let him? Is it on the sea? Went under fire all the way. After connecting more than 10 waves, Daz Bonus finally rowed the boat to the edge of the island. Although it is just an uninhabited island with less than 1 square kilometer, it can indeed give people with abilities a down-to-earth feeling, especially those who can't fly or moonwalk. Compared to the previous trip, I feel much more at ease now. Well, why are you here? We have just arrived on the island and haven't had time to catch our breath. Crocodile and Daz Bonus were immediately dumbfounded, because a large number of figures walked out from behind those trees or rocks. All of them are members of the Baroque working group. Almost everyone is here. They were holding a strange device, and the back of the device was connected by pipes, extending all the way to... In the sea? Crocodile felt baffled. Crocodile, and Bones surrender. What the hell? Are your subordinates calling for you to surrender? Are you rebelling against Tiangang? You guys, do you know who I am? Of course I know. The famous 7 warlords of the sea crocodile and the traitor Mr. One Bones. Among the crowd, a woman walked out. I don't know whether she should say her figure is good or bad. That waist is simply indescribably thin, paired with a pair of super long legs. Very negative review. And she is none other than Mississippi Double Finger of Baroque Works and Darsbone's partner, Zala, Paramecia, the person with the ability of the thorn fruit. Me, the traitor? Zala, what nonsense are you talking about? Bonus was also stunned, and at the same time a bad feeling arose in his heart. Shouldn't. Hole? I am the president of the Baroque Working Group, your boss. Crocodile's face was extremely ugly. Mississippi, all Sunday said, you will definitely say so. After all, we have never met the president, but in order to prevent us from being deceived, Mississippi all Sunday has brought the president to meet with us. How can you be so ugly? So, you can't fool us. Good guy, Crocodile finally understand what is going on. Emotions, Robin, that woman betrayed him and even brought someone to pretend to be him. But, Robin, do you really think that by controlling these guys you can fight against me? Lousy is shocked Crocodile. Turning his hands over, a ball of Ceylon rolls appeared in his palms. Crocodile didn't want to explain anything, just as he said before. Even if he's really not the president of Baroque Working Group, so what? Kill one group, and the others will obey. In this world, strength is always respected. However, do it, Zala shouted loudly. Dozens of agents simultaneously pressed the device's switch. The next moment, dozens of high-pressure water jets were sprayed out. Some went straight to Crocodile, and some shot directly into the sky, and then fell like rain, covering a large area. There's more. Working together, dozens of water columns were used to weave a water net. It also enveloped Crocodile. In fact, under normal circumstances, this method is useless for people with abilities. After all, according to the setting of the original work, although people with abilities are afraid of water, they cannot be immersed in it. Just being washed by water will not have any effect. But Crocodile is different. He is Logia's rustling fruit. Although being splashed with water will not cause general weakness, his movements will be restricted for a short period of time. After all, when sand touches water, it can no longer flow. This is not because of the problem of landlubbers, but simply because water is the nemesis of rustling fruits. As long as your fists are wet, you can still catch Crocodile's entity even if you are not armed. I have to say this Logia is really the best among all Logias. One of the easiest to target. It was precipitation from the air, direct attack from high-pressure water columns, and even more than a dozen people arranged in formation to form a water network. Coupled with Crocodile's unpreparedness. He was hit instantly. My whole body is stiff, and I can't move. At this time, several agents from the Baroque Works Company immediately carried out a metal box filled with seawater. While Crocodile was unable to move, he lifted him up and threw him in. Boss, your opponent is us. Seeing this, Bonus wanted to rush to save people, but the way was immediately blocked by Zala and Von Clay. Although Bonus is very strong, it is impossible to defeat the combination of these two people in a short time. I could only watch helplessly, with only the metal box showing Crocodile's head. He was carried away by a group of people from the Baroque Work Club. Inside Tana's bridge, Robin's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Is this the end? Crocodile doesn't even have a chance to take action. She really couldn't believe that Logia, who she thought was invincible before, was arrested like this? It's so outrageous. Zoro. Luolan smiled and said nothing more. He turned to look at Zoro. What? That guy. The two of them alone can't beat him. Go and do some exercise. Why should I go? Zoro wasn't very interested in seeing Bones with all his muscles. He plays kendo. Are you sure you don't want to go? Kendo? Zoro wondered. Because he didn't see Bones carrying a knife. Luolan, this guy, isn't he kidding me? However, since everything has been said for this reason, I have to go. After nodding to Luo Lan, he turned and left the bridge. Luo Lan, did you lie to him? This guy has no weapons at all. On the side, Ace started complaining. You're obviously using bare hands. What kind of nonsense are you talking about swordsmanship? This kind of opponent should let me go. I really like the fist-to-fist fighting. Hearing this, Luo Lan smiled and shook his head. Ace, do you know what devil fruit that guy ate? What fruit? Paramecia, cut the fruit quickly. Ace tilted his head, and a series of question marks popped up. Well, Luo Lan originally thought that he could somewhat associate it when he heard the name of the fruit. Result: with this ability, he can change his whole body into the shape of a blade, such as arms, legs, feet, and even fingertips, etc. In other words, although he appears to be unarmed, he is actually... The whole body is covered with blades. Zala and Von Klee. At this moment, he was covered with stab wounds and was gasping for air. Although the two of them are in the Baroque working group, their influence is definitely at the upper reaches. However, compared to Daz Bones, it is still a lot worse. In just a few minutes, he was already defeated. However, they're not the only agents on the island. At this moment, more than 20 other people have also gathered around, preparing to take action together. Give him to me. Just when the war was about to break out again, a voice came from the air. Immediately a figure fell down. Is it you? Zala saw the person coming clearly and immediately thought about it. Isn't this one of the two people standing behind Boss when Mississippi all Sunday brought Boss to meet them? Others around him also reacted one after another. Who asked Zoro to carry 3 knives with him? The characteristics are too obvious. I can't remember it even if I want to. Not only the agents of Baroque Works, but Daz Bonus also recognized the person. After all, he had seen it on the volcanic island. Although Zoro was wearing a mask at that time, but the same clothes plus 3 knives? Are you from the King's Landing organization? It doesn't matter who I am, defeat me, or be defeated by me. Zoro took out Wado Ikamanji from his waist with the sheath attached. Then, he lowered his body slightly and assumed a stance of drawing his sword and slashing. Daz Bones' eyes suddenly narrowed. He also practices swordsmanship, so he can naturally feel an unusual sharpness from Zoro's aura. I didn't dare to make any carelessness immediately. With a thought, all parts of the body were exposed with blades, which was very terrifying. The next moment, the two started almost at the same time. The speed was so fast that all the agents' eyes widened, especially Zala and Von Klee. That's when they realized it. When Daz Bones fought with them just now, he didn't use all his strength. The two figures passed each other, each maintaining their posture after the attack, motionless, until a few seconds later. All the transformed blades on Daz Bones' body shattered into pieces, and then a large amount of blood spurted out. At last, he fell to the ground with a plop. It's not that strong. It can't even cut through iron. The word Hadao was slowly sheathed, Zoro said disdainfully. In fact, although Daz Bones can be regarded as an alternative kind of swordsman, he does not consider himself a swordsman. Naturally, it is even more impossible to practice according to the path of a swordsman. It's understandable if you don't have the ability to cut iron. At this moment, a bunch of agents around him were all dumbfounded. This guy Daz Bones was defeated in one move. However, they don't know. At this moment, Zoro's physical strength alone is 10 times stronger than when he faced Daz Bones in the original work. Not to mention, this guy can not only cut iron, but can also use flying slashes. Daz Bones. How could he be his opponent? The reason why it took a move is because, no matter how little it is, it still needs one trick. Inside the bridge of Tana. Through the drone footage, Robin was surprised to see Zoro defeat Daz Bones with one move. That guy who is silent every day is so strong? Luo Lan, what are you going to do with the people at Baroque Studio next? Suddenly remembering something, Robin asked. After all, at this moment, the agents of Baroque Studio were just deceived by her and Luo Lan, which did not count as submission. Moreover, as for Luo Lan's attitude towards pirates, I'm afraid she won't accept it. Although these days, she still doesn't know what kind of force King's Landing is. But through the conversation between Luo Lan and Cobra, and what she usually said to herself, Robin can already judge Luo Lan's attitude towards pirates. At the same time, even if King's Landing has nothing to do with Marine, it is definitely not an evil organization. And many people in Baroque works that is really notorious and full of crimes. You have the information about these agents, right? Yes, after all, I established the entire Baroque working group with my own hands, and even most of these agents were recruited by me. Robin nodded. Although Crocodile was behind it, the establishment of the Baroque Working Society and the recruitment of agents, it was really all done by Robin. After all, Crocodile doesn't have time to do this at ordinary times, so he just hands off a shopkeeper. You screen them and keep those who have never killed civilians. What about the others? Devil Fruit users are captured and imprisoned, and none of the others will be spared. Luo Lan was very calm, as if talking about a normal thing. But to Robin's ears, it was scary. You know, there are more than just these agents on the island today in Baroque works. There are also 1,800 million elders and 200 billion elders. All added up, that's more than 2,000 people, according to Luo Lan's standards. I'm afraid not even 1/10 of the people who survive in the end will survive. That is to say, kill 90% of the people. If she hadn't killed civilians before, would Luo Lan also want to kill me now? Robin couldn't help but shudder. Send an order to Tina and ask him to take people to the island to deal with the aftermath. At the same time, he will capture all the agents of Baroque works and imprison them pending processing. Yes, Colonel. Inside the bridge, the communications officer responded loudly. Marine Headquarters. Fleet Admiral Office. At this moment, Sengoku, he, and Garp, who had just returned to the headquarters after watching his grandson, were all gathered together. Of course, Momosaji and the T-Dolphin, who just came back an hour ago, are also here. According to your statement, Doflamingo was most likely counterattacked by King's Landing and captured. I can't be sure. This is just my guess. After all, judging from the on-site survey and the naval battle that broke out outside the volcanic island. Hearing Sengoku's question, Momosaji shook his head. Just as she said, there were only the wreckage of the Don Quixote family's sailing ship and the corpses of a large number of minions. At the same time, no trace of Doflamingo or his subordinate cadres was found, but there is no conclusive evidence that Junlin did this. Warring states fell into silence. This matter is not a small matter. You know, Doflamingo is the one with the most special status among the Shichibukai. Moreover, it is very possible that he has mastered something that even the 5 elders are extremely afraid of. In this case, isn't this great during the Warring States period? You wanted to take down Doflamingo before, but the 5 elders didn't agree. Now the people from King's Landing have done the work for you. The result is different. Garp laughed while eating the donut. The Warring States period is full of black lines. Shut up, Garp. You think this is the end? No. The trouble has just begun. The 5 elders will definitely order Marine to attack King's Landing next. Sengoku gave Garp a hard look. He cursed angrily. And just then, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. The 4 people in the room all had the same 3 words flashing through their minds. Sure enough, Sengoku picked up the phone bug. Sure enough, it was 5 elders. This started with a barrage of curses, and after a full 10 minutes, only then do we finally get down to business. Master 5 elders, there is currently no direct evidence to prove that this King's Landing organization did it. Even if not, the maritime force they possess has exceeded the limit of our tolerance. But they haven't done anything except cracking down on pirates. Warring States felt that he could still fight for it. But, Warring States, we are giving you orders, not asking for your opinion. You just need to execute it. If you can't do it, just say so and we'll replace it with someone who can do it. Good guy, it's this sentence again. During the years when Warring States was a fleet admiral, how many times have you heard this sentence? But he can't help it. Isn't it possible that he really refused and was deprived of his position as fleet admiral? It's not that he is nostalgic for fleet admiral's power, but once he was removed, world government replaced him with a completely obedient guy. Then Marine really doesn't even have the last bit of limited justice. None of it can be preserved. I had no choice but to agree. Soon, the phone was hung up, and Warring States looked around at the three of them and conveyed a look. It means, that's what you heard. If you have any way, just hurry up. Warring States, why don't you dare to fight with the five elders? Back then I was... Garp, shut up. The Warring States period is full of dark things, and I asked you to tell me a solution, but you ended up telling me these things? Also, was it you who had a fight with the five elders? After all these years, were you still bragging about it? Warring States, what are you going to do next? He, who had been silent since just now, spoke now. And when she spoke, Garp also rarely calmed down and looked at Warring States. Issue a wanted warrant first, and don't take any other action yet. After pondering for a moment, Warring States made a decision. Issuing a wanted warrant is fine, but who are the people wanted? There are not many people we have seen in King's Landing so far, and they all wear masks. Furthermore, we don't know if those three are the leaders of the King's Landing organization. How should you write this on your wanted order? Forget it for now. Find someone to press Momosagi's memory and draw 3 portraits. Then the person taking the lead will be the leader, and the other 2 will be cadres. Okay, what's the reward amount? Crane nodded. Then he asked again. Warring States also had some headaches with this issue. Set it too low, and 5 elders will definitely find trouble. But if it's too high, in this way, the leader has 800 million Baileys, the other 2, the one with bare hands has 300 million, and the one with 3 knives has 280 million. That's it for now. All things have been discussed. Momosagi leaves with the crane. On the way, Gion, why are you a little absent-minded today? Sister Hiai, wait, we'll talk about it in my office. He raised his hand to interrupt, and then led Momosagi to his office. You can tell me, is it related to the matter in King's Landing? Sister He, I really can't hide this from you. Momosagi smiled bitterly. Sister He, the leader of Junlin, seems to be Luo Lan. Luo Lan? Are you sure? Hearing this, he was also shocked. Luo Lan, the 5th scumbag of the war, who was exiled to 157 during the Warring States period a year ago. Tell me the result. Not only is he now at the level of Lieutenant General, he is even the leader of King's Landing? How could something so outrageous be possible? Not sure, but my intuition tells me it's him. Gion, don't tell Sengoku about this first. Go to the 157th branch to find out the matter. Okay, Sister He. After he pondered for a long time, still decided not to tell Warring States yet. After all, the relationship between Luo Lan and the Warring States period is too complicated. Coupled with that stubborn old man from the Warring States period, things might get worse. Therefore, let Momosagi run again to confirm. As for what to do next, let's talk about it later. Anyway, headache. 3 days later, the King's Landing fleet arrives at Rhodes Island. Luo Lan immediately summoned all senior executives for a meeting. That's the way it is. I don't know what Momosagi will say when he goes back, but if he continues to stay here. Next, we are likely to be fully exposed. At the main seat, Luo Lan talked about the situation on the volcanic island and the fact that Momosagi had become suspicious of herself. This makes everyone very worried. Is Branch 157 strong? Very strong, but it is not enough to challenge the world government, let alone the attack from the entire Marine headquarters. Yes, Branch 157 takes more time. Luo Lan looked around at everyone. Then, I decided to relocate Branch 157. No migration. This is a branch. How to move it? Everyone was confused and had no idea what Luo Lan meant by this. Luo Lan, are you going to bulldoze the entire branch and rebuild it somewhere else? Tina couldn't help it anymore and asked directly. After all, isn't that what this migration means to her? Otherwise, how can we migrate? You can't take the whole island away, right? Sister Tina, our branch actually started a secret project more than 2 months ago, and the project is called Island Level Propulsion Device. Now, hundreds of meters below us, that is, deeper in the Underground Research Institute, a large number of these propulsion devices have been installed, which will be enough to power the entire Rhode Island when activated. And the goal of this migration is within the windless zone. Hiss. A large number of propulsion devices are installed at the bottom of the island. Once started, can it even provide enough power for the entire Rhode Island? Are you sure this isn't a joke? However, even if this is true, suddenly Tina thought of another thing, that is, Luolan. Where is underwater prison? What should I do with underwater prison? Everyone else also responded to this question. Yes, even if what you said is true, how are you going to take away this underwater prison? You can't just leave it here and let it go, right? No, I will build a new prison after the branch is moved. As for the underwater prison currently in use, just give up. Of course, even if you give up, there is no need to destroy it. It could be used as one of our underwater bases here in the future. In short, all departments are ready. We will leave in 3 days. Luolan waved his hand and settled the matter. After the meeting, Luolan also came to the warehouse. After all, the harvest this time was not small. In addition to the Don Quixote family and the forces outside the volcanic island, there was also the wealth of the Baroque working group later. Luolan really enjoyed it this time. A rough calculation shows that Bailey alone is worth 7 billion, not to mention other properties that could be disposed of on the black market. If you really add it all up, it's well over 10 billion Baileys. Upgrading B-level fortifiers requires 3 billion. For the rest, you can make a crazy wave yourself. However, before that, there is still a problem to solve, and this problem is, at this moment, he opened his hands to block the front of the warehouse and glared at himself. Nami, looking at the 15-year-old girl in front of him. Luolan had a headache. Nami, I can keep 1 billion for you for the Bailey I brought back this time, and you must hand over the rest. I want half. That much money of yours is useless. Now the branch is in urgent need of this money. Stop making trouble. Luolan, you be asterisk 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 D. When you took 1 billion Baileys from me before departure, you promised it yourself. Nami pointed at Luolan's nose and cursed. What did I promise? You told me not to focus on this mere billion Baileys. If you give it up, you will get something. After I go to the volcanic island to grab it, the billions used will be returned several times. Well, I think I said it myself. When I didn't have enough money, I asked Nami for money. It was indeed promised. Do you really want to leave 2 to 3 billion to Nami? However, leaving him so many points, he didn't even have enough points to upgrade to a B-level fortress builder. Nami, in this way, I will take all the more than 7 billion belly brought back this time. Don't be impatient. Just listen to what I have to say. As soon as he took a sip, Nami's expression became even more unpleasant. Luolan said quickly, Look, didn't you only use 200 million Baileys to go out this time? Do you still have 800 million left? After the property is disposed of through the black market, there should be 3 to 4 billion, right? I'll give it all to you. How about it? While listening, Nami looked at Luolan suspiciously. It's just that I didn't write directly on my face that I don't believe you. Well, actually after that 3 to 4 billion. Luolan didn't really want to give it to her, but planned to think of other ways in the future. In short, he would get today's 7 billion first. Can I really trust you? Yes, you can believe that as the head of Branch 157, I will stick to my word. Luolan patted her chest and promised. Then write an IOU. IOU, of course. Otherwise, who would I call if you default on your debt? Hiss, you want me to write an IOU? This girl is getting harder and harder to fool. Okay, isn't it just an IOU? I'll write it. He took the paper from Nami's hand, took out a pen from his clothes, wrote quickly, and finally signed his name. Give. Nami took it and checked it carefully and found that there was nothing wrong with it. Finally, he nodded and got out of the way. Luolan waved his hand, and several people behind him immediately entered the warehouse and carried out boxes of Bailey. As for the IOU you wrote, that was the pen I had specially customized from Silas in order to cope with the current situation. That special ink will evaporate 100% within a week at most. IOU? No, after a week, it's just a blank piece of paper. Luolan couldn't help but praise her cleverness. Return to your office. Luolan recharged all Baileys immediately. Ding! Host has recharged a total of 728,000 points, and currently has 731,000 remaining points. System, upgrade my city builder level immediately. Ding! The host has been upgraded to a B-level fortress builder, which consumes 300,000 points and currently has 431,000 remaining points. Ding! You need 1.5 million points to upgrade to A-level city builder. Well, it's getting more expensive. A-level costs 1.5 million, and then upgrading to S-level will probably cost tens of millions. But these are not what need to be paid attention to now. At the same time, the system's sound continued to sound. Ding! Host has received a B-level fortifier gift pack *1. Would you like to open it now? Open it, hurry up. The upgrade package is a good thing. When I was upgraded to C level, I was gifted with the attack submarine Tana. Although it is an unarmed version, this B-level upgrade package should be better, right? Ding! The B-level city builder gift pack has been opened. Host has obtained the following items. Fortifier points *100,000. Class B standard construction team *2, 3-month contract. Opportunity to draw senior talents *1. Opportunity to draw S-level buildings *1. Building upgrade module is open. Sure enough, points are a must for every gift package. Last time it was 10,000. This time it is directly 100,000, which is equivalent to 10 Baileys. Very good. For the construction team, 2 were given this time, but the time has not changed, and the contract is still 3 months. The opportunity to extract senior talents is also a good thing. It is at least possible to obtain an A-level talent, and there is a high probability of being an S-level talent. Chances of drawing S-level buildings? I have never seen this before, but you can tell from the name what it is used for. As for the last building upgrade module, system, please explain what this building upgrade module does. Ding! Using this module, the host can upgrade a certain building and retain the original building characteristics, but the upgrade must not exceed the host's current builder level. Okay, Luo Lan understands. It's like the D-class or C-class buildings built before. If you want to build a B-level building, you don't need to bulldoze it and rebuild it. Instead, you can directly renovate and upgrade the existing building. In this way, you can spend less points and time to transform low-level buildings into high-level buildings. And the building characteristics will not be lost unless you refresh the characteristics yourself. Take the current branch's marine canteen as an example. If it were to be rebuilt as a B-level one, the characteristic of +2 energy level of the ingredients would be gone. If you can't get this feature again in the future, will you cry to death? This feature-preserving function is simply great. I took a look at my remaining points and saw that I still had 513,000. Let's get started. System, start extracting high-level talents. Ding! The drawing is complete. Congratulations to host for acquiring the S-level scientific research talents Sovies. Ding! Sovies will arrive in 3 days. Host, please pay attention to receive it. Scientific research type? I'm going, now Silas's company. At the same time, one more S-level researcher means more scientific research projects can be accelerated. After all, although Silas is S-level, it is impossible for him to be responsible for all projects. As for those projects that Silas is not involved in and are handled by A-level or even B-level scientists, the progress, it's really a bit slow. Of course, what Luo Lan meant by slowness was in comparison with those projects that Silas participated in. Compared with the speed of scientific research in the pirate world, these A-level scientists are really no slower than anyone except Vegapunk. The system has also taken down S-class buildings. Ding! The extraction is complete. Congratulations to host for getting the Super Clone Factory. Super Clone Factory? Is it the clone I thought it was? If so, this would be a bit awesome. Luo Lan quickly checked the instructions, and then, a little disappointed. This is quite different from what I think of as cloning. To put it bluntly, this is actually a factory. What is it built for? Everything can be created, but man cannot be created, because what he refers to as clone is actually imitation. For example, if you send a Rhodes 1518 to a super cloning factory, you will be able to complete reverse research and development of it in a very short time. Then, produce something that is 100% identical. Yes, to put it bluntly, this is a counterfeiting workshop. And the reason why it is designated as S-Class. One is because of its extremely fast reverse research and development, and the other is able to achieve 100% imitation. It's just that for ordinary weapons, he is already the best in the pirate world. I can't find anything to imitate, etc. Suddenly, Luo Lan thought of something, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Is it possible to imitate devil fruits? After all, Silas said that devil fruit is essentially a product of genetic technology. In other words, it is also something that is produced. This seems, you can try it. According to the system's instructions, anything created, reverse research and development can be achieved in the super clone factory, and 100% identical things can be copied. According to what Silas once said, although he didn't know how the devil fruit appeared, he was 100% sure that it was a product of genetic technology. In other words, this thing was artificially created. Therefore, Luo Lan immediately thought of devil fruit. But then I thought about it carefully and realized that in addition to devil fruit, this super cloning factory also has greater room for imagination. It completely belongs to the type that only you can't think of, and you can't do it without it. All I can say is, it truly deserves to be an S-Class building. Unfortunately, the 5 characteristic slots of S-level buildings are refreshed once every 100,000 points. It's still not something Luo Lan can play happily at the moment. Otherwise, I don't know what outrageous characteristics he could develop. Okay, 2 draws are used up. Next, Luo Lan will start spending points. Marine Building, Grade D. Upgrading to Level C consumes 1,100 points, 2,500 standard building materials, and takes 2 days. Upgrading to Level B consumes 5,200 points, 9,300 standard building materials, and takes 7 days. Building Characteristic 1 can be retained. When processing administrative documents, concentration plus 50%. As a symbol of the branch, what does a D-class building mean? Upgrade directly, without any consideration at all. System, upgrade the Marine Building to Class B. Ding! The Marine Building is upgraded to Level B. It consumes a total of 14,500 points and occupies a place in a Level B construction team. It takes 7 days in total. Do you want to confirm? Confirm. Ding! It has been detected that there is still a large number of people in the building. After all people are evacuated, the upgrade and renovation work will begin immediately. Well, in the past, it was all done directly without having to consider this issue at all. But upgrading, well, if we don't clear out the people, we really can't start work. But there is no rush. Let's arrange everything else first. Luo Lan continued to look down. Well, let's take a look at the training center first. After all, 20 times gravity is no longer enough. Maybe after upgrading to B level, you can get higher B level characteristics? It is very necessary to try it. Training Center, Level C. Upgrading to Level B consumes 7,800 points, 8,500 standard building materials, and takes 9 days. Building Characteristic 1 can be retained. Building Gravity is 20 times adjustable. The effect bonus of Characteristic 2 has been calculated. Building Features 2 can be retained. All feature effects are doubled. Arrangement. The system will upgrade the training center to Level B immediately. Ding! The training center has been upgraded to Level B. It consumes a total of 16,300 points and occupies a place in a Level B construction team. It takes 9 days in total. Do you want to confirm? Confirm. Ding! It has been detected that there is still a large number of people in the building. After all people are evacuated, the upgrade and renovation work will start immediately. I know. I'll clear the place in a moment. With this prompt again, Luo Lan waved her hand directly, regardless of whether the system could see it or not. Check my points. After ordering 2 building upgrades, I still have 482,200 points. Later, Luo Lan added sword casting workshops, ports, ship design bureaus, factories, warehouses, and office buildings used by the intelligence department, etc. Even the villa area and the Navy dormitory building were not spared, and they were all upgraded. Look at this, good guy. I still have 231,400 points left. Sure enough, upgrading and rebuilding is much cheaper than rebuilding from scratch. Next, Luolan also checked out the new buildings of B-level city builders. It's nothing to look at, but the whole thing is dull. What the hell? And the Marine Air Force Base? Does it even have a customizable fighter jet production line? After these two gadgets are built, as long as Silas develops better fighters, he can directly form a naval aviation force, right? Make! Luolan immediately issued the construction order. But soon I was dumbfounded. He was used to the price of upgrades and renovations just now, and now he saw the prices of these two buildings. I can't get used to it all. Marine Aviation Base. Grade B grade. Site selection requirements. Flat ground. Construction requirements. 1 B-level construction team. Working hours. 30 days. Material. 29,800 standard building materials. Drawing price. 13,000 points. Characteristic slots. 3. Customized fighter production line. Equipment. Non-construction. Grade B grade. Site selection requirements. Class B or above factory buildings. Construction requirements. 1 B-level construction team. Working hours, 10 days. Material, 7,000 standard building materials. Drawing price, 11,500 points. Characteristic slots, 3. Class B buildings are indeed expensive. However, no matter how expensive it is, you have to make it yourself. At the same time, the customized fighter production line aroused Luolan's interest. After all, this is the first time that non-building equipment products have appeared in the system, and the site selection conditions must be at least a Class B factory building. In other words, you have to build a Class B factory first. And here, Luolan also thought of another question. A Class B factory can have 3 Class B building features. Then, a production line can also have 3 features that are also Class B. So, can aircraft produced here enjoy a total of 6 architectural features at the same time? This is stacking buffs. Having said that, could it be a bug? Thinking of this, Luolan suddenly froze and then slapped herself. Damn it, what are you thinking about? How could it be a bug? You know, the last time Luolan found a system bug and wanted to take advantage of it, Brother Tong simply stopped being a human being. This time, Brother Tong, please don't show up again. Look, Luolan was so panicked that she stopped calling the system and called Brother Shang directly. Ding! After testing, this is not a system bug. Host can rest assured. Hey, is the system so easy to talk to this time? Well, the system has been certified, so you can rest assured. All 2 buildings were arranged, and the production line was designated to be installed in a factory that was to be upgraded. As for whether these 2 buildings should be moved to the front of the queue, Luolan felt it was unnecessary. One is that Silas fighter research still needs time, and the other is, until the factory is upgraded to Class B, the production line cannot be started. So, I won't jump in line. At this moment, Luolan still has 170,100 remaining points. Finally, Luolan took a look at the prison-like building. Well, as expected, Class B also has 2 more prisons. One is an underground prison, which is somewhat similar to a hive-like underground research institute, but is less than 1/10 of its size. Including materials, a total of 38,000 points are required, and it takes 22 days. The other one is a little more interesting. Prison Island. Grade B grade. Site selection requirements. Sea surface. Construction requirements. 2 B-level construction teams. Working hours, 50 days. Materials, 79,800 standard building materials, including satellite island construction fee. Drawing price, 33,000 points. Characteristic slots, 3. Seeing this price, Luolan took a deep breath. How can a Class B building be so expensive? Shocked, he immediately looked up the detailed description of the building. After reading the detailed instructions, Luolan finally understood why this prison island was so expensive. Because as the name suggests, this is an island created out of thin air, and it is also connected to the main island. If the main island moves, it will also move with it. Good things are good things, but no money. I only have hundreds of thousands of points left, and there's still a large number of upgraded and renovated buildings waiting to refresh the building characteristics. Not to mention the problem of personnel recruitment. Spending more than 100,000 points here all at once, just for a prison? It's really not necessary. Besides, I really don't have many prisoners to hold now. After all, those who can be imprisoned by him are either ability users or people whose hands are not stained with the blood of civilians or Marines. In other words, most of them were killed directly. So, it's better not to waste points. Luo Lan shook his head and immediately built an underground prison. In the end, I still had 132,100 points left. 3 days later, all preparations completed. Following Luo Lan's order, the entire island trembled. Then, it moved slowly. Although it is very slow, it doesn't matter. After all, Rhode Island is only 3 nautical miles away from the windless zone. Even if the speed is only 1 knot, it will be enough to enter the windless zone after 3 hours. Then, when it finally accelerates to a speed of 2.5 knots, it will take more than 20 days to reach the scheduled location. Compared to ships, there is no need to worry about Poseidon attacks this time. After all, it is a medium-sized island, and Poseidons will not go ashore. As for destroying the propulsion device at the bottom of the island, that is a propeller hundreds of meters long. If a Poseidon really dares to get close, it will be turned into a pulp. Luo Lan is not worried about this aspect. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Colonel. Robin, what's the matter? Luo Lan was a little surprised when she saw the person pushing the door open. Shouldn't Robin be handing over to Ian these days? What's going on with him at this time? You are quite relaxed. As soon as Robin came in, he saw Luo Lan leaning on the back of the chair with his legs on the desk. There is absolutely no posture that a leader should have. There was a moment of silence. Can't you just relax at home? Luo Lan said angrily. For him, the entire 157th branch was built by himself, so isn't this my home? So why should we pay attention to image? Okay, you're right. I just received a piece of information. Do you want to listen to it? Quite interesting information. Robin raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile. What information? You have been offered a reward of 800 million belly. Robin placed the 3 fax reward orders on Luo Lan's desk. Haha, Fleet Admiral offered a bounty for sailors, and Lousy offered a bounty for his son. It's really yours. Luo Lan complained in her heart, and then picked up the reward order. The first one was none other than himself. He had no name. He only wrote that he was the leader of the King's Landing Organization and had a bounty of 800 million belly, regardless of life or death. The second one, Ace, also has no name. It says that he is a cadre of the King's Landing Organization and has a bounty of 300 million belly, regardless of life or death. The third picture, Zorro, still has no name. Like Ace, he is a cadre of the King's Landing Organization, with a bounty of 280 million belly, regardless of life or death. As for the photos of the 3 of them, sorry, no photos, just 3 portraits. However, this style of painting is too abstract, and Luo Lan really doesn't dare to compliment it. What left Luo Lan speechless the most was the reason for the reward. It actually says that the King's Landing Organization massacred thousands of civilians on the volcanic island before. Good guy. Were the people he killed that day civilians? Blue brew brew. I just wanted to explain something to Robin. The phone rang again. Luo Lan took a look and saw that he was actually a directional phone caller. The person who made this call. Probably Morgans? Morgans, what's going on? Do you know about the reward order? Well, I just saw it, and I have to say that those 3 portraits are too abstract, so I get a bad thumbs up. That's all you care about? What if? Luo Lan asked back. Morgans was stunned for a moment. Okay, those 3 portraits are indeed. Even if he were standing in front of you wearing a King's Landing uniform, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to recognize him. There is no way, just like Luo Lan said, this style of painting, it's just too abstract. By the way, Morgans, let me borrow your newspaper to make a statement. What do you want to post? Let me think about it. Help me rebuke Marine. This bounty order is too heartless. Well, that's about it. On the other end of the phone, Morgans was dumbfounded. Is this necessary? But okay, this statement is indeed quite interesting, and it may or may not drive a wave of sales. Okay, I'll polish it up for you and put it in tomorrow's newspaper. Thank you very much. This is a small matter. I have another thing to ask you for today, and that is the key. Oh, what's the matter? About Doflamingo. Luolan's expression suddenly became serious. This time I went to the volcanic island, originally planning to capture Doflamingo, but I didn't expect that he was rescued in the end. After thinking about it, Luolan couldn't figure out who was responsible. Is there any news about Morgans? Just today, Doflamingo issued a reward in the underground world worth 10 billion belly, as long as someone can provide useful information about King's Landing. 10 billion Baileys is really a big deal. Although the gesture was large, Luolan was not worried. After all, no one knows King's Landing is in Rhode Island, let alone. Now the entire Rhode Island has gone to the windless zone. However, since this guy wants to do something to himself, then you should give some gift in return. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too rude? Morgans, you just said that the next issue of the World Economic News will be released tomorrow, right? That's right. Is it difficult to print another edition? What do you want to do? Morgans frowned. This issue of the World Economic News has already started printing, and the front page is quite explosive. After all, Luolan still had a lot of ingredients that he had given himself before. Plus one version. That is, add a page. It's not that it can't be done, but it will definitely affect your own rhythm. If the news wasn't explosive enough, Morgans would never compromise, even if he offended Luolan. Yes, Morgans have principles. However, 10 minutes later, when Morgans finished listening to what Luolan said, he immediately said that if he added one page, he would burn the printed newspaper directly. Everything on the front page was redone and then printed in a hurry. Make sure this news reaches every corner of the sea tomorrow. Doflamingo, how did you get into trouble? Where's this guy who knows everything? The next moment, Morgans began writing furiously. While writing, on the other hand, he let out a weird laugh.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.